wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
What's going on, traders? How we doing out there? It's good to be back with you guys right here, of course, in the hot seat. We'll talk about what's going on in the markets as we get, of course, some wicked action coming back and forth, and a lot of talk throughout the weekend. Of course, we'll be talking all about it. What will happen here? Will we go back into the resistance, or will we fade away? Right now, we're on that fight right now. We have a lot to talk about in, of course, the Sunrise Report, a lot to get into the playbook action. So let's kick things off with first some quick trade ideas. Then we'll talk all about the SPY. We'll get into the Sunrise. Let's start it off with some playbook. Next here, let's take a look here at CENX. Let's take a look. Will this one hold? I already have this one, of course. I've been holding this one all the way from 57.03, guys. So it's now trading at 63. So we're about 6 points away, and it was trading at 65 this morning. Let's see if we can get back up there. I'm going to be looking on the hourly and just look for what higher low trend kind of continuing, especially on the 4 hour. So the idea is for a little bit of a dip here, maybe going back into the 62s, but a quick recovery back up towards the 64 action. That'll put us somewhere back into this area here. So let's see if we can get a nice little pullback into this little circle area and then kind of target into right about there at the open. A little pullback back towards the 65 is what I'm looking for. CENXY, aluminum continuing. And of course, things in the war, yes, they're getting a little bit better, but for aluminum, they're not. And I think you're clearly seeing it in Alcoa's price action last week. It continued all throughout the week. Yes, it didn't do the greatest days in the intraday, but towards the end of the week on Wednesday and Thursday, really started to hold strong above the daily resistance. You can see it here. And this is another one that you could kind of play on. Or if you wanted to go speculative or maybe a smaller volume, you can go with a Kaiser aluminum. Haha, let's go. Let's keep it going here. Let's go with another trade idea as we keep it going. Let's go with now a look into a semiconductor. Yes, let's take a look into this action. Looking at an AMD setup as I keep watching this daily pattern, and I feel like this is as institutional as it gets. You guys can clearly see here a nice rectangle pattern, right? Well, rectangle patterns are some of the patterns that especially institutions like the most because they're able to build positions off the bottom, right? Because they come in and they're looking at this kind of bottom section as positioning area, right? And so of course, you guys could see that action here. I'll kind of put it in that green box here. So that's kind of the area where I would be if I was an institution trying to load the boat in AMD, right? If I wanted this position, I'm trying to get on this position closest to 200 and best entries at 195, right? So at this point, I think you do have positioning in. There's a gap above here to fill now, right? So I think we start looking to see, can we break into this area? Can we go gapping and get up into this area, right? So I think at this point, you had a nice little liftoff day. Of course, you can get a little bit of a pullback. Anything that holds 210 is looking positive here. It hasn't completely broken into the out of the box. It needs to be like 225. I would say that, but it's something that I'm keeping on the radar here for an extension higher. All right, of course, multiple attempts at the bottom. Let's see if it gets moving. Let's get towards another one here. This is a different look. This is a short call out here. We'll take a look at T-Mobile as this has been starting to break down and could continue to break down as we've seen a turn here in the communication area, at least consumer. We're talking communication services. We'll look for some further breakdown here. Sorry about the drawings there. But looking for this breakdown here. Of course, you guys can see how this rejected it here. Now we're going a little bit lower. Now started to cut back into this area. This was kind of that undercut. Now it could start to break the 200 going towards the 195 and then just right back into the kind of the downtrend that it's been in. One of the things I think is important here with T-Mobile is the amount of spending that they've done as of late, and it really hasn't helped them. and I can go back a couple of years, but you guys can see how we're kind of coming off the peak of T-Mobile, and now starting to really start the decline, right? That's how these communications can go. And I think this is also telling me that you could start to look for what Verizon on the downside, right? So I think these are names that have had a nice little run, now starting to look like they want to start breaking down. And if they're going to break down, I think it gives us the potential to get after these. You can see it here. I'll zoom in. You can see this nice support area. So I'll start looking into this industry really for some shorts. Well, this would be the 49 cut down. All right, that's going to do it for our playbook action. We'll kick it over now to the sunrise report, but just themes out there, right? It's volatile, headline, whipsaw. The market is attempting, of course, a V bottom. We'll see if it's able to hold here. Driven, of course, by extreme swings in the Middle East escalation versus de-escalation news. Of course, tech/AI and metals are catching a bid, while oil and massive surge, of course, delays any clean rotation into industrials or consumer discretionary. Keep sizing down until you have a clear direction is confirmed, is what we're talking about today. Let's get towards, of course, our sunrise report. We got a lot to take a look into there as we dive into the action. All right, guys, we have two headlines out there fighting for control on Monday's open. The best jobs number in 2 months, but of course, the most explicit bombing threat in the Iran war has been produced. Trump vowed on Sunday that Iran would be living in hell if the Strait of Hormuz isn't open by Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, framing the deadline as Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up into one. Meanwhile, Friday's March payrolls came in at 178,000, nearly 3 times the 59,000 estimate, pushing unemployment to 4.3%. Futures opened, of course, down 0.5% and 0.7% on Sunday night on the ultimatum. But of course, this has clawed back now to almost flat. Of course, we got to take a look to see what is the market's honest answer here and when it can decide which headline wins here. We'll take a look to see what happens. All right, we'll dive deeper into, of course, Tuesday's ultimatum. The clock, of course, is running. President Trump issued, of course, a profanity-laced ultimatum on Sunday via Truth Social, declaring that Iran would be living in hell. We'll see what happens. Of course, this has been, of course, with back and forth action and delayed on the kind of the timeline. Now we pushed it back to Tuesday. So we'll have to just keep watch to see what happens here. Of course, WTI crude futures did slip a little bit slightly on Monday morning as there was a marginal ceasefire signal offset the war premium. But we'll see what happens here. Oil still climbing high as like I saw 116 at one point with WTI. So we could see continued pressure on the oil market. The jobs number, of course, was very kind of impactful. This is where I think we really need to see what happens because, of course, this happened when the market was closed. Now we'll get the real reaction. The number was 178,000, nearly 3 times the 59,000 consensus, and enough to push unemployment rate down to 4.3 from 4.4. Healthcare, of course, drove the 76,000 of the gain. Leisure and hospitality added 44,000. The surface reads an ambiguously strong, but internals carry the same bifurcation that defined the ADP report earlier in the week. It seems like the only jobs that are coming in the healthcare sector, and everywhere else, it's a drop, right? So manufacturing, trade, transportation continue shedding jobs as oil costs and tariff bite into the real economy. The Fed's response is to stay parked right now, and that's what we need to keep an eye out, as markets are now pricing a 77% probability that rates hold through to the year's end. Labor markets are strong enough here to keep the Fed on the sideline, and it's also strong enough to keep service inflation elevated. And that math doesn't get easier, of course, with Brent at 109. We'll keep taking a look to see what happens in the economy this week. We got tons of economic data to talk about throughout the week, so we'll keep it going. Of course, last week was all about what happened in the market. We did get the big rebound as on Friday and Thursday. Well, not Friday, but Thursday's action, of course. We'll see now. Can we continue this rebound, right? In focus today, we got ISM service PMI at 10 a.m. ISM service PMI for March drops at 10 a.m., the first live economic read after the holiday weekend, and the first data the market can really trade alongside the belated NFP reaction. February's reading was 53.5. The service sector has been the economy's defensive core while manufacturing is crumbling. Any readings above 50 reinforces that bifurcation that services are strong and goods are weak narrative. A miss, of course, particularly in the new orders for employment subcomponents, would signal that oil and tariff damage is finally migrating past good producers into the service economy. That, of course, would be the scenario that the Fed is most worried about here, and the one that turns the 178,000 jobs headline into more of a complicated story by mid-session. We'll see what happens here. Let's go to some pre-market movers that are moving before we get towards our traders. We got a lot for you guys today. Of course, it's our celebration day as we will be crowning the champ. The champ is coming. I hear him. I hear him. Rug pull, rug pull, rug pull. Stay tuned, guys. We got a lot for you guys today, right here on Trade the Pool. Let's go to some pre-market movers here. Let's go to Netflix. Netflix trading up here above here. The 100 break up 105 on Goldman Sachs, upgrading Netflix to buy from neutral Monday, calling it an enduring leader in content acquisition and development with strong prospects for multi-year capital return to shareholders. The upgrade is a content quality call at the moment when streaming competition has thinned. Disney and Warner Brothers Discovery have scaled back on their original programming to protect margins, leaving Netflix spending discipline in a stronger relative position here. We'll see what happens there. Netflix up 1.5%. Let's go to SLNO Therapeutics here. This is Soleno Therapeutics. It's up 40%. Yes, I said that right. 40%, rocketing higher this morning as it announces an agreement to acquire SLNO. This was from New Crane Biosciences. That's acquiring SLNO for $53 per share in cash, valuing the deal at approximately $2.9 billion. The target is VYKAT XR, Soleno's treatment for Prader-Willi syndrome, a rare genetic disorder with limited therapeutic options here. The deal expands a rare disease franchise that already generates outsized margins. The transaction is expected to close within 90 days. Let's go now to strategy and MicroStrategy, MSTR. This is up 4% here as we take a look at Bitcoin, climbing above 69,000 Monday on more than 1%, pulling the entire crypto-adjacent equity complex higher. Bitcoin treasury company MSTR getting a nice little bounce back, gained nearly 4% on this bounce. Crypto mining from Mara rose about 2%. So we'll take a look at some of these names here as you guys will see the jumps on the screen. And then, of course, Coinbase adding more than 3%. With the Fed on hold and oil-driven inflation keeping rates higher off the table, Bitcoin's uncorrelated appeal is finding new buyers. We'll see what happens there. SNDK. Let's go take a look here. What's going on this one? This is the high flyer, of course, that hasn't turned as it's up 3% and memory stocks extending the rebound following last week's sell-off triggered by fears of Google's TurboQuant compression algorithm that it would reduce AI memory demand. The pushback thesis is holding, and SanDisk raised more than 3%. Micron gained more than 3.5%. Western Digital added nearly 2.7%. Seagate Technology STX climbed more than 3.2% after being named Morgan Stanley's top pick on a separate catalyst. AMKR rose more than 3%. Melis Research upgraded to buy here, and the firm arguing that AMKR or Amkor benefits as chip makers diversify semiconductor packaging away from TSMC. So this is actually a name that I really like, this AMKR. I definitely will be watching this, guys, to try to make a trade on it. It's already gapped up, so I'm definitely going to have to get a nice little pullback. I did love the chart, so we'll talk about this a little bit more. But guys, you guys know when I try to point something out, this is a beautiful looking trend. I don't know if they have themselves a nice technical analyst, but this looks beautiful. If we can get right back above that 50, and we're pushing right now towards the 48, so trend line approach, 48.70s in line today. We'll see if we get up there. All right, let's keep going. Let's go to LYB. We got a lot for you guys. We're almost to 9 o'clock here. Should be joined by our traders just shortly coming up. All right, Bank of America downgraded both LYB and Dow Inc. To underperform from neutral, arguing that the chemical company's strong year-to-date performance was built on unsustainable tailwinds. The Iran war distorting input costs and competitive dynamics in their favor. This one I don't understand. Why come in and just try to hit these companies? But hey, that's exactly what Bank of America is doing. They're saying that they're just on unsustainable tailwinds. But the truth is, the input cost is, of course, jumping towards the upside and giving them a competitive advantage. We'll see if these continue to turn here. Dow, of course, was doing really well in the chemical space, getting hit this morning down there towards 40 and turn off 42. We'll look to see if it goes back there, maybe towards the 38s. Could be a potential short opportunity. There's some other names out there like Carvana and Halliburton, but I think we'll go ahead and we'll get towards our traders here in just a little bit. We'll be joined, of course, by the myth, the legend that is the Rock Pullers. So stick around for that, guys. Let's go ahead. Let's first bring on Michael Noss. Let's bring on, I think we have, oh, there's some other legends in the back too here. I'm having fun here. All right, let's first bring on Michael Noss, just as it quickly, just kind of preference the market. Then we'll get to the fun times and bring on Kevin and the others. All right, guys, smash it up out there. Excited. What's going on? How we doing out there, Michael?
Doing great. It's a weird day because when I get up and I look at the futures, it says we're up over 0.5%, and then I look at the SPY and it's like flat. So it reminded me that we actually did trade some on Friday if you were trading the futures and not the stocks, but looking good, right? There was a whole bunch of crazy rants as always on the weekend, and the market doesn't seem to care anymore, which, we talked about ad nauseum, that eventually gets to the point where we get numb to whatever is being said out there. The market just, it's like, okay, let's look at actually things that are happening as opposed to kind of back and forth yelling, same as, the first administration, same as we saw with the tariff tantrum and all that kind of stuff. So it'll be interesting to see, right? We're still in the, can we stick the landing, that, the huge bounce that we got last week. It was quite the sizable bounce. It was a great time to be kind of buying stocks, and it happened right at the anchored view app from the low there from the tariff tantrum. So, I know my boy Brian Shannon will be happy about that, but it makes when we get bounces like this, it should make our jobs really easy as traders. It's time to shut everything down and turn on the blinders and say, okay, if we're above where that bounce came in, then great. It's probably time to start accumulating, looking for things that are doing fine. If we lose that level, around 630-ish, then that's potentially another leg down. Until then, we don't really have evidence of another leg down. So have at it. But we're also just right back in the range. So
so did you say the anchored VWAP was the bottom there? Because I had the anchored VWAP at like 643, like 640s.
Yeah, so I've got it here. We can pop on my screen quick, but I had to do it on the futures. But yeah, it was a little bit above. But if you look at weekly chart, of course these things aren't exact levels; they're kind of ranges.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can see, right, of all the places that we stopped, it was kind of right in that zone right there, which is interesting because then I started to go through a bunch of other names, right? So I went to the IWM and we didn't get anywhere close, right? And then I went to, which is small caps. And then I went to MDY, which is mid caps. We didn't get anywhere close. So I'm like, okay, so the Qs bled under quite a bit. The SPY bled under by, a couple points. So that just shows us more of what we've been talking about all year. Mag 7 is well under, if you do MAGS, is still under that level. So we are seeing this lag in the Mag 7 continue as this one's coming down and then the rest of them are holding up using that kind of AVWAP as an anchor point. So for me, that makes my life really simple, right? If we're above this 630, if we're above that AVWAP where we bounced last time, I'm going to continue to be deploying more and more capital. And if we lose it, then I'll exit a bunch of stuff and we'll see where the next potential bounce point is. And so unfortunately, it doesn't feel like, I don't know, I'm the quant saying feel, it doesn't feel like we're just going to rip back to all-time highs, which might mean that it's more of this midterm chop and slop that we expect to happen in midterm year, which could mean
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me.
right,
Don't tell me. Well, Quant, I got a
stuck
good
in the
statistic
range.
for you, but we'll save that for when we're actually doing some trading action. But I appreciate you preferencing the market here for all the traders out there. And traders out there, let us know if there's anything that's on your radar today. Of course, we'll catch some comments in the chat. It's time to come to the celebration time where we get to go and talk about the one, the only, the myth, the legend, the rug pullers. I can hear them. I can hear them out there. They're
I was
just
gonna say,
chanting his name. They're
do I
chanting his
have to be here
name.
for this? The gloat?
They're
Can I
chanting
go
his name. I can hear it.
grab a coffee or something? Come back when he's done gloating? Is that in the rules?
Let's bring on the myth, the legend, the rug puller himself,
Oh, hey, I will boast in the glory. Rug pullers, let's get it. I mean, we said feast or famine, and it was only feast. There was no famine. So congratulations for all that voted for me. We'll do it again next event too.
Bow down to the one and only, the rug puller, the celebrating.
The real question now, Kevin.
Yeah, what a competition. It was such a blast. And
are you a swing trader now? Is that
what?
Are you converted?
What do you want?
Are you a swing trader? You going to be holding these things now? Look at that. You did nothing for 3 weeks, and what an amazing trade. It was like all on one.
Something. I think we're certainly onto something. I mean, look, battle the timing, got lucky a little bit that she held up, but we milked that thing for weeks and weeks. So yeah, swing trading. I'm all for it. Let's get it. Let's get it going with the swing.
That was going to be my question, because this was, this competition. You just had to take your picks. You had to, you could do some rebalancing or something, but it's pretty much, ride or die with them. So it forced like a lot of like you and Josh and a lot of people who are mostly day traders right now into that swing environment. And I would think that, maybe you looked at that and you said, well, I did nothing for 3 weeks and made a ton of money. Maybe, right? Maybe it's time to start looking at that time frame and with your real accounts and your real capital and things like that, to say, hey, am I leaving cash on the table?
Yeah, I'm having a little. Mitch, are you hearing the lag too, or is it just me?
It just might be lovely Mux, but we are actually doing all right there, Kevin. But yeah, I mean, you definitely need to be looking into how you can maybe be doing this, at least taking a shot like this, right? What I always talk about is you got to sometimes leave a little bit of meat on the table, see if it can keep going, right? Because even the smallest share size, right? Even the smallest share size with your normal positions. Even 100 shares, right? Even 100 shares from that top to that bottom is still a nice little gain. Right?
I'm glad you guys bring that up, because it's so important. This was all for fun and games to a degree, right? But there is something here there's lessons to be learned. And that is, if you can even have, like Money Mitch is saying, that a small piece, now that we have that fancy overnight button where we can apply risk levels, it's just important to be involved to a degree where we can sleep well at night, but also still milk the play for money with an overbought ticker such as that and swinging it. over many days, because oftentimes I will struggle with that, or I think, man, I have to sit here and stare at the computer, because who knows, like Nos was saying, what's going to be tweeted today. Maybe the Strait of Hormuz opens up, and then all of a sudden the whole market erupts and shoots straight up, in which case maybe you get stopped out of a short swing, but you just have to be okay with that, because you're never going to reap this amazing outcome of battle, making 50% on $1 million account, if you don't at least put yourself in that risk. So certainly there is a level of luck to it. I mean, because again, you don't know what headline's going to come out. But there is a percent of edge there too, that we need to put ourselves in that favorable spot.
And this was actually, as I dare say, news helped out here, Michael. Actual news.
Again, news always moves the market. The question is it predictable? And I like
this
what you
one.
mentioned.
And this one was interesting though, because it was like it's a kind of like a nice blow off, the opposite reaction too, right? So
Well, and oil was ripping, and this is like a crappy oil name that oil hit new all-time highs.
Crappy oil name up high, overvaluated. Well, time to go short it, right? Let's go ahead. Let's bring on Tony in the background here. Let's bring him on. The man, how we doing out there? I think he's on the beach somewhere.
Hey, good morning. Good morning,
Hey.
fellas. How y'all doing this
Good
morning?
morning, Coach. Good morning, Coach.
Hey,
Congratulations,
sipping some pina coladas,
Ken.
baby.
Hey, thank you.
You know how pinky up, money man.
You winning regardless if we losing, baby. We winning.
Yeah, that's how you win. This is how you win when you lose.
Hey, I love it. But we do have some other winners, of course, we want to celebrate here. So it's time to get to the fun part, time to deliver some prizes for some traders out there, guys. So I know there's a lot of you guys listening in here. Who won out there, of course? So the first thing we're going to deliver is going to be users that build a team, right? They built their own team and passed with having Kevin as the coach. So that means that they said, that man, Kevin, he's a killer. He's going to get one of these shorts, right? And you know what? I can do this on my own. Let's bring them out here. First up, let's celebrate here. Dare I say, the Mad Quants out there. What a celebration out there.
I see the battle short there too. For the Mad Quad. Yeah, good work.
Yeah, man. And then there's Fabian here, Mad Quant. A celebration to you, that BATL short there. That definitely helped there. Some Oscar X. I don't know about that one. You and I can talk about that one another time. But you guys know how I feel about Oscar. But hey, first place, and I started at the top, 50K, top 3 P&L. This is the surprise here. You already got the 5K, but you got the top P&L, my friend. So not only are we going to deliver you that 5K there on that prize, but we're going to go to the next level. We're going to give you here top P&L prize here also. So stick around, Fabian. It's going to be a great day for you because you absolutely killed it. Look at this top P&L, guys. It is a real celebration here. I mean, what a dare I say quant. Dare I say it. Quant killing it, guys. So celebration to you, definitely. Great job there. Yeah. All right, let's go to the second place. And this guy is already getting a nice little prize of that 5K. And we're going with Joe here. Joe. In second
our
place.
Joe, or is that
Joe Welsh? Joe Welsh out there. Congrats. So celebrating Joe out there. Celebration here, guys. And look what was on here. Some shorts, right? I mean, the short on BATL. Another kind of similar pick there that, of course, helped out the traders get to success. But, of course, like I mentioned, we are also giving another great prize. Not only did you get the 5K there, but we're jumping it to here for the top 3, we're doing a special prize, an unknown special prize, of course, where you get an added bonus. That's why Fabian got the 50K, and an added bonus here. The second place here, top P&L there, 366,024 confirmed here, gets 25K. Joe. So shout out to you, another 25K account, not just the 5K account. You're getting that nice 25K eval. So we're giving out a 50K, 25K, and then of course the smaller 5Ks are already included. So you're getting multiple accounts there for winning at the top. We reward those winners out here at Trade the Pool. That's for sure. And those losers, let's just say I'm out here talking, but a little shy, a little rosy cheeks here, you know.
Still a winner, man. You're still a winner.
Hey, it's how it is, man. Let's keep it going. Let's go to the next prize winner here, Jefferson Medina here. So shout out to you. Got here 25.56. Not bad at all. Celebration to you, because dare I say, some longs. Finally. Wow. Finally, someone out there making money on some long side of things. So shout out to you. Some great positions there. 255, not a bad move at all. All right, let's go to the third place there. That also got. Well, we'll keep it going. Let's go to Wyatt first here. Let's go to Wyatt here in 6th place here. Wyatt with a nice little 5K coming to you. Wyatt with a little bit of a mix. This is what I like. Not just all one direction. I think this actually makes the most sense. But that short on BATL saved them, of course, as Tesla came tumbling down and BATL did really well, right? And even this long on SoFi probably got dragged and still was able to still do well, right? That's why you want to have uncorrelated trades a lot of the times. And boom, Wyatt getting the 5K there. All right. Now we just got one more. I think we got 2 more. Yeah, we got 2 more. So we got Habiha. Sorry if I mispronounced this one. We'll be receiving this one here. Let's go ahead. Let me pull it up here. So nice positions here in some longs, a long only up to 375. One thing I will be checking in on that top 3 P&L, why you weren't included in here. But I am going to be looking into it. We'll reach out to you according to that. But you did get the 5K here. That's guaranteed already. I see it in the prize there. That Ondas long though, love it, man. That's a trade that I was looking at, was up and down. Hope that actually turns out throughout the week. But hey, some really good trades there, and some Lily X. Whoa. Was able to make some trade money on, I think, the trade that kind of destroyed Michael. So, hey, not too bad yourself. Not too bad. And last one there, Hussefa in 3rd place here for the top P&L gets 2 5K accounts here. So let's do that last one here. This is 277, 437. Some longs there on some interesting names, right? Even some GE Health name. So shout out to you out there. Some good prizes indeed. Hope you guys enjoy those prizes. Use those evals, and you should be seeing these evals come into your account within 24 hours, maximum about 3 days. But that's not all, guys. We still also had some teams that we wanted to give some prizes to. Of course, we had kind of solo individuals that kind of jumped in here. But we also had some teams, and I want to shout out to the teams out there because I think the team approach was really cool to get into the group approach, right? So want to shout out to the team approach here. You guys are getting 2 prizes also. Both these teams will be receiving the 5K eval. I'm not going to go through each name, but I will give the team name here. First up, let me get a little bit of a drum roll here for Never Never give up, baby. Out there doing it well. Not a bad name at all, guys. Never
Yeah.
give up, guys. Never give up. Just keep on pushing out there, guys. We will see what's going on out there. Of course, there was 5 members here, so shout out you guys coming all together. You guys will each kind of be getting those 5K evals, so look for those to be hitting your hub. Main thing though, if you are a prize winner or anybody out there that has and signed up for the competition, you should have already had a hub. Make sure that you have a hub with the email that you signed up with, because that's where it will be delivered. All right, last one there for the team one is one that I love here. The name was definitely interesting, and shout out to you guys, the Bullish Bears. The Bullish Bears out there. So shout out to you guys.
Yeah, that cracked me up.
Yeah,
Great
the
name.
Bullish.
Yeah, I love it.
The Bullish Bears right here, guys. You see the group and captain not too bad with that BATL. Ross, you helped them out, man. Way to be a captain and hold down your team with 10,000 short of BATL. Man, it's like these guys knew something about that rug puller guy. I don't know. So, all right, guys.
BNAI I like too. That BNAI was a decent looking play too. So good work on that, Bullish Bears.
Well, the fun doesn't stop, guys. That's one thing I definitely want to mention, though, because we've still got more giveaways for you guys. They will be coming at 10 a.m. We'll talk more about it, but trust me, guys, hey, get ready for this, guys. They gave me too much today. They let me break the bank open, guys. I got 37 prizes to give away at 10 a.m.
Ooh-wee.
37. Like when they gave me that, I added it up. I don't think they did, but don't worry, I did, and we're gonna have some fun, guys. So stick around.
Money Mitch, all you need now is a white beard, and they call you Santa Claus.
I'm feeling like Santa today. I'm just handing it out. I'm throwing it out there, baby. We're gonna make it rain with these evals today. Let's keep it going, guys. And the fun part, the markets are rocking and rolling. Volatility at its highest gives us the opportunity to get through these evals pretty quickly. And we all know what we're trying to get to, that funded account, right? But like always, guys, check out Trade the Pool. If you guys were a part of this competition, it's also about learning and kind of tying in some strengths that you learned in the competition into your accounts, right? That's what we were talking about with Kevin. Tony, what did you kind of take from the competition? Anything that you think you could maybe apply to trading in general?
Oh yeah, man. The competition was a good exercise so that we could see that when you're doing a swing trade, you have to really think about what you're going to do. And one week may be one way, and the next week may be just the opposite, it seems. Um, I enjoyed the competition actually, because you got to sit back and get away from day trading. You know, because when you constantly day trade, your mind is constantly working, trying to follow the trend. But with this, we just set it and forget it. Now, we made money the first week and then lost the second week, but we very well, if that was a real account, could have took that money out and put it on, put it to the bottom line.
There
So
you
I
go.
enjoyed the competition. I thought it was fun. But I
Right?
did want to say that the Reverend, I think he did a ringer. He used some powers that shouldn't be incorporated in this whole thing. Being a Reverend,
Let's just say I don't know what water they're drinking over there at the
yeah,
Avery
holy
house,
water.
but well, let me get some of that water over there at the Avery house. It's good water out there. Let's
What's going
celebrate
on?
with Kevin. Let's give him the
Yeah,
spotlight here and talk about the competition, what you learned from it, Kevin, what you're going to take from it. And my friend, here, have the spotlight, my friend.
Some call it holy water, actually.
Some
Cool.
call it.
I like that. Hey, polish it up for me. Gil
There's
Carlo.
your prize.
Let's get it. Polish her up. Roll the red carpet out. Yeah. Look, oftentimes we tend to forget about the stocks we traded the same day. I don't know if you guys are like that out there. And
Oh yeah.
and so that I'll be talking to my wife about ticker, of course, venting as I do, and then she's like, I'm like, I can't even remember the name of the ticker, what the company does, this or that, but that's what was what I liked about the competition is we got to learn a lot like that, where we're involved in these tickers to a degree in which there's interest there. So that way we're still learning. We're able to learn because we're keeping our eyes involved on these tickers. What are they doing? How are they moving? And so that we can learn from it. And that was a strong takeaway for me. And talking to some really great traders as well with the chat with traders here lately. And, that's what a lot of them have said separate the best, really the best from the worst. Have you guys heard this quote as well? 90% of the money is made from 10% of the trades. That's a quote, and a lot stick by that. And what does that mean? That means when opportunity rises, you capitalize. When there is a euphoric play, a lot of you did really well on that battle play. And when there's a crazy emotions and euphoria present, human behavior oftentimes doesn't change. And so what we can do is lean into those winners and try our best to set and forget. That was the lesson learned in the competition. I think there's, again, fun and games, but at the end of the day, there was a great lesson learned there. And again, those amazing traders out there, they'll tell me, look, we might have ups and downs on the daily, but when our A plus pocket pair ace hand shows up, we're putting the chips on the table and applying the risk. So that's what I learned. That was the big takeaway for me.
Amen.
Hey, it was a fun time, of course, and the market madness never stops. Why? Because we're right here, right? And we got a lot of trading going on, and we'll have some more competitions coming up for you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Of course, give us feedback on the competition. There was somebody that I kind of missed in the background that I want to bring on just a quick second. My man Joe hopped in really quickly. Let's bring him onto the screen here.
Yes, sir.
So didn't want to forget my man, the myth, the legend, the one eye out there. Got one eye on the screen at all times, literally. Hey, how you doing out there, Joe? It's good to see you.
Good.
Did you enjoy the competition, my friend?
Oh, heck yeah. That was such fun to participate in that, and just look forward to the next level that we bring out, the next competition. It's always fun. It's always, and this one was a little bit different, getting our streamers all together, to be really heavily active in it. And that just was like a new, kind of a fresh take on things. So I just look forward to doing more and everything. So congratulations, Kevin.
Yeah, and likewise to you. The next one, you're very likely to take that one. You got to be. Here's the secret sauce to it.
I got punched in an eye by Kevin.
That's right. We all did. My friend.
The secret sauce, if you will. This book, guys, secret sauce.
Oh, it's all in the sauce. It's all in the sauce.
You do have to be bold in these competitions. I will say there were over 1,000 participants, right? So I mean, if you're gonna take it, you got to be bold. You're gonna
be bold, and I think that you took advantage of the way that the setup was, right? You were allowed to take a penny stock and get after it and try to make money, and you did just that, my friend. So shout out to you, definitely celebrating the win there, taking the lead and consistency overall throughout the competition. So we'll see what you do next month, my friend. You got to let us know how things are going out there. Kevin, we'll be missing you, my friend. We'll be missing all you guys, and have a good time. We'll have to bring you guys back on the stream for a little bit of some trading action. Tony, get you some time on the screen. And Joe, it's always good to see you. Hope everything's going well with you guys, and keep on pushing. You guys can always follow with all these guys along on their journey with Trade the Pool. Of course, you always see these guys on multiple streams, so stick with them. And of course, keep up with Joe in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord and having fun in the Discord, you're missing out. Of course, the Discord is on 24 hours a day. Well, we're only unfortunately on for part of the day, right? So get to the Discord. Thank you guys, Joe. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Tony, for joining us this morning.
Peace.
Appreciate you guys.
Have a good one, guys. All right.
Kevin on WhatsApp. I'm gonna keep asking him what his pick is. His next short. Like, give me that.
Yeah, what's the next short, right? We don't want to know the BATL. What's the next? What's the next?
I got no problem holding on tonight.
Tell me.
I hear him
I
talking
heard
smack in the
something.
background.
I heard something in the background that you got to get his facts. But
Yeah.
you guys have fun, guys. It's always great.
Peace,
So
buddy.
we'll get back to the markets, but of course, it's always good to competition. But don't forget, we still got 37 prizes to give. We're coming up at 10 a.m. So stick
Yeah,
around right here. Don't go anywhere.
that is a ton. That is a
Yeah.
ton of prizes. to give
Yeah.
away.
see,
That's
Put it this
crazy.
way. I'm like, okay, this won't be too bad. I don't think people will be too mad about this.
No,
Um, and
no,
and
that's
and hey, and you could be one of those winners, right? Of course, what you would need to do, well, you needed to have been signed up to the competition, but stick around. We got a lot more for you guys. We can talk about some ideas out there. We can get into different trades. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here out the gates, right? I think on Thursday, that's our recent trading, but Friday's job data coming in and kind of shaking things up. Surprise job data. A lot of talk back and forth. I mean, it's a wild ride out there in the headline space. It's just headline driven markets. What
yeah.
will happen today?
Well, I was watching the SPY while we were chatting there, and just
Yeah.
did nothing. You know, we've just been shopping around all morning, sitting like right now exactly flat, up 0.00%. So it's been a lot of this, right? Up a little bit, down a little bit. Now again, if you look at the futures, it shows us up about 0.5%, because on Friday when the futures was trading, it pulled back a bit. So again, a little bit up from there, but and this is the closing price, and you can just see the price action this morning. It's just been a whole lot of nothing. So Q's up a little bit more because our Mag 7 is up a bit with Tesla. Some good news on Tesla. I was just looking at what they're talking about on Twitter, and this Intel, my socialism pick, is starting to look like it's picking up just a little bit here. Could be breaking out of this range again. I'm in from 30-ish, I think, like low 30s. So far it's been a great trade. Let's see if we can go for a double or something. But yeah, we're gapping up again this morning into 51 on Intel, and we have just opened there, as you guys heard, on the SPY. So let's just zoom in here and put this on a 1-minute chart and see what we do right off the bat. But we got Trump chatting at 1, so could be one of those wait and see. And it could be one of the afternoon is where the action really picks up. So just keep in mind, it just says a press conference. I don't know what it's about, but you guarantee they're going to ask him questions about war and all that kind of stuff. So we got to be careful there.
Let's have some fun. Let's see what we can do.
So far a little bit of a pop out the gate, but I'm looking at this kind of pre-market, this 655.50 low. It looks like a pretty important one. Let's see if we can hold that. But we had a huge spike off these lows in just a couple days, like a huge rally. So again, it wouldn't surprise me to see some sort of a give back. And then the question is, can we give back a bit and then hold above that low? Because we can just give back into this zone, but still hold that low. That's what we're looking for, is that kind of higher low to be put in order to give us the confidence that people are holding that floor. And yeah, Tesla, I see the chat talking about TSLL to be specific, but Tesla, there was some upgrades and some guidance and things like that. So even though they got smoked a bit on Friday when they missed delivery numbers, the press is coming out on this one now. So if we get a move in Tesla, maybe we'll get a move across everything else.
I think you watch the space area. That's the area that's really kind of getting the lift, right? Some people are talking about Tesla getting maybe some potential shares. That's why Tesla's been getting a nice little boost. It's getting the boost out the gates here, at least.
Yeah, that's right.
Watching to see what happens with the space stocks there today. They'll definitely be on the radar.
Let me see. There's Mr. Bloomberg, which is what we'll call him, was talking about it. Yeah, so reiterated as a buy by Canaccord and JP Morgan. So just some. And then also, funny, JP Morgan comes out with a big article, is oil the new black gold? Which is hilarious that it's like, okay, you're coming out now with this. This is those aren't the articles you generally see at bottoms. Those are more the articles that come out that you see near tops after they've missed the move entirely. So
Yeah,
that's what I'm going to be
USO.
watching today.
USO, I think, has like one more hurrah, man. I'm looking for 145, and I think that's the time. That's you know why? Because I said that like back at 110. So sometimes like when I get those numbers in my head, and I'm like, that's where I wanted it. I'm just waiting. I'm like a little ticking time bomb. Just get me up there. Um, I think it has one more hurrah. One more Tuesday comes and he says, down with the bridges. And then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh no, now we're getting a deal."
Yeah, I'm waiting for, and I mentioned this before too, but for me, I'm waiting for the crack day. Same day we got in
It's gonna
silver,
come.
right?
It's gonna
Y-
come, right? And I think it will come off of a new high. We just got a new high on Thursday, so who knows? Maybe we already got it, right?
Well, and that was the same thing that happened, right? Silver gapped up and failed, and then just had that like implosion day where, it dropped like 30%. And then ever since then, it's just been, a short-term trader's dream. Someone trying to pick a direction's absolute nightmare. And I think it follows the same. And if you just go back in commodities, right? They don't do like a BATL where it's going to go like all the way back to like $30 a barrel in a straight line or whatever, but you usually get that crack day. In silver it was 30%, but oil's not nearly as crazy, so maybe like 10-15%. But you'll see it on the chart. It will just be complete, destruction of all of this level right here. Then you go, okay, that's when people got hurt. Maybe let me look for a little bit of a short continuation, start to short rips after that. But it's, yeah, we're just holding on here, not doing too much, but digging in. And SPY, we're pushing just a bit, but we've got pre-market highs all the way up here at 658.58. That's a long way to go for pre-market highs. So until we get pre-market highs or pre-market lows, not too worried about it. Again, I know that Trump is going to speak at 1, so that could be, again, this is a headline market. Right? It's not always a headline market, but this is specifically one that, unfortunately, we're not in the big club that gets the headlines in advance, so we just have to react to them when they happen. But we're going to get something. We're going to get some sort of a deal done or deal not done, or I'm going to send them to the Stone Age, or we had an amazing talk, or you guys know. You know what one of them will be. It's just until it hits, I don't know if I trust much of it. So let's see. So far, a nice strong high. If we can get above 658.50, maybe. And then we got to start looking at this kind of 2-day high. So this high right here was 658.50. So that's the pre-market high, and that's this candle's high right here. So if we can get through that, then maybe more bullishness to have. I'm lacking trust in anything that's going on here.
Yeah, man. We'll see what happens there. Trying to pay attention to some AI names as they've been hot. AAOI doing well there. FN. Oh, AMD, guys. It was on my radar there, and it's just breaking out, continuing. That one has a huge rectangle pattern to break out here, Michael. If you were looking for a semiconductor to dip, that looks interesting, my friend. Love the pattern there. It's had so much consolidation between this kind of 218, 219 to 190s. Looking good there. AMD breakout today.
Yeah, I saw that on a couple charts on the weekend. People were looking at just the support. Like that's a really prominent around like
That's
200,
institutional to me.
190. Yeah,
That's just
that's a floor that someone's saying when we get there, buyer.
exactly, because it's just too much defense at one level. When you get too much defense at one level, normally the Bears would take control there and just break it through. But you see such a rejection. What do I always say? If it rejects that many times from support, it tests resistance. In this case, it's testing resistance and has the opportunity for the breakout.
Well, and that's it's important kind of lesson for out there is how institutions do things, right? Is they will pick a zone. So, the portfolio manager will go to the trader, which is always two different people,
Starting to see some pullback.
and say, "Hey, I like this thing around,
Shoes.
I like this thing around $100, or I like this thing around $200, or whatever it is." And then they just start to wait and then kind of place the trades. So let's see. Got some
Saw some pullback there in the Qs. VIX starting to move up a little bit here.
Got some orders in waiting. I made some changes to the bot this weekend because it was given not great fills. So I went in and I switched from anything market related to anything kind of limit related to begin with. And we'll see how that ends up going. But so far, long AMT and long EXC. Two names again for this AI opening range break strategy that we're building.
The XX holding in well right now. The Q's kind of fading off a little bit here. We'll see what happens if we get some little bit of a fade there. I see software really dipping fast there. So like I've mentioned, software is not the place to be, man. Stick with the winners. The tech hardware space looks great still. While software, yes, it might have bounced, but how much was that bounce really? From even the best trade on IGV, you're only up 4%. That tells me what? You're buying the knife. Keep playing with knives. You get cut, man. I'd rather be in other areas like that AI trade or opticals or something like that where it makes more sense.
Yeah, SPY's been choppy this morning. Went back. We got close to kind of challenging pre-market high and then sold. And we challenged pre-market low. And now we're rallying. So again, with the old Trump speech, and we have another. Let me grab this. We've got a ISM services, I think,
Yes,
coming out.
ISM. Yep.
Yeah, so we have services
10 a.m.
at 10, and then we have Trump at 1. So
And then Trump will probably be making comments tonight if the timeline gets out, right? Saidu, penny stock, if you guys are looking for a space name, right? That's a $3 space name. Trying to get the dip under $3, push right back up here. Looks good for the day trade for me.
I was looking at this MLEC. Like trying to big pre-market range right here, trying to break through that now. That's an interesting one. $9. What else? MAXN. Solar name. Oof. That's a rough trader, guy. So be careful. That is open halt, open halt, open halt. And yeah, this feels like, this is one of those. That's just garbage companies. But yeah, just be careful, right? It's one of those halt mania kind of ones. All right, so we got 4 names going on here, and I think I'm out of buying power. So we're short NVIDIA, long ETR, long AMT, and long EXC. Next thing I'm going to build in the bot, I think, is to change out anytime there's a liquid double leverage thing, is to put that instead. Like instead of me owning 38 shares of NVIDIA or short 38 shares of NVIDIA, I'd rather be short like what NVDL. Well, there's probably an NVDD too. Yeah. No, do NVDL. Short NVDL. Right. Just allow more trades in that way by eating less buying power for the same risk. Right? You don't take a double to take a double. You take a double so that you can split up your risk in half. So far, pretty quiet, right? The market's up 0.1%. It's kind of in the middle of its current day range. It's right in the middle of its pre-market range. Let's see if we can split things up just a little bit. If we can get out of this range one way or another, when we get this 11 o'clock number. If not, we got to wait for, we have to wait for Trump to speak at 1, and he'll get all kinds of questions under the sun and figure it out, right?
All right, looking at this MLEC here, penny stock of the day. Let's see if it wants to get running again here. Taking in the eval here. See if it gets going. Willing to take an ad here in the 870s, but got a small piece right now. See if that gets going. Looking around out there, trying to find some more potential plays. More potential.
Yeah, nothing on the street for news.
Financials bouncing. There you go. That's what you want to see there. That's a good sign there. Credit services leading the upside. Capital markets, global banks. So financials seem to be the flavor of the day for the time being right now. That's jumping. That's helping electronic components.
Everyone's talking about Netflix is actually the number one talked about. Ooh, what is going on with you?
It's rating. That's what happens when you give banks ratings and they fool you with an upside rating. Here we go. Got MELC starting to get going here, guys. Let's see if I can get a bid fill here on a pullback. Looking to try to get some bid pullback fill here.
Oh, they're jacking up their subscription fees again. Those jerks.
Yeah, they always do,
Like,
dude.
come on. But yeah, a nice scap up and then pull back a bit. See, I guess if it holds the gap. This is probably one of the only like software related names that is holding up nicely. I guess you could probably put that more in like the entertainment space. Oh, we got one more trade come through here. CIEN to the short side. So we got what, 2 shorts and 3 longs. That puts me pretty
Oh,
balanced, pretty happy.
you're short on Sienna?
Yeah, it did the
Alright.
gap and fade.
All right, there you go. Stock that was really strong on Thursday. You're just fading the rip.
That's it. When it comes to
go.
I am very big on trend following in the swing side of things. I'm very big on mean reversion in the day trading side of things. Just based off the stats. Stuff talking about Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's interesting. Again, we talked about had those upgrades from the banks. You know, a big gap down on Thursday because they missed inventories. I think they missed shipments or something. People are just buying less cars or they're building less cars. I don't know which one that is, but yeah, we had some action today. Nice rip off the gate, a little bit of a pullback. We got XLK up 0.5%. We have the Qs up 0.5%, Mag 7 up 0.5%, and then the SPY both flat. So same with IWM, it's about flat. So this is we get this rotation just constantly where it's either a big cap tech day or it's not a big cap tech day. And this appears to be a big cap tech day. So, look at your Teslas and Nvidias and Apples and all those type of things, just to make sure you're not missing any of those. PRFX.
Guys, in about 15 minutes, we'll be getting towards our giveaway action. So keep your eyes on that action. I'm looking to see what's leading the queues right now to give you guys what stocks are leading here. There is one bounce back in IGV that is a software named AppLovin with a big rip towards the upside up to 412 from 390. That's a big rip, guys. That's a 5% move. STX booking. AMD showing up there. Shop doing well. So going through names that are doing well in the queues right now. Intel doing well there. Palantir, a little bounce back. Amazon, nice lead to the upside. So of course that's going to help here. You are starting to see at least some of the big boys trying to hold in a little bit. Apple green, Google green, Meta green, right? So
Crow is trading that MAXN. Be careful.
Which one? He's trading
MAXN. This is that 90-cent one that's just been halting all day long. I'm sure Crow knows what he's doing. He's got a plan, but she's a halter. That's what halted like what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times.
I'm in MLEC. Another trade. Oh, Maxon. All right.
Yeah. Solar name, it says MLE.
Yeah, Maxon. It is a solar name. Oh, my computer does not like that one.
Uh-oh.
You know what that means.
Down she goes. Go to the web. Buy a Mac. Go to the web.
It's the program, man. That ain't my fault.
Go to
I didn't make the program.
All right, let's go to the web version. That's what I've never had a problem
That's
with.
even worse, dude.
See, I've never had a crash, which is, I'll take it.
No, it's just the interface kind of sucks on that.
RSP flat on the day. GS holding up. So
Good lord.
yeah, that's really all you need to see. If you look at the SPY up 0.6, and then you look at RSP actually just like actual flat, like down like 3 cents. Just tells you all you need to know. What's going on in this market. We're doing that whole lot of nothing. We're just kind of hanging out waiting for the average stock is just chilling, and then large cap stocks, those are the ones that are really pushing. So we're getting a real good move in the large cap area. The we're taking a look here on the Qs are at the day's high, and then also at this post-market high right here. So we have to kind of keep an eye on this one as well, right? The huge area there for the Qs that have been kind of dogging for a long time. But yeah, this, so call it 589, 590. That's what I'm watching here for the Qs. We're right up to it. We got 10 minutes until the number comes in. I can't imagine this is going to be huge, but I talk about it all the time that this could be one of those that everyone's waiting for the open before they turn on their systems, and they're waiting for that number to get out of the way. SOLN, is this a buyout? Yeah, this must be a buyout.
Yeah, it's a buyout.
That's number 2 talked about. Luck and Coffee. I'm always surprised, right? This thing was like a big accounting scam, and it's still here. And VKTX. VKTX. Hasn't moved at all, but number 4 mentioned. Potential buyout as market participates. Recent biotech deal flow. Which is weird to see.
An interesting one.
Something so mentioned on StockTwits for like no movement at all. And Fubo, FUBO.
This is why you don't go on stock tweets, guys. I think what Michael's telling you right now.
It's just a free way to find gappers.
Dude, that is the worst way, bro.
That
is the worst site ever, man. I don't even know how it's still around.
Gappers. STX.
It's like using Reddit, dude.
Venture capital money. Oh, I love Reddit. I spend a lot of time on Reddit.
You spend time on Reddit, dude?
Yeah.
Oh, good lord, man. You and me are a little different, man. I cannot spend 10 minutes on that.
Here's some great algorithmic trading forums where they just talk about different system ideas and things like that. You can go grab ideas.
I don't think I've ever been in a Reddit forum.
Oh man, and during the height of it, I found Wall Street Bets just infinitely hilarious. I still creep in there from time to time.
Can't do it, man. Can't do it. All right, guys. I'm seeing this FCUV trying to make a move here. We'll see if it gets going. I got MLEC that's doing well. That one I'm about to add to. Yeah, I'll take a little bit of a shot there on the ad. Now looking to add into this and let her rip. See if she wants to rip there. MLEC. So I got that one now. I got 1,500 shares. Let's see if that one goes. Also liking that FCUV.
OPEC agrees to reduce oil production and boost oil productions when Strait of Hormuz opens. Good, but that's an if more than a when. I think it's at this point. Yeah, very, very slow news flow today. Haven't seen a lot of those. Finch reports that global credit fundamentals are strong. great. But yeah, not a lot. Not a lot. See my buddy Sean short and silver. Yeah, fading the gap on that. But so far, right, you can see when the RSP is down 0.01%, it shows you that there's not a huge amount, right? Again, the Mag 7 had a little spurt out the gate. IVG up half or a third of a percent. But really, from the open, not a lot here, right? Putting in double tops at pre-market high for the Qs, a little under pre-market high for the SPY. It's a grab your Mag 7 and enjoy life. And right, if you don't have a Mag 7 name, then probably not doing too well if you're looking at market-related names. And this Tesla looks like it's kind of giving it all back. So that's, I think, what we need. This was kind of the hope of the morning, Tesla doing something. And it might not be able to dig in there, but interesting pattern if it does. Right? Huge pop up, kind of comes back down into the pre-market range. If it digs in here, interesting place to maybe take a shot with stops here at lows. Had that big surge. Look exactly where it stopped to, right at pre-market high. Came right to that area in pre-market high and then just rejected it.
Nice recovery now coming in with CENX. Talked about that 62 recovery, looking to see if basic materials can hold in somewhat because it's really getting hit hard. It's in the sector leading the downside. Nothing over 1% today. That's one thing I will say. That means there's still a little bit of some chop, but defensive's really pushing on the day. So that's one thing I will give you guys.
Yeah, Steph, we're maybe looking to short FCUV, but we are
That
halted to the
halted down.
downside.
Target giving a nice little look there as that continues to push. That looks great. I'm telling you, Target's going to be one of those winners for the year.
PFSA. Yeah, PFSA. I see what you guys are looking at. Nice little rounded kind of bottom look there. Looks like it might be trying to break $2. Did that very briefly. If it breaks $2, maybe it hits high of the day, 224. What's the daily look on this? Oh, geez. One of those. Just fell apart for a long period of time. Nice little bounce today. Could be one of those short covering bounces. Oh, yeah. Stuff missed it. It happens, especially when they just kind of fall apart completely like that one did. Just vanished. BlackRock says they're going to come out with a QQQ competitor ETF. It's like, why? Like, why? Like, it's like there's a great restaurant in town. You're going to open up a restaurant right next to it and try to compete. Like the QQQs, I think, gets the most volume of like all ETFs out there. BlackRock's like, we're gonna compete there. Like, don't you have anything better to do? So that's hurting. So that's why I was looking at why IVZ Invesco is down, getting killed. But like, again, why? That makes me want to buy IVZ here. That had a nice little support. Right? This isn't Invesco isn't going to be a stock that's going to go crazy in either directions. Like, what do you expect? Again, these are the guys who make ETFs, so they make the QQQ, a whole bunch of different names. But yeah, so I guess it's down solely because BlackRock's going to come into their space. I guess it's down 2.5%. So maybe that's warranted, right? If you got a big guy like that trying to come eat your lunch, maybe. SPY starting to rally here. Again, we got 3 minutes until this number, so let's wait until the number comes out, and then we'll go into giveaways after that, just in case. I don't expect to see anything crazy happen, but we're going to get that right at the top of the hour, and then Mitch is going to give you guys some cool stuff after that. But
Yeah, stick around, guys. We got a lot more for you guys coming up.
there's the SPY cracking through today's high. Was struggling there at that 568 for a bit now, but we made it through that. And on the Qs, we're trying to get through that pre-market high. So we're trying. Again, with 2 minutes until a pretty decent number, I would kind of expect. I don't like, just like I'd like a stock when it's down going into earnings as opposed to up. It's the same kind of thing, right? If it prices in that this number is going to be good to begin with, then more of a chance of a solid news event, I think, especially
Yeah, of
because we're
course.
struggling right there.
Michael's talking about ISM service PMI coming in here at 10 a.m. Expected
Yeah.
reading is the February reading was at 53.5. So we're going to take a look here. Any reading above 50 reinforces the bifurcated markets that services are strong and the goods are weak narrative. So that's kind of what we're seeing here when it comes in. We'll see when the number hits here, and then we'll get to our giveaways coming up here shortly. Let's get to the action, guys.
Well, with the it makes sense, right? That services would be stronger than commodity type stuff with everything going on in the world. You can't affect the service side as much. It's what we saw with the kind of inflationary area as well. And then looking at oil, it's holding on just fine. Like I expected. The market being up at the same time oil is up is, I think, not what people expected. So if that continues, going to leave a lot of people scratching their heads, right? Because this inverse relationship of oil and stocks has existed for some time, and if it's going to continue that way, then people would expect, hey, if good news comes out, oil goes down, stocks go up. If bad news comes out, and we're just seeing that's not the way it happens right there. So just quickly while we wait for the thing, all these trades just kind of flipped to the positive side of things with mostly the long trades. Like AMT is doing very well, ETR up a little bit. My NVIDIA short I'm down on, and then Sienna short has been great. This has been the winner so far today. Just trending lower all day. Let's see if it can break this area, but not up an insane amount. What am I up? Like $30. Right? So not bad work if you get it fully automated, but these aren't like huge returns kind of one way or another. So there is the number. Let's go and grab here the SPY first.
Yep. Let's see what we
RSP
get.
popping. So your average stock is doing really well here. The SPY did a nice pop off the gate, but now it's already kind of giving that back. So a little wiggle going on there. It came in at 54 on the nose. Was the
54. So continued bifurcated markets and a reading above the 53.5 reading. There is one name that I have that's ripping towards the moon, and that means we will have a huge winner, baby. Let's go. MLEC now ripping towards the moon, and we'll get towards our giveaway right now. Just as let's take a peek on my screen here. Look at this. Look at this. Let's go. Let's go.
There she goes.
MLEC with a big rip to the upside. So we'll look to see what happens on that one now towards 985. I got this at 935, so not looking too bad there. We'll look to see if this can go into a halt. That's really what I want to see now. Can it go into a halt and keep going? We'll find out.
All right, so there's the
Let's
number
get
out.
towards the good stuff, guys.
Give some stuff away.
Let's get towards the giveaway from the Market Madness. All right, we're going to be bringing on our screen here, doing a little bit of a raffle. First raffle that's going to be coming in here, guys, is we're going to kick off. We're going to first do 20 $15 hub credits. So that's going to be the first one up. I got 20 prizes here, guys. So, of course, we're going to go ahead and just get it going here. A little bit of a live draw. It will come in and we'll see it right on the screen here. And like I've mentioned, these are going to be coming to your hub. So make sure that you have your hub signed in with, of course, the email that you used in the Market Madness. So there you guys have it. We got 20 winners there. We can scroll down through them really quickly. But hey, this is our way of giving back to you guys, right? At the end of the day, thank you guys for partaking in, of course, the Market Madness. This is just a little nice little added bonus, right? $15 hub credit here will be going to 20 traders out there. All right, let's keep the fun going. As you guys can see, some names there. And we got more to give, right? I told you guys 36 prizes. That was the start. Those were like kind of like that. That was to get the juices flowing. Let's go to the good stuff, the real good stuff, right? The instant evals, right? Why not? Let's get to that action here. There you guys have it. 20 winners indeed. Excited about them. I could run through some of the names really quickly. I'm going to try to just run through some first names here. So if you heard your name, you at least get excited. I see a Daniel. I see a Rajid. I see a Ron Cooper, a Sean, Oscar, Ingi. I see Buddha out there, a Max. And I'm going through email, so you know how that is. But 20 of you guys, just look into your accounts, right? And I think that that's what you do here. Of course, like I've mentioned, this is going to be coming in within 24 hours expected, but up to about 3 business days, just in case if you don't see it, don't freak out. They're working on to get it on within kind of 24. Next prize we're going to get to, it's 10 of these. And it's the 5K account, of course. Let's kick those off. We're going to do 10 of the 5K account here, guys. So definitely smash the like. We got another giveaway here for you guys to keep the party going. And smash the like. Let us know how you guys enjoyed, of course, the Market Madness competition. Who's getting the madness out there, guys? We'll see what happens out there. Max and
we for getting kicked out too early. That's my madness.
Yep. Definitely the madness getting to you. But yeah, guys, 10 5K accounts coming in here. We got the 5K accounts coming in, and boom, we got some winners. This chicken dinner here. Go get that chicken dinner with that 5K account, and hopefully you're able to turn these into funded accounts. That's really the goal, right? Nothing better than some free money that turns into even better and actual money in your pocket. I mean, there's not many places, I'll tell you that.
And how
you can
cool
do
would
that,
it be?
right?
And obviously we hope this is the case, that someone comes on and goes, I want a free account, right? I turned it into a funded small account, and I took the money from that, and maybe I turned it into, bought a eval for a bigger account. And then like there's a world in which you can kind of start the start a trading career off something like this, right?
Oh, yeah.
If you pass the account, make a few bucks, buy like a 25K account, make a few bucks, buy a 200K account, and then you're off to the races on just a raffle. That'd be so cool.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. And like I've mentioned, these are evals, but it opens the door, right? All you got to do is can go and then get the pass. I mean, like I always say, just open the door for me and let me get an opportunity. If you open the door, I'll come and slam it shut and take it and run. So excited to get towards it. Of course, evals only, right? So that's what we're giving here. Unfortunately, we can't just give that funded, even though I might be working to the funded in the 200K account as MLEC just takes off. But we got more prizes to give here. So let's keep the madness going, guys. That was 10 5Ks, and I got more for you guys. I promised more. I promised better. I promised it would get better. Guess what? 5, dare I say, 25K evals? Oh, yes. So 5 of you guys, get ready, because you just might be getting these accounts. And man, I'll tell you one thing. I wouldn't be mad looking into my hub and seeing that I got an opportunity for a 25K account. So here you go, guys. We're getting 5 winners here. At least it's a little lower amount, so I'll probably be able to give you guys some of the names that get read here. But ready to keep the party going. It's a fun day indeed right here at Trade the Pool as we are giving the giveaways for the Market Madness competition and a little bit of an added bonus, of course. Let's get to some of the names here. I see Dan, a Duke. A Duke Lakers, a Lakers fan? I don't know, man. We might have to take that prize back. I don't know.
Well, I heard you said something about Oscar earlier, so
Oh,
right?
no, no,
And I was
no.
like,
We,
did
we
that
don't know how
trigger
that
you?
one's going to work out. Yeah, it definitely triggers me. Um, and then, of course, some other names out there. You'll be seeing these accounts come into your account. So the best way to find out if you got the win, I don't want to give people's emails out unless they want to see it on the screen. So like always, guys, you guys can see here 5 25K accounts. Go to your hubs, evals. I'm super excited to see you guys turn these into funded, hopefully, and come on the show. Let us know, right? I would love to see you guys actually pass one of these. And excited that you guys are joining us today right here to celebrate. All right, let's get to the best and final prizes of the night. Well, the day, not the night. But we got 250K. Oh yeah, I saved the best for last. Let's go 50K accounts, guys. I mean, when you think about it, I think that's really the like kind of the threshold, right? When we think about like PDT and things like that, once you get over the 25K, let's say a 50K account, right? Even like a 10% for the year, that's not a bad living, right? So, hey, of course, these aren't funded, but hey, get after it. Go get it funded. Get that 50K, and you yourself could be making that money. Shout out to 2 winners here, and not bad. 50K accounts, can't be mad about winning some 50K evals. Super excited to give you guys those. Looks like we got 2 Johns that got this. I don't know if we're allowing that, but looks like the Johns win the show.
Congratulations, Johns. So
Johns, you Johns out there. Shout out to you guys. We'll see what goes on in the market, guys. Definitely battling, and we'll keep going. Shout out to you guys. Giveaway winners, like always, you'll be seeing these show up in your hub, and let us know how you guys enjoyed the competition. Of course, we'll see what happens here with my MLEC trade, but shout out to everybody that competed in the Market Madness. Thank you guys, and look forward to more competitions. And where can you keep up with all the action? The Discord, of course. If you're not in the Discord, get over there, guys.
Well, and that's a good time to answer this question about how to join the giveaway. So we just finished a multi-week, what is almost a month of a kind of March Madness event, and we're going to have these periodically. So make sure you're, you create a hub account, and you say you're okay getting our emails. We'll email you. We can contact you directly if you're tuned into these streams. We'll definitely be announcing when we're doing more contests because we're planning on doing more. And you just come in. Each one will put our own spin on it. They'll have their own rules. They're all, all for fun to have a good time, maybe teach some trading lessons along the way. So just stay tuned. And again, make sure you've got a hub account, and you do that over at just tradethepool.com and sign up for an account there. Make sure you're on our email list. We send some cool stuff anyway. Remind you guys when the stream's going on, send you some cool trader interviews when they happen, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, just keep in touch. We'll be having more as the time goes on. And so just taking a look at the markets while we were gone, and we gave it back. we were looking good there.
Back? What happened?
We're looking good there, and
dude, you were supposed to keep the elbow on the buy button, dude.
I know, man. I was trying to lift it just a little bit, but yeah, we had that spike after that news report, and we just fell right back into the range. We're back in the pre-market range. We're back in the overall range. But we're just chilling. So, and again, we said this was a possibility. No one really cares about anything right now except what's going on with the Strait and with Iran and the US and all this kind of stuff. So we are probably now in wait to see mode until one where Trump speaks up and either sends us to the moon or sends us all the way back down. And you can find, again, you can always go, no affiliation here, but you can go to forexfactory.com. You can see these things. Anything that's red right here, is going to be a market moving event. You can see we got our one red out of the way, and that caused this pretty wild topping tail spike that we saw here back into the middle of the range. Now we're waiting for the next red event, which is the press conference. I have no idea what the press conference is going to be about. I'll actually take a second, ask Perplexity in case it's not going to be about the war, which I bet you it will. But at the very least, the questions from the reporters will be about the war after the fact. So, there's no way he's getting away from it, right?
Yeah, there's no way. I just can't. It's been wild. It's been wild. We don't know what we'll hear, right? So
Well, and it's Trump, right? So if it said, "Hey, this press conference is nothing about the war and it's about, I don't know, like hugging
Oof.
kittens or something," he's going to rant about it. Like,
What's getting destroyed in leisure? Leisure's getting just absolutely annihilated today. Don't know why.
well, oil up, all right? That can't be good for your airlines, your cruise lines, that kind of thing. Oil's still holding.
You know,
That's
it's actually it's interesting you talk about that. We can take a look at a report today in our education about cruise lines and exposure and hedging and airlines. Did a little research report on that, Michael.
Oh,
You
cool.
might be surprised to learn something today, and that's what I always love, right? Bringing some little added bonus. We'll learn some new industries here, some themes. I think that's important. I think sometimes traders trade stuff they think they know, and then when they actually find out, it's the reason why you're not the expert in the area, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't even know that there's like energy trading departments in a lot of
Yeah.
these places. Like
Yeah.
well, even my local
used-
power distribution area, they have energy.
Oh,
They have a
100%.
whole. I know a lot of people that are on there. They're traders. They're on the trading floor. They trade. They scalp oil and energy all day long, but it's not. They're not doing it for profit, which is a different beast. They're doing it for purely hedging, right? So they're constantly estimating how much power is going to be consumed in my little, backwaters place in the woods. And then they're, trying to buy natural gas and oil at different prices at different times. So it's a huge industry. And if you followed the whole Enron story, that was a big part of it. That's kind of the whole thing that they were trying to do is to do this energy trading. So it becomes a really interesting segment of the market. There's so many traders out there that are traders, but just completely different from what it is that we're trying to do with a different goal. They're not trying to, draw squiggly lines and predict what's going to happen next in price. It is just how do I save my company and therefore my job from stuff like this that happens, right? Where you get these price shocks in commodities that are needed to make whatever it is that you're running work. What company replaced Enron in the exchange? I don't know, but did you see that Enron is back? That's
In the exchange, I think that was it Citi that replaced it?
Maybe. But yeah, that's a bunch of people bought like the IP rights to Enron and then immediately launched a meme coin, a shit coin, and it did exactly what you would expect an Enron meme coin to do, but yet people bought it. So who knows? Who knows why?
No, that's what happens. All right, guys, continuing the battle out here in the market. It seems like we're having finally a little bit of some green light, but it's coming mainly from defensive now in financials. I mentioned that out the gates, financials were holding well. That's continuing to hold well. Now defensive is starting to take a little bit of a lead up. So you can see some of those names really kind of holding in here.
Even healthcare, healthcare was one of the only sectors that like gapped down today, and that's been climbing up to green here. So these aren't, which is good.
Biotechs and medical
right?
care leading that action. Healthcare plans finally getting a little bit of a bid here, man. Dare I say it?
Well, that's
Is
why
it
you
finally
UNH.
time to see the bottom, man? Did they finally see a bottom that was enough? Because at some
Well-
point these do find a bottom that it's like, okay, yeah, that enough's enough. But there is about 3 or 4 bottoms on that UNH chart, and I love what I always look for is this type of action, right? So once you start to see that real strong uptrend, now you're starting to get above moving averages. I think you really need to see a big back through 290s because you don't need to catch the bottom here. If this is coming back, it'll probably work its way back to like maybe 350s. So
Well, and
there's
that's what I've
one
been waiting on this one. Is just that, right? Just get in over these, right? 1, 2, 3 equal highs, get over that
exactly.
into the gap. That's when I want to be involved, which
And
has
you
made
have
it
clear risk to like 270s. You don't even need to go down to
right.
260s.
Well, and if you look at this, it's starting to look. I was looking at this a little on the weekend. I was starting to look at Wyckoff accumulation. So anyone who doesn't know
Wyckoff.
these
Oh.
Wyckoff patterns, these
We're
are
gonna do some Dochian channel talk later today. We can do that too.
there we go. But yeah,
We can
so
do our legend trader.
Wyckoff is the champ, right? This he hung out with Dow, right? Him way back then. Right?
Just hanging out with Dow.
Hanging out with old Charlie Dow. And he kind of created this what he noticed that most accumulation phases happened in the market. And there's a lot of stuff here that doesn't really matter too much. But the main thing is that you've got an area of support. It's just, we talk about the undercut and rally so much on this stream. You have a pull under that zone, and then it comes back and then tests it. And that is, you take this and you kind of switch back and forth with UNH. This is kind of what I'm seeing, right? You've got a pretty clear area of support at 266. It does the spring lower and then starts to push higher. And then you just have these as that like 266 is the area that you hope to hold as a bottom. Eventually it gets to the top. And these are these low bases that I talk about all the time that I love because it shows that there is some basically who creates these low bases are your value nerds, right? That they like, they've done their discounted cash flow analysis and blah, blah. And they say, listen, 260 is where I'm interested in UNH at. So I'll buy it when it gets to that zone. And then the spring is kind of caused by, it undercuts that level. And they go, great, I can buy it at what I think is a discount to the price I want to get it at. So this is built by value investors, right? And if you listen to Mitch's kind of Wyckoff talk, it's this or his Stan Weinstein stage analysis. It's kind of the same thing. It's noticing that there's these because there's different traders in the market. There's us who are momentum traders, and Stan Weinstein was a momentum trader, so that's why he would ignore the bottom stages and the top stages. He didn't care about them at all. He was looking for things in that breakout stage. And this is how Richard Wyckoff saw that this bottom stage would kind of take place. So if you look at this and you look at UNH, what we're saying is why we want to buy that breakout is it would just be, this kind of high right here. So ideally, in a perfect world, we rip up here and then we just hang out for a couple days and then break.
You know what the interesting part is? Like charts like that right there is the reason why I built the rule of three, Michael. If you look at that specific design trade right there, it's what? It's three attempts to the resistance. It's that fake breakdown attempt towards the breakdown of the pattern and then reversal right back up. And then once you break that third resistance is really where you start to see that nice little like pullback approach. So you want to get back above that and look for the throwback. You don't even need to get the breakout, right? You can look for the throwback look. And I think that's the important thing. Looking for structured bottoms. That's essentially what this is, a structured bottom, right? Structure, right?
Yeah.
You need structure. And you want to see that nice volume on the breakdown of support. You did get volume on the breakdown of support there. That can be a hidden buyer on the breakdown of support. You see that little spike of volume there?
Yeah.
A lot of times some people think, oh, no, that's a shorter. No, it doesn't always mean that. Give it a couple days, see what happens. You start to see quick upside. That could be someone positioning in. Right? They're like, okay, now we're going to put the big piece on here and we're going to define our risk. And at this point, they start to win, right? Now that position's in winning. And now you can start to look to see, can you get above those highs?
Well, and this is why when the 13Fs come out, I don't really care that much because what you may see, so we know Buffett's involved in this, right? If Buffett's decided that 270, 265, if that's the area he wants to buy in, we talked about the Oxy Buffett bottom for ages. UNH could be the same thing. He picks his level, and he could have been the guy buying it, and then he'll report it in his 13F much later than he does now, and then the market gets a little reaction off it. But yeah, so again, the beauty of these low bases, they give you time to kind of come up with your plan, and you can trade the plan from there. You wait for that breakout, you buy it. You've got to stop at the low, and it's all, you're not making any like decisions on the fly trying to figure things out. It's purely this is the game plan, this is the trade I'm going to make. You've got weeks to kind of build them out from there. Just looking at my trades, up $65 right now, so not a crazy one way or another, but we're up, so we'll take it. And then just looking at the RSP continuing to climb here, getting closer to highs, and the SPY, what a day. Right? Challenged the lows, broke the highs, came back, challenged the lows again. Very, very kind of choppy and sloppy mess. So
Chop. One of those days where I don't want to trade too much. I've been kind of staying on the sideline here, just watching, looking to see if independent power producers can get a lift. Looking for AI plays. That's one of my things. One of the things in the tasks that I like to do, and I was able to accomplish it on the weekend, was do that monthly outlook, right? We talk about it all the time, Michael, but a lot of times I wait for the weekend from kind of the month end, right? So I did a lot of deep dive and search on themes and things like that. Winners, I think it's very important to like look into, right? What really has been doing well, right? So I think it's also important to catch that, right? Every sector was in the red, of course, other than energy, right? But there's some still top names that are still holding up, right? So I think you can continue to look to see what happens there. And then AI infrastructure and data storage still hot. SanDisk still hot. There's names there that continue to watch. You were shorting one of those names, CIEN. How's that trade turning out here?
It's good, up 10 points.
Yeah,
Give or take
shows you
on
that
it.
you're getting a nice little pullback opportunity too to buy the dip too. Like if you feel these are the names that you want, you
Yeah.
can't always buy them on green days, right? Like I feel like just a lot of times that's what traders do, that they do like the opposite, right? Like they go and they buy on the big green day chasing versus buying on the pullback day back at a moving average or support, right? But
You can test it, right? Trend following works in a lot of things, right? It doesn't necessarily work in swing trading. It's just not. I've been testing for a long time, right? Usually, like you were saying, Mitch, is buying some sort of a pullback, even if it's a 1-day pullback, some sort
Yep.
of a relief,
Type
just
of
really makes the
weakness.
strategy so much better. But buddy of mine just sent me this. They launched DRAM as an ETF, and it came out Thursday. And it's like, hey man, the question was top with the question mark, and then sent me this. So he's kind of saying, hey, is this going to be the top of these?
No,
I
what
know
that
they're
usually
all having
means
a
is
good day
like,
today.
to me, what that usually means is that we're near the top. Doesn't
Yeah.
mean top. It means that it's coming, right? It could be like, that's why I feel like the IPO of OpenAI and SpaceX might be that topping sign. But what does this do? It does leave some time for a little bit of an up market here in April. Should we take a look into, of course, April and how this works, right, guys? I actually did some research on some action that I saw, some data that I was looking into about uh, April, and being, of course, 80% higher,
Yeah.
80% of the time, right? And I think this is with, of course, July, kind of the best trading months of the year with November, right? Those are the kind of the areas that you want to be looking at. April, July, November are those periods of time when we do really well. So we'll see what happens here. I do
Yeah,
want to
when
try.
we just
Go
got
ahead.
it open here with Trader Almanac. April is the number 2 Dow month since 1950. So it's up, yeah, like you were saying, and you can see it over here with our partner TrendSpider, up 80% of the time, with May up 90% of the time. So into this area. And then also, right, like we've been talking about with these election seasonality charts, they're looking similar as well, where in these midterm years you usually get up April, maybe an up May, and then sideways until the election. So again, if the seasonality is going to hold through, it would make sense that we are going to have that kind of relief in April, which would be a hell of timing if it ends up happening exactly with what we were looking at for some sort of deal with Iran. If that happens the beginning of April, which we're in right now, so if this press conference he says yes, we're close to a deal, it's going to be the greatest deal ever. That could be the excuse the market needs in order to have the rally that it is that we're looking for to kind of have the seasonality carry forward.
We get to our education segment. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me, Michael.
I hear you back there.
All right. I don't know if I'm on the screen here. Just want to
That's
make
no
sure.
problem. Yeah.
But before we get to our education today, guys, I did want to ask you guys which one you want to get into, right? Because I have so many, right? I can pick from it,
Ooh.
right? And so why not give the chat an opportunity, guys? So chat, knock, knock, wake up out there. We're gonna look to see what's going on in the chat here. So two options. I can either go into our trading legend, right? Our legends of trading, and we can talk about Richard Dochian and kind of get into that. Of course, the father of trend following, or we can get into some airlines and cruise oil conversation, how they hedge and conversations like that. Let me know what you guys are interested in learning from today. Let me know in the chat. We'll be catching it, and then we'll be getting to our education just shortly coming up.
I mean, if you're giving Tack a thing, he's going to do Dochin channels because we all know he's a turtle trader guy, and they love their
the turtles.
They love their Dochin channel.
Turtles. My twins love to wear their little Ninja Turtles, so it's all about the turtles, right?
Jeez, yeah, Nokia up. They're saying a lot, man. Still
Nokia?
a company. Look at that.
Yes, you know why Nokia's up though, right? That's fiber, right? That's why that's up. It's just fiber deals, right? So that's your Cisco trade,
man.
Right? That's your Cisco. Look at Cisco. Higher AI. I'm telling you guys.
Yeah,
that's where you
Apple's
need to
ripping.
be. You need to be looking at AI trades, guys. Cisco doing really well there. What's my Lunar doing?
Jeez, what's going on with Apple? What did they do?
Lunar's pulling back there, a little space name.
Ripping.
Looking around out there. Apple's doing really well. Yeah, we'll get to that action.
Well, just like the intraday chart, just.
Yeah, Apple's ripping here. That's for sure.
They were going to sell that new computer they came out with. I don't know.
Is there any news? There has to be
it,
something. Seems to me like there's something out there.
They're going to sell 1 billion of those little laptops they came out with.
All
That's
right,
like my
chat.
default go-to.
Chat, if you guys don't answer quickly here, I'm going to make the decision for you guys. Come on. Let me know what you guys want to see.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything for news. I expected to be reporting how many of those things they sold. Neo or whatever they're calling it. MacBook. That's what Tack's saying. I wouldn't be surprised because that's a big enough deal that it's like shaking up the PC market. The fact that you can get something that good for what, $5.99 or $4.99 if you're a student. That thing's insane. I've seen people like edit 4K video on it, and it does fine. And you get that thing for $500. And before then, you were getting like one of those dumpy little Chromebook things. So I expect that to sell a whole bunch. The question is how long can they keep the price that low? With everyone saying the only reason they can keep that price that low is because they made the deals before the RAM apocalypse. So they're still buying inventory cheap, but that deal is obviously not going to last forever. And then they're going to have to start buying RAM at much higher prices. So isn't that the alternative side of Linux? Yeah, the idea behind it is just that they have a better ability to make a better quality computer for that cheap, more so than anyone else does, because they buy so much when it comes to just like they have these purchasing agreements, and the fact that they're building their own chips is what allows it to do the stuff that I've seen it do. Again, editing 4K video is like a very hard thing for computers to do. So I just like, if it's one of those that if my wife or my mom or something calls me and say, "What laptop do I get?" I don't even have to think about it. Just go get one of those. It's not what I would buy. It's not a like a high end thing, but it's something that we can happen. We got one vote there for AI. Airline/oil was the topic was requested. I see from chat, but yeah, that's a nice breakout there on Apple. So big floor. Definitely sold off way less than the rest of them because it's not as much. It's kind of separated from like the whole software kind of apocalypse that was taking place there, and a little bit of hardware. So held up a little better. Nice little breakout here. Not an insane amount of volume on the break, but yeah, this feels, this chart here looks screaming buy programmy to me. That with the SPY not doing much of anything. So yeah, Joe saying that's a very good price point. Yeah, as soon as you can, if you're a student, you can get something like that. Like any student in the world, they're just gonna pick those up. $500 here's something that will
Not very
probably get
bad.
you through the 4 years, and go from there. SPY not doing much, right? We got back to that high again. That's pre-market high. That's the high after the news event. It just happened like right in the end. And a lot of people in chat are talking about it, so I can bring it up here. But I would say that's probably the news, is some announcement on there. The fact that we're not moving as much in the Mag 7 with Apple up so much means there's definitely some dogs out there. So, right, NVIDIA, I'm short this one, so that's not bouncing. Did Tesla give up the entire run here? Yeah, so Tesla gave up everything and is at lows. So the rest of the Mag 7 seems to be suffering a bit. We've got like split inside them. Yeah, Microsoft couldn't get going. So Apple is kind of what's holding up the Mag 7 part of the market. So that's kind of going to hold up the rest of it as well. Also, iPhone 17 demand. Okay. MELC, there's talking about going back to 10. MELC. There are children home. So I usually give the disclaimer earlier, but if you hear screaming, they are
Don't be
being
upset.
probably not beaten, but if they are being beaten, they certainly deserved it. So yeah, back up to 10 for MELC. It's trying here. Nice looking little chart there. Keeps kind of butting its head against 10. If it can get through that with some strength, some momentum. There we go. It's trying. Backed off again. Makes me think there's some big dude who's had a real good day, put out some order to unload around 10. Probably wished you got up there in like 12, but if you woke up and your $5 stock was a $10 stock the next day, I hope that you're going to be taking some of that off the table, paying yourself just a little bit there. And rejected again. Yeah, I had a hard time. Talk about overhead supply on Apple. I don't see a lot. Like not soon. And I was looking at that chart, and it's nice here. It's got the next resistance I see is all the way up at like 275, 276. And that gets us close to all-time highs, like this kind of 275 area, and then all-time highs 285. That is a lot of it's a lot of headroom for something that's, boring. I put Apple in like this thing's going to be around forever. It's boring now. It's not going to be a super exciting name. And then you take a look at stay in drawing mode. That's what I want. It kind of looks like a really huge bull flag to me here on Apple, right? You've had this kind of nice downward channel here. So we break that to the upside. That looks like that could just be a consolidation I mean, it's the same kind of thing that happened here. Looks nice.
All right, traders, it's time to get towards our education segment today. We're going to do the airlines and cruise conversation. So, of course, I got a nice little video to play for you guys. I think the videos are more fun to watch. So, let's get to our video segment of today. You guys will be learning all about hedging in the space, right? Like, what's going on?
In April 2020,
Take a look. Let's go.
strikes in the Middle East closed the Strait of Hormuz, triggering the most severe aviation
that
fuel
figured out.
shock since the
There we go.
1991 Gulf War. Between February and April, West Texas Intermediate crude rose from $71 to $111 a barrel. Standard equity models suggest that when oil spikes this violently, fuel-dependent transport companies should suffer uniform, severe drawdowns. But the actual market response shows a massive divergence. While Carnival and American Airlines collapsed 23% and 30%, Royal Caribbean and Delta remained resilient, trading nearly flat despite the same macro headwind. This divergence exposes a failure in standard modeling. These models treat crude oil and fuel as identical variables, ignoring the actual refining economics that dictate real-world costs. The mispricing stems from a failure to underwrite how refining margins and capital structures vary across different operators. Firm, authoritative. Identifying the precise mechanism a company uses to manage fuel volatility is the only way to accurately price equity risk during a supply shock. Airlines do not burn raw crude. They burn jet fuel, an output that requires industrial processing. This chart illustrates the profit margin for converting crude into jet fuel, the crack spread. The Hormuz closure trapped 40% of global refinery output. With capacity irreplaceable, this spread aggressively expanded from a $20 baseline to $69 per barrel. Supply tightened further.
All right, so let me explain that in English terms really quickly. So the crack spread is the spread between, right, crude pricing, right, and how it needs to be refined to get to jet. So what do? They raise the crack spread to make the money, right? If they want to continue making margins, well, the only way to do that is to say, okay, well, it used to cost, let's say, $30 a barrel. Well, we're going to make it cost 70, 100, right? And so this is where they're seeing the pinch right now.
Further, when China halted its own jet fuel exports to preserve domestic reserves. The resulting prints were staggering. While crude rose 56%, the global average price for jet fuel rose 122%, approaching $5 per gallon. Most airline financial hedging programs utilize crude oil futures contracts as their underlying instrument, not jet fuel specifically. These hedges contained a mechanical failure point. They cover crude price increases, but leave the airline fully exposed to the expanding crack spread. European carriers and Cathay Pacific entered the crisis with standard crude hedges, yet faced massive unhedged costs as jet fuel prices decoupled from crude. Crude-based derivatives provide a dangerous illusion of protection. Survival requires companies to possess structural, non-derivative defenses against refining margin explosions. As of 2026, Delta, United, and American carry zero financial derivative hedges for fuel. U.S. carriers abandoned hedging after taking billions in losses during the 2014 oil collapse, opting instead to manage volatility through pricing and capacity. Delta Airlines operates with a unique structural advantage: physical ownership of the Monroe Energy Refinery in Trainer, Pennsylvania. Instead of paying external refiners the $69 crack spread, Delta refines its own fuel and retains that margin internally. This asset acts as a 40 to 50% fuel hedge across Delta's network, insulating their earnings while competitors pay full market rates. United Airlines lacks a refinery and faces a calculated $4.6 billion unhedged fuel cost increase. To absorb the hit, United is targeting an 8.5 percentage point increase in revenue per available seat mile. To support these higher fares, United is proactively cutting flight capacity for May and June to tighten seat supply in competitive markets. American Airlines lacks both a refinery and United's premium pricing power, leaving them exposed with the highest debt load in the sector. This scatterplot categorizes the risk. With $30.7 billion in net debt, generating $1.7 billion in annual interest, American sits in the most vulnerable quadrant. They lack the financial flexibility to absorb unhedged shocks. Without financial hedges, survival dictates either owning the means of production, like Delta, or possessing the pricing power to mandate consumer absorption, like United. Cruise lines burn heavy fuel oil, a commodity that tracks much closer to raw crude than jet fuel. However, because cruises are booked up to 18 months in advance, operators cannot use dynamic pricing to offset immediate fuel spikes. Royal Caribbean chose to secure financial hedges covering 60% of their 2026 fuel requirements at pre-crisis prices. This hedge insulated their P&L, allowing them to maintain their full-year guidance while the equity remained virtually flat. Carnival Corporation, the world's largest operator, entered the crisis with zero fuel hedges. Every dollar increase in crude oil flows directly into Carnival's operating expenses, creating a headwind exceeding $500 million. Despite record demand, Carnival was forced to cut its earnings guidance, leading to a 23% collapse in its stock price over a single month. In sectors with rigid forward pricing models, financial derivatives act as a necessary firewall against geopolitical commodity shocks. United's management is already stress testing models for a tail risk scenario where oil reaches $175 a barrel. This geopolitical scenario matrix maps how structural defenses dictate survival across different crude price regimes. Under $130 oil, Delta's refinery and Royal Caribbean's hedges remain the highest form of defense. Companies lacking these protections fall into deep distress. Any operator relying on unhedged leverage and low pricing power faces genuine liquidity risk in a sustained high oil environment. If the Strait of Hormuz reopens and oil falls back towards $70, the recovery trade reverses the logic. Because Carnival and American have absorbed the full cost of the shock, any drop in fuel prices flows directly into their bottom line as pure earnings expansion. Modeling transport equities during a crisis requires moving past generic assumptions. Success depends on underwriting the specific physical, financial, and operational firewalls built into a company's capital structure.
All right, that's going to do it for our education for it. But I think it's important to note, right? Two major companies exposed in this downturn, and of course, exposed to oil the most. So we got Carnival on the cruise line side of things with zero hedging, and then American Airlines that is in huge debt and of concern here. So if you're wondering what are the names that have the most exposure, those are them. Right. And then you also saw some best of breeds names there with RCL and like Delta and United. Right. So those names are doing a little bit better and holding up. So if you're looking for longs, right, those are the ones that I'd be looking to see hold up: RCL, UAL, DAL, but also in this case, AAL exposed, and of course, JetBlue on the brink of breakdown. Right. So we'll see what happens to these names. Like always, like to bring you guys some little bit of a snippet look into the industry. Of course, where can you get more information? We're going to be actually opening up a whole section of the Discord towards this education where we give you guys the reports, the full in-depth report, right? I'm giving you guys just a snippet of a video here. I hope you guys are enjoying these. Let us know how you guys think about these. If you guys are getting something out of it, I saw in the chat at least a comment that it was some interesting info. It's always good to kind of bring you guys a little bit of extra. So let us know what you guys think about the education.
So while we were doing that, we got some news in here.
Let's go.
Iran rejects ceasefire offer. That's why we have the down
complete rejection. All right.
But they're saying instead of a ceasefire, they want a permanent end to the war. So they've introduced their own 10-part plan.
Now we got 10-part plan. You know what this means, right? We are in for long, extended contract talks.
Yeah.
Not what Trump wants to see, at least. So who knows? What can this leave room? More attacks? Does the SPY reject here now the weekly highs? I've talked about the weekly highs, and we're starting to reject them now, which is the 659, 660 area. Now we're starting to break down. I'm actually long on the VXX, taking a shot on this downturn. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, so you can see the 1 minute, this 1 minute down candle right here with high volume was when that news came out with Walter Bloomberg. So yeah, they said they just want to do, instead of a ceasefire, they just want to keep fighting until everything is sorted and just go straight to this is what we're planning on doing. So yeah, like you mentioned, if the U.S. has a 10-part plan and they have a 10-part plan, then they have to sit and chat about it. Interesting that they don't want to, chill out while they work on it. But I think the market is looking at this as, yes, no ceasefire, but they are at least open to a negotiation to kind of end everything. So that's what we need to take a
Weigh
look
in.
at, right?
And now we'll see how the markets react. I will say one thing, guys. I'm ready to cash in on at least the trade of the day for me, guys. Can I get there? Can I get there? Let's go to my screen here and see if we can get a max win on the 200K account. I'm right there, guys. I'm trying my best to be patient.
Well, I mean,
Oh
LC is
man,
at
my screen was up. It came down, and when I hit the refresh there it is. We got my screen there. We'll take a look here. Can we break it? Can we break it? 1025s here on the offer. Trying to get to the 1040s, 1050 area for a nice 5K. I'm up right now, 4,000. There's 5K there. Let's bring it down a little bit. Let's try to cash this here. Let's go. Let's go. Can we get a cash? Can we get a 1048 cash here? Come on. There we go, baby. We closed it. Let's go. Nice trade there, guys. Cash in there. 5,500 shares at 1043, guys. That's not a bad win at all. Gave you guys this trade all morning long. Hourly was really the level. Look at 9. Now really starting to get going. This could keep going. I don't think it has to stop here. I wanted to sell the trade. Why? Because it's a max win. So now I'm looking for a big dip to maybe get right back in and use like maybe $1,000 to risk, right? I already won like close to 6,000 today. So let's see if we can get back after it. Not a bad trade though there. Did lose like about 300 on this FCUV. Tried to dip by this, so it's not like I've just been only trading this one. I did take a little bit of a haircut on FCUV. But coming back to you, Mike, I just wanted to kind of show that closing of the trade.
Yeah, no, good work, man. No, it was just looking at the market. It hasn't done a heck of a lot here. We're still in the middle of the range. So again, we got about 10 minutes until we take off, but I'll just say that this is to be expected, right?
The chop continues.
Yeah, because
Sell the
it's
rips.
It's
Buy the dips, man.
Buy the dips, sell the rips. I think it's gonna, and say we get another 5% shot up here in the market on that news, that just puts us back in this long-term range. It just puts us around here, and we're just in the middle of this range again. And until we start getting to the high end of this range, it's going to be that environment of see profits, take profits, and who knows what Trump's going to say here as well. But really, I'm watching the day's lows. We kind of tested this 655, 656 area twice, and we bounced off it. And then we kept testing these highs, and we kept projecting from it. Again, headline risk. So there's probably some sectors doing amazing, some sectors doing horrible, and trying to go back and forth to see what sectors are doing well, right? So we have finance that's holding up just fine. We have healthcare that was red today and is holding up in green. This is where I'm going to start looking, right? The Mag 7 is almost red, almost turning red here on the Mag 7, and that even with Apple still continuing to be strong, we're seeing this pull back on the rest of them. So which is showing that Tesla, that kind of thing, is having a bad time, right? But yeah, someone's asking. Donnie speaks at noon at 1. Yeah, if I said noon, I meant 1.
Good old Donnie.
Yeah, he's gonna be up there. And I asked Perplexity just to see. I'm like, what's he talking about today? And Perplexity says, I don't know, but it does look like it's going to be the war talk, and that is the only thing that we seem to care about today in the market. It says he appears to be talking about Iran and the ongoing U.S. military pressure there based off the White House news and live country coverage. So Iran policy developments, the rescue of the downed airman, new executive sanctions or pressure on Tehran.
You could also look how this is affecting the oil trade, right? See how that's starting to make the move. I talked about USO maybe making a move right back through the 140s. So will we see a bottom in USO here and start to see a lift? I think that's one thing you look for as a sign that, yeah, you could see some further downside spike on oil here. Would kind of give you that look. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's almost on with AMC. It is going. You gotta
AMC, dude, I can't even bring that up. Guys,
say
take that off the
you,
screen. Come
you
on.
gotta. Yeah,
Take
that's
that
why I
off,
said
man.
it's
Go
going.
go get some popcorn. You might get something out of it.
Yeah, relative to where it was, it is going. It's getting to that danger
Oh,
zone of delisting if it can't
that's
stay
why
above a
it's
buck
that's
here,
why it's
right?
going.
Probably putting in a we got to throw out all of the news flow we can right now to stay above a dollar. Because other than that, you got to start doing the whole reverse split, and that's generally the kiss of death to a lot of these companies. Right, as soon as you have to start playing financial games in order to stay a publicly listed companies, it's like okay, right?
So
There's
now we know what you're doing.
it's like okay, you got to because otherwise you don't need to worry about that. You just build a good company that makes money. And I wonder if people are still blaming the shorts for this, which is I never understood. Right? You know the best way to kick the shorts out of your company? Be good and make money, and then eventually your stock price will rise and the shorts will have to cover. Like that's just be a valuable company that makes a lot of money. So I don't know.
Well,
Nice little pop from there. Not something that I would touch more than for a day trade or short term swing or something like that.
oh man,
It's gone.
I got my short watch today on now with SMX. That thing's insane.
Yeah.
That thing's I'm looking at a short on that. I'd like to short that bad boy. Give me a
I
little
wanna-
bounce back to 17. Give me a little pop. Give me a look. Give me a look to 17 here. I don't mind it. To me this is like a three move that just failed. I double top there around the 1950s. So I usually look for what's called trend line approaches. So I just want some type of look that it wants to come back to a trend line and reject so that I can have better risk to return. Shorting here makes no sense. I'd be risking way too much for it to just bounce back into my face. But you could look for a trade to see if it get a bounce back here to 1750s, 18s, and doesn't just completely run to 20. Not a bad look area, right? We'll see what happens there. This would be kind of the area that I'd be looking at, right? So you get a trend line approach back, and then you short that trend line approach, right? Give me a bounce. Could get flushed right now. If it does, that's okay too. But I always try to short into the strength, not into the weakness move. We'll see if we get that bounce back into that area and then a quick rejection. So I don't short it when it's green. I wait, let it pop, let it pop, let it pop. And then once it starts to go red again back, then I have that area that I can risk on, right? So we'll see what happens there. Best trade of the day, of course, at MLEC. And then just hanging on. That max end, did that continue for you guys out there? I know you guys were looking around out that. VFS making a move. VinFast. I haven't seen this one moved in a long time.
Watching to see if there's any more news flow on that. I don't see anything from
Spy
that
kind of just hanging out.
that update. Yeah, so it's chilling, right? We're just in the middle of the range. I expected if Iran's going to say something back, I expected a tweet from Trump immediately after that, screaming or running or something. But we haven't gotten anything yet, so I'm going to keep an eye there. But haven't seen anything in the way of
a little bit of a shake there. That's really what we're saying.
Yeah, like a counter to that. So maybe he's saving it for his 1:00 address. That doesn't seem like the patience that someone would say. Or it's again, it's just more of the chat. Like it was a couple days ago that Iran was like, we're not going to negotiate at all. Now they're saying, oh, we don't want to do a ceasefire. We want to do a complete end of the war. So you got to just think it's if you were running the country, you wouldn't say what's actually happening outright. You can't, right? You can't negotiate by showing your hands to everyone. So both sides are going to be completely full of it until like a deal is actually minted and signed and all of that. Then they'll be full of it again. But at least we'll know what actually happened. I think that's kind
Yeah.
of what the market has gotten to. It's reacting less and less off rhetoric from either side and just saying, okay, we don't care anymore what you guys are saying. We don't believe it. We'll just wait. Let's wait till something actually happens.
Yeah, and I think you just gotta you're in wait and see mode, right? You still can always be there's escalations and there's downgrades. That's the real truth, is that there's a lot of talk and it's back and forth, right? The talk is like de-escalation. The actions should still show escalations, right? Right. We got another plant that got attacked by Israel throughout the weekend. Um, so I mean, it's just back and forth, guys, and we got to be careful with that back and forth action.
Yeah, and just, as much as you can, right? Try to ignore in the beginning, and it'll be an interesting kind of like post-mortem and study to look at because in the beginning, we cared the market as a whole cared a whole lot about every time there was a tweet, there was like a 1% rip in the market. And then every time there was a tweet, there was like a 0.5% rip in the market. And then every time there was a tweet, there's nothing. So, we basically, Iran just said, we're not interested in your ceasefire. And the move down was like less than 0.25%. And that happens.
Yeah.
We've seen this before, and it will happen again with Trump, where he'll do or say something crazy, and there'll be a huge reaction because of it, and everyone will go, "Oh my god!" Like, remember the tariffs? Oh my god, this is going to change world forever, and inflation is going to be 1 billion%, and blah, blah, blah. And then the next reaction's a little smaller, the next reaction's a little smaller, and all the way down until there's just no reaction anymore, and we move on to the next thing, and we just kind of keep going at this rate until uh, another president comes in, and then more of the same, right? So, to me, I'm still in the camp of wake me up after, the midterms. That until then, we'll probably continue this range bound up or down 10-15% kind of behavior. And then after the midterms, when the market really has some certainty on what's going to happen, then we get our push, right? That's what all the seasonality is pointing to. It's so far tracking as well. So that happens in, November. Beginning of November is when you guys have that election. Everyone goes, okay, well, now that I know who's going to be setting the laws and running the country, again, it doesn't matter which party. And I care the least about your guys' politics of anyone you'll ever be, because I don't even live there. It's that uncertainty thing that needs to get out of the way.
Guys, we will see you guys back here, of course, tomorrow. Now to get you guys over to the next side of things.
Peace.
But we will always have more for you right here. Don't go anywhere. It's Trade the Pool.
Hello my friends. Checking audio here. There we go. So it is Monday. It's Monday already. I hope everybody has had a beautiful long weekend. Hope everybody's well, nice and refreshed, because we've got more market action and it's not going to slow down for you. Let's see what we are getting. Zooming on in today's price action. We have traded off of yesterday's highs multiple times. We're going to zoom in to, let's do a 15-minute to get a feel for the day. So far, so good. I'd call today's price action a nice flag. If my computer will bear with me, there we go. 15-minute candles. Today is this light section to our right side here. We got the push off of the close. This previous section here was Friday. Overnight action was pushing off of the close. It'll be even clearer on the hourly chart, showing that we have been basically flagging for about, 3 hours now? And it's looking pretty good. Hey, Mario Chavez, new here, taking your first trade. Exciting. Well, let's talk about it. Let me know what you're doing. Let me know what you're up to. All right. Sorry, battling my chart ratios here. There we go. So 1, 2, 3 hourly candles so far. The first one showed indecision. We tried to break above the range. No dice. Tried to break below. Nice bottom wick. Next hourly candle, very constructive. I would expect a small pushback on this hourly, but an attempt to push up towards the close of the day. So to me, very constructive price action here. We are going to clear some of these chaotic lines from Friday's trading session to get a better feel for what's going on here. What I am seeing is the attempt to breach a pretty significant neckline. Let's talk about it. This is the hourly candles here, like I said. And zooming back, there's something very important that we're looking for here. This is the proper bottoming structure. So what we are hoping for is that we have kind of gotten it and we're just testing here, waiting to break out. The idea is that we might be seeing a nice inverted head and shoulders here. You see this, guys? So on the left here, you have the left shoulder. This would be the headline, or the head. Then here's the right shoulder here in the past couple days. That makes this whole big blue zone all across the top of your screen. That's going to be the neckline. If we are correct, then this would be the bottom of the market. This would be the first low, and then this would be the higher low. So breaking above here would kind of confirm that to me, or at least be a lot more constructive. Zooming back a little more, there's a few other things to note on this hourly chart before we get into the intraday stuff. See this downtrend line? See how we're cooking right into it, testing it? So there's another kind of pivot point here that we're at the very, very apex of. In this little corner here, we have to make our decision soon, right? And same deal with drawing an uptrend line. Oops, if it'll let me. Just like that, we're compressing between this down line and this up line. And eventually there's going to be a pressure release. To me, it's starting to look like we're trying to squeeze on up. And the next stop for me there is going to be to sweep this next wick and then this previous high. So we're going to map that out real quick, then get into intraday price action. There is your first little level there. But the big one, I think, is going to be up here. A few more levels to talk about on the daily candle before we get into the nitty-gritty stuff here. So the SPY daily chart, we are at a very important juncture. This yellow line here is going to be our 21 moving average. So this has been coming down and capping us so far every time we've interacted with it. We have now tested it once, twice, 3 times, trying to push over it here. And I think that this is going to be the kind of tail of the tape. This neckline that we talked about aligns with that level, as well as our 200-day moving average. Just a little bit above the high day. I believe it's 661 to 662. Can draw that with this zone here. And so this is going to be the big pivot, and the name of the game for me is going to be just seeing as long as we can hold near this for the next couple days and put in constructive price action like we're seeing today, these hourly candles with nice bottom wicks. That gives me the reason to think that we can basically use that recent swing low from Friday as a right shoulder and push higher. The possibility that we might need to dig deeper and form a potential higher low off of the 640-ish kind of area, 645-ish area. Very possible. But you know what? Like I said, on Friday there, we did get the move down to 645, and that might be enough to constitute that right shoulder and start our push up immediately. That's what I'm kind of considering. You know, got to sift through all those headlines, though, because it is... it's just really tough to kind of figure out in real time which one of them is going to matter and which one we're going to shrug off, right? So we're really focusing on ones regarding the Strait of Hormuz and reopening, normalizing of traffic, because anything else, it just ain't really going to cut it. You know, the market's just going to try to sell it off quite rapidly, I would say. Okay. Bear with me, and we will get some small cap charts going here too. Fighting my memory on my computer here. It doesn't like all the tabs. But it will deal with it. There we go. Okay, so we talked about SPY. Q is much of the same story. For them, I think this 590 level is going to be really important. That's where we kind of bonked our head this morning. And I think that that's kind of the tail of the tape there. Pretty important level last week when we sold off from it, and I'd like to see that clean reclaim to get the party started. So a few names that have been absolutely cooking with gas, no pun intended. We do have gas on the screen here. Air Semiconductors. This one is absolutely crazy, guys. Air Test Systems. So they're going to do like wafer testing systems for semiconductors. So they can save companies a lot of money by, you know, testing that whole wafer and not having to, I forget exactly how it works, but essentially it's going to be a critical for the kind of supply chain to keep these AI bottlenecks from, well, bottlenecking. So I'm trying to find you guys a better chart that shows the price action, because this is a really beautiful long-term, there we go, long-term chart that's just trying to reclaim major highs. There we go. So if we check this chart out, this thing looks like it is just starting its price history long-term, and this is a nice bottom for a bigger move up. We can put some fibs on here and see a good amount of information from this too. First off, from this move to the high, from the left high, this kind of left lip of the cup, all the way to the bottom here. If we transpose this up north, the first target's all the way up at $67. So I think this one's got a ton of room. And the question is this in enough demand to kind of do that Palantir pattern? And just you have the big cup, and then it just goes, hey, I think we're going to surge to here. We can back test, and we can just start moving right on up in a very aggressive fashion. This, you can't expect it, but yeah, you got to be able to kind of look for it as these charts try to make these moves. What you get more often is going to be this is the cup, and then you will see a period of kind of pullback. Let's draw that a little better. A period of pullback that'll form the handle. So that might look something like this, and then it would get the big breakout like that. Both very healthy, but essentially what we're doing is we're testing this resistance zone up here. It's going to be explosive when we can break through. So keep this one on your watch list, guys. Air, AEHR, really strong stick today, breaking out of this flag pattern. And yeah, just definitive smashing of a breakout here. Beautiful trade. A few others to note. AAL, this is our this is one of our little hedges. It is not working so far. So the energy, we got to check in on energy, sorry. So AAL trying its best to carve out this base. I think that it might still reject this falling yellow 21 moving average, and that would be really nice for us. Then we could be looking for a measured move off of this kind of flag that I think might be breaking down. That would be pretty nice gain if we do get it, looking for $9.80, so under $10 is the big level into earnings. But so far, pretty resilient here. And we're going to talk about why that may be in just a second. Kind of seeing this little flag structure, little bear flag structure. I would hope that would be something like, okay, we try to pop above here, reject it, form a lower high off the previous attempt, then start moving on down. That would be nice. But it could also be carving out a low, and it could need to sweep up into where it gapped down from, like here first. So that's kind of where we're at on that. It is a hedge though, so no worries if this trade doesn't work out. Moving around the horn though, let's check out oil. We're going to get to a 5-minute chart here on SPY as well. Clearing out those old drawings. What we're kind of seeing is just, let's see, zooming out here. Just hanging out here in the middle of the range for the day. So if we draw a fib, I bet we'll be right in the middle. Yeah, literally exactly in the middle there. So a lot of indecision here into the lunchtime hour. So no need to be in any trades, particularly for me right now. Feeling pretty chill, just waiting and seeing where this market takes us. Whenever you're trading around a pivot like this, it always makes a lot of sense to me to just kind of chill, just wait and see where the directionality leads. And to me, looking like intraday here, I don't think that we're going to miss a move right this very second. I'd like to see, yeah, just a little more definition in this area, and we're going to be watching the close of the hourly candle especially. Back to that hourly. I'll show you that again real quick. So last one, very constructive. Opening hourly candle, little sketch. Doesn't really tell us too much, you know, other than, hey, we are above the previous close. We tried to break out, weren't ready yet. Tried to break down, weren't ready yet. Defer to the next hour. This hour, okay, looking good. So now this hour starting to shape up nicely, put in a little bottom wick, and we'll see if we can close above the previous candle. So that would be 658. That might be a little trigger for an afternoon move where we could try to sweep out this top at 660. Nice. We barely rejected 660 this morning. So a little clean scalp there if you did take it. And now we are kind of setting up for the next one here. What could get me to take a trade through equilibrium like this is if we see a lot of volume breaking microstructure. Go back to full screen there. So microstructure, we have this little bit of a swing high. These little two swing highs right here. See these? So if we can flip that on more than regular volume, then I might consider taking something. But as of now, this little candle where we tried to break above, this was pretty high volume, and it just kind of showed me that we're stalling for now. And see, we're also stalling here again into that red equilibrium. No need to trade this for me. Let's just watch and see what happens. You could kind of consider this a consolidation pattern on top of this downtrend line. So that's something I might consider valid. But like I said, yeah, that hourly close is really what matters to me. All right, looks like we did get our scanner to load in the other screen here. So we're going to start talking about some big movers here. Real quick, let's do oil first. Quite important to take note of what's happening in the oil world. So far, we are still seeing the risk premium of the war priced in. Strong stick inside candle, but towards the top of yesterday's candle here. These are dailies, and we're going to mark a few things and move on into the intraday chart. So first off, just here is our breakout pattern. You can see it very clearly that we got the horizontal front there. We got the rising line to make it an ascending triangle just like that. And we got the clean breakout. So now price is trading sideways, consolidating to the right wall moving averages. This blue here, this yellow here, rush up to meet it. So the past two times this happened, you can see this is where the buyer stepped in. You would imagine that would be the case, just following along that trajectory. See that? So right up around there. That's what we're looking for on the daily candle. Now moving on into the hourly here. Into the hourly, this is looking spooky if you are an oil bear. So who is going to win? I gotta say, I do not know, but it's hard for me to bet against oil here. Hard for me to bet against oil when it's this strong. So far, just kind of hanging out. The overnight move spiked up, came down just a little bit here. Consolidating nicely here as well. So one of these charts has to be wrong. It's either USO is wrong or SPY is wrong, but they both can't go up forever. That would be a little bit strange. All right, let's keep on keeping on, working our way through some charts here. We got a lot of small cap movers to talk about, but we gotta touch base on the rest of the market here real quick. VXX weak all day. Gonna see if that can continue for this power hour push. Starting to look like we are consolidating and not finding too many sellers below this equilibrium. Still early, of course, but a good sign. One thing that I do note, you see how SPY is trading right in the middle of its range. You're not seeing that on QQQ. Not seeing that on QQQ at all here. What you are seeing is that it is trading under its midpoint. See the midpoint on SPY? We're right there, this red line. On Qs, that's above us. We're trading in the golden pocket. So I think that this tells me a few things. First off, of course, tech relatively weak today. That also being said, though, we're starting to see a little more of a better setup, a cleaner setup here on the QQQs. And that's because they are not stuck to the middle, showing us less incentive to pick a direction. They are actually consolidating in this golden pocket here between these two yellow lines, which represents a really nice potential value for long entries here if we are going to get the range break higher. Doesn't mean we are for sure, but if so, this one provides a more attractive entry. So we'll start seeing if Qs can turn the tide here and take this really nice entry and start to run it. Apologies if you hear my German Shepherd howling upstairs at an ambulance. Oh, animals are silly. Oh boy, he's still going. All right, so we're going to power through and look at some of these small cap stocks here. AIXI, this is going to be a big mover for the day, our biggest mover, and this one's actively cooking. So this is going to be in the bottom center here while we watch the rest of the charts play out. For the indices, we want to check out these small cap big movers. Small cap big movers, AIXI. This one's up 187% today. Absolutely wild move. This is off a good volume too. 578 million shares. And to me, this is looking pretty strong. We're going to pop up to a higher time frame to get our bearings, see what is what, because I don't have any high time frame targets for you yet, just looking at this, because it's just straight vertical out the top. What I will say is watch this 0.39 level, 0.38 level. First off, what I'll say is it's too small in value for me to actually take any trades on this, but you got to respect 185% move, so we are going to be keeping an eye on this one here. Let's check out this hourly chart. Big powerhouse move, and this is a good example of how you break a base in style. What do I mean by that? Well, look at this base. We're going to draw it from the top of this left zone. See how this is where we're kind of just holding, consolidating. That's probably looking like the zone. And then you see we breach it. We breach it and find sellers. But this clears the way. So you can think about this big blue here as a big ceiling. And then when this comes, it smashes that ceiling. And sure, everything falls down. But now, when you look up, you have blue skies. You don't have this ceiling standing in your way. So it's able to negotiate it and then smash on through today. So this move happened, so this move could happen. You know, this move walked, so this one could run here. So now, speaking of which, where are we reaching up to in this 0.38 zone? We're probably going to have to go to a higher time frame to find it. Whew, that's a chart. And yep, there we go, very clear. Where we were looking for liquidity, it was over this top wick. So what we can say is over the top wick that we found sellers, and we pull it out to the left even more, you can see, yeah, this was a little zone here. See how we have a zone that it was support holding us, and when we lost it, tested it as resistance, came down, came all the way back up, tested as resistance again, came way down, and now we're right back here again. Everything is in a range. Pretty cool, pretty cool. All right, so we're watching the AIXI into 40.40, but like I said, too small for me to trade. This one's a little bit better. PFSA is going to be 147% move today, and this is trading at 187, so a little bit less of that $1 penny stock can't touch zone there for me. PFSA trading up into this kind of gap on the daily and finding some sellers there. Big strong move off big strong volume, and we're going to look at the intraday move and see if it looks done or if there's any continuation, any meat on this bones. SPY and the indices just still kind of just not getting what they need yet. I think that it's going to be a little bit for those to work. Okay, PFSA, this one is going to try to be starting to make a move here. We're going to be watching it full screen. A nice curl up here. If you're trying to get a piece of this, look for a chance off of these moving averages. This is a little bit extended here now. About 10 cents extended, 5 cents extended, but it does look strong and trying to push. So we're going to start charting this out as we go. I like the base. I like the curl up. First stop for bulls is going to be breaking the microstructure formed by this wick up here. We're going to draw this out. And you can see that this is kind of the top of this volume shelf, this mountain. Over this blue horizontal level, you can see on the white mountain here, it starts getting a lot easier to go up. See what I'm saying? It would have to lose this pivot for the trade to be invalid. 190 is your pivot, guys. 190. You don't want to see it lose this level. So as these, the blue and the yellow, we'll zoom in here as the blue and the yellow kind of curl up out of this lower blue horizontal zone, that will start to provide an area where you can get involved. So right now that's looking like 191, 192. You could potentially chase 193, but I don't like that as much. I like the 191 to 192 to kind of buy off of this mountain top and assume that we can push on up and out of this zone. Looking good so far. So PFSA, we like this one. A few other things to note. We have the downtrend line that we just broke. So that's the kind of pennant or flag structure that we are entertaining the possibility of seeing play out. There's the uptrend line there. Oh, and there's looks like a rejection, guys. All right, so we got to watch this close, but pretty spooky here. So, okay, let me redraw this in real time, see if I missed anything. What I will say is that I don't like it now that it's traded under here, and I think that there's a potential that this is a rejected setup that might be a short. We're going to watch this 190 like a hawk. Watch this 190 like a hawk. If I just got filled, my stop would be under this previous one and this kind of low volume shelf down here. But it would need to prove itself pretty fast because that's spooky. So now we're back testing the 190. If it rejects, that's a short entry. So far wicking down, but I need to wait for confirmation here. I need to wait for confirmation. We have 18 seconds at the very least to see how these jagged candles are going to react here. But my thinking is that it should hold this 190. If it doesn't, this is really where the line in the sand is. This 181. So I think a loss of 181, and I don't like it at all. Trying its best to shake off that seller. So like I said, line in the sand here at 181. If it can break microstructure up here, starting to look better, and you can look for that re-entry off a retest, a back test of the 190 perhaps. So a break of microstructure, maybe it goes like that, then comes back down there. You can look for that entry there off this top of the mountain. Because right now, this was a little bit too scary for me. But essentially what this little move up and push down and come back up could have been doing is kind of filling out this little bubble that you have here at 184. See, it's kind of hollow there. That's what I'm kind of thinking at least. All right, PFSA, this is a cool one. We're keeping this up on our screen. I also got to check out what USO is doing intraday here on a little finer scale. So here's the 5-minute chart. We pushed up in the morning sesh, came on down, pushed up again, could not make a higher low, so we're in consolidation, and we're just hanging out. I bet you if we put a fib on this too, we'll be trading right in the middle of this range. Okay, slightly above the middle of this range. Still no real definition on this, so just hanging out and waiting there. Meanwhile, I'm going to go through a few of my other trades AA, this one's consolidating. I think it's putting a consolidation pattern at the top of a previous range. We can go to full screen here and just see how beautiful this flag setup is. I think this is an absolute gem of a chart if you have some patience. If you have some patience, this one should treat you well. There's your zone. You can see a big flag breaking on out. And this one has fundamental reasons behind it. So AA, they are a large aluminum producer. Multiple aluminum facilities have been struck in the Iran war. So that is going to make it a little harder to get your aluminum. Going to make it be worth a little bit more. And when you see a chart this strong, see this massive flag finally breaking this months long range, it's really, really compelling to me. Quite compelling, I must say. Okay, so we talked AA there. FCX is going to be my copper play. We'll see how that one's holding up today. Pretty similar. This one's less strong for sure, but still showing a lot of incentive to push higher after clearing the top of its long-term range. Came back into these moving averages and starting to catch on the weekly here. So good stuff still, I think. And now we're starting to look a little bit more constructive on the indices here. You could start looking for a long on SPY. But the thing is that oil just isn't really dropping either. I'd like to see a loss of this previous 5-minute low on oil to make me feel better about this, but it does look like the Qs are going to try to bid. Let's take a look at the 1 minute here. Let's look at the un momento. There it goes. All right, so yeah, we have stair stepping off these moving averages. This looks like it's going to try to expand Rooney on up. You can also see on the 1 minute, you're starting to get the W base here with the one swing down. We'll zoom in. One swing down, then you pop up, then a second swing down that's a higher low. We'll draw that again, just like that, and there you go. When you break through your neckline, you can expand on up. That would be a break of this pennant here. So on this little red candle, we're looking for this stair-stepping structure to continue. We're looking for the 9 minute and the 21 minute to hold here. And you could be looking to get involved in that area. Otherwise, if this fails, these moving average clusters, then I'm not really looking to short right now, to be honest. I'd be more like saying, okay, long didn't work. We can hold off and we can wait. Maybe that's a mistake. But unless oil starts really cooking, I'm not that interested in shorting the market intraday. I think we could bounce up, and we're kind of due to bounce up into that 200-day moving average up here at 660, 662, I believe. I will double check that for you, but that's kind of the game we're playing here. Until we get the rejection up at the major level above, it's hard for me to really short unless I get a good reason to, like that energy starting to spike. That's kind of where I'm thinking. So hanging on out. Qs, I'm seeing the neckline is this purple 200-minute moving average. So we're just getting some interplay between these moving averages. And yeah, nothing compelling here to take a trade. PFSA is getting really, really tight though. Gotta say, it's consolidating, compressing. And I think this 1 minute's a little deceiving. I do think it's gonna still try to break out. See how it's nice and strong off of this every time it goes under the 190 still? Trying to form a higher low off that last sweep down 5 minutes ago that we talked about. I do like this. I do like this chart. The entry, you could say in 30 seconds a candle close over this 190 could be valid with a stop under the previous swing low, or at least that 183 that we talked about. Either way, I do like this one. I think that it's going to try to curl on up. Might be starting to do that as we speak here. Going to get a good close in 20 seconds if it can push just a little bit higher. So keep an eye on that PFSA. I think that's a keeper. I think I'm looking for something. Looking for something else as well, though. Let's see if we can find a little bit of a cleaner setup. So FCUV, this one's having a wild day. We could potentially look to fade this back to the breakout level at $4 if we see a high volume rejection intraday. I'm going to take a look for that on the 5 minute chart here. Oof. Sheesh. All right, yeah. So this is what we call kind of like a turtle soup in the ICT community. You have your pre-market highs here, then cash session comes around this lighter color area, and you see the big sweep up. It clears out all the liquidity above here, and then what does it do? Well, it's not ready to push much higher, so it needs to come on back down to this high volume chunk zone right here. And you see the initial fade right back into this, tries to break above it a few times, cannot. Tries to break below it a few times. Not breaking through so far, but it's starting to look pretty weak, and we can start looking for places to short. I think this is a short, if anything, with the caveat that, hey, I would be wrong, and wrong pretty quickly if we lose the microstructure over here above 685. So where would I be short in this one here? Oh man, it's looking scary. Never mind. It's a little stronger than I'd like to see in these past 2 minutes. Where I would be shorting it is right at 671 if I saw a big seller stepping in there. And this would be actually, I would say, I would expect this one to fail about 2/3 of the time. It'd just be that if it does reject at that point, then it would be a very nice return. So that would look like something like there, cannot break above 685. Then it would be a pretty sharp flush, I think. Back to 571, and like I said, potentially filling that gap down to 4. But I think 2/3 of the time it's going to actually, just with the volume, decent volume here and decent strength here off of this higher low, I think that it probably is going to be trying to do that and go back up to these higher volume areas up here before making a decision. Something like that. We'll keep an eye on it though. Sometimes you got to take them even if it doesn't look like the highest chance of working, just because you're like, man, if it does, pretty darn good. All right, Q's still slowly kind of grinding their way up here. And okay, now we're starting to see it look a little bit better for indices uppies here, because we're starting to see the red on USO on this 5 minute here. I'm going to zoom in. Let's just go to a 1 minute as well on oil. I want to see when that breaks on down, because it looks like we are getting that strength in the SPY and the Qs. SPY pushing through its 5 minute pivot there, and Qs just about the same as well. This blue horizontal level we have in the middle of our QQQ session there. All right, yeah, oil looks like it's in breakdown mode here. It would have to have a reclaim of the white 50-minute moving average. You can see how that one's been guiding us. Excuse me. Oh. There we go. You can see this white line has been kind of our guide today. In pre-market, we try to break above, we kind of lose traction. When does the bottom kind of fall out? Well, it's when we lose this white line. We test it, bounce, then just knife on through, try to reclaim it. Takes us a while, but once we do, we get a nice bid until, well, we drift down, test it as support, and fail it. Test it as support, fail it. So we need to flip this for USO bulls to be happy, for energy bulls to be happy. I don't think energy bulls are going to get their move today. I think that SPY gets that little move up like we're talking about. Oil pulls back a little bit, and then we kind of make our decision from more key important levels that need to be tested a little bit higher on SPY and QQQ and a little bit lower on USO. But hey guys, USO, we were saying if the strait isn't open in a week or two, well, oil's going to be 150 bucks. Lo and behold, here we are, a week or two later. Oil's trading from that 115-ish area up to 137, and it's not slowing down, guys. It really doesn't look like it's slowing down outside of like that 1 minute chart that I just showed you. That, yeah, it does look like it might be a little weak short term. Oh man, all right, so we might be seeing the short. It looks like this is not getting the traction over this 190. And I think I got to respect the fact that, well, hey, if 190 is selling, then this thing can air out pretty darn quick. The real last line of defense is down here, but this thing could accelerate down to the downside pretty fast. I don't hate taking a short right here. See how it's weak like this? If you can get filled at like 187 short or something like that, I don't think that's the worst risk reward in the world, and you would put your stop over this previous swing high here at 194. So I'll frame that trade here. Get a short there, put your stop above here. First target, low of day. But I think it goes lower, so I would frame this like sliding down to something like this. Yep, looking like a good short to me. Would have been nice if the flag broke out, but hey, if it can't, it can't. And these do often have pretty significant juice to the downside if it fails that upside squeeze. So now we're going to test. We got the moving averages clustering here. A short would look like a rejection off of this level, this 187 that we mentioned. So let's see if this is the entry and it wicks on down. That's what I would be partial to, but we shall see. We are getting the, okay, nice. We're getting follow through on cues in spite of the upside like we mentioned. Looking for being a potentiality there. Meanwhile, does that mean oil's falling off? Yeah, oil looks like it's shortable off of those moving averages like we talked about. And targeting, heck, I think it needs to push a new low a day, form a deeper bottom wick on the daily candle. So yeah, I think this down to 135-ish or so, sweeping pre-market lows, that seems reasonable as a first little target there. So I like that. Okay, so Qs, they swept the neckline. Now we're looking for price action as we trade back on into it. We want to see accumulation and digestion and basically saying, hey, we are at home above this level. That's the idea, at least. So far, not seeing that too definitively with a little bit of a top wick and pressure back into this, but totally fine to take a few minutes and digest. Let's let the market figure out what it's up to. All right, FCUV. So let's see if it's all right. Might be doing the thing. I think decent level to try that short like I talked about when it's strong like this and potentially forming a higher low. My brain always wants to say, hey, it could just rip on you. Could just do this line. But I think that this is doing the pop back up rejection so far. So watch these moving averages. If it can get the little loss here, we can start a little bit of a snowball to the downside. Pulling up an hourly chart here. This looks a little bit sketchy to me, a little bit weak. And I think that it might just need to get hammered back on down to the midpoint at the very least of the range. I think a $5 retest would be very fair on this, on FCUV. All right. So guys, it appears that I may have been bamboozled. I may have been giving you a little bit of extra secret sauce just on the house here, because my man Josh is heading in 20 minutes for the lunchtime stream, which means I'm just hanging out with you guys. I'm over here thinking lunch, noon. I guess not. Well, we're gonna catch a few trades here. I'm not leaving. I'm gonna hang out for the next 20 minutes here. We'll just have a little extra lunchtime. Ain't no shame in that. Ain't no shame in that. So PFSA starting to look weak, like we talked about, rejecting off those moving averages. So I still think that one is looking heavy. FCUV, this one is being a little stickier. It's trying its best to carve out that higher low, like we mentioned. I definitely think PFSA, like I said, by drawing out this risk reward here, I think this is the trade to be in if you are in one for the small caps. This FCUV, yeah, it still seems strong, and I don't know if I want to really long it, to be completely honest. It's a little spooky to me. Not a setup I'm super comfortable with, but we will keep on watching and see if it does give something a little bit more constructive. What I will say for FCUV, we're kind of front running the W bottom here. See what I'm saying? Let's redraw it. I do think that it works, but it is a front run. Get rid of that too. So straight through this previous swing high. That would be equivalent of a neckline break. Fighting with my indicators here. Let's make this a little cleaner. There we go. So see this W. See the neckline there. Whoops. Come on, let me draw my rectangle for the neckline. There it is. So that is going to be the area where we pop and retest. That's the safe entry. You could get in now long and say, hey, I'm pretty sure that we are going to get this pop and back test. That's a little bit fortune telly, so I would recommend waiting. But that's the setup that I'm looking for. And PFSA, it won't drop. It won't drop. Come on, drop. So I'm watching these moving averages to keep projecting. We are now at the very apex of this pattern. So hey, it's gotta make its decision pretty darn shortly here. I'm still biased to the short side. If it loses this swing high, probably keeps on running to $2, potentially up to this low volume node at 208 is the next kind of area of interest. And it's trying to make the move, and not the move that I would elect. So we will see if I am dead or wrong and have a not so great read on today. But I will say oil's still dropping, still looking heavy here, and that should give indices the room that they need to kind of be constructive and push on. Still liking the indices for a little consolidation and a push for the second half of the day here up into that kind of power hour target of the 200 moving average. Yeah, I still like the price action on the indices. I think these are acting right. And oil's acting wrong. Going through a few more tickers. This one just will not leave my charts. It's always relevant, it seems like. And that is going to be the SMX, our good buddy SMX. Let's put it up on the bottom left here. I'll switch to a 5-minute chart. So SMX has been a big mover. It feels like every other day for months now. Look at PFSA. It's stronger than I thought it would be. Watching this 190, this very key level. That's the either make or break reclaim pivot. It'd be funny if that was the area it needed to reject one last time and then roll. Or if it can reclaim, got to give respect where respect is due. Speaking of which, yeah, liking the constructivity on the Qs. So SMX, the 5-minute chart in the bottom left here, we had the major pump from $9 all the way to give it a double up to 18, 19, almost 20. Crazy move there, and we're starting to look like this wants more. Let's talk about what we're seeing. First off, we have the squeeze up. We retest 50%, and then we are now rebasing. So we've kind of reset the trade, and bulls have a chance to keep the momentum going. What I'm seeing is consolidation, and I want to watch this into the close. So this is the new range that we're forming. We are oscillating around this $14 handle. That's going to be our pivot off of the equilibrium here. And now let's go to a higher time frame and see where we reached for, and if we have more business to attend up higher. Wild, wild move. So guys, talk about range bound and level to level. Look at that. So this stock went from $8 all the way to $68. 8 to 69. Very nice, very nice. So what did it do after that? This thing, I mean, if there's no reason to justify the move that it just went, eventually the liquidity will push it back down to where the fair value lies. Fair value was way down here, and hey, it just returned all the way back, swept it twice, cleared everybody out who had their stop under this level, this 772-ish. And then, hey, what did it do? Well, now it's accumulated all this liquidity down here. See the big volume that this broke out from? That's a lot of stops right under there. What's a stock to do after sweeping a bunch of liquidity at the bottom of the range? But run up, Just makes sense, right? To me, it just makes a lot of sense. If they can, this is the path of least resistance to get it back down here and then push it right back up. Right back up where you ask? Well, we had this high volume node here at 1450, and that seems to be where we are finding a little bit of, or negotiating fair value. What I'll say is we have this kind of node, excuse me, where we flag before the breakout, and seems like we're just kind of getting back there now. Just hanging out here, and how I will frame this is over 14, buyers over 14, it's going to try to push out of this range that it's retesting, this base, and fill this hollow zone up to that 20. Sweep the previous wick there as well, and push a little bit higher to the 20 to 21, call it 21, 22 zone. So that is where I would be looking for your next target if you are looking to get long. Let's see if we can find a better spot. SPY looking very constructive. Q's as well. Q's just a little bit weaker, but better entry there. Hey, Taquito, what's up? PFSA wants 255. Let's see. All right, you're bullish. You're bullish. You're fading me, and I respect it. I would always defer to Taquito over me on a small cap like this, especially one that he's been watching while I'm just bouncing around talking about it for entertainment here. Just looking a little bit weak to me still, but you know what? Let's see where I might be wrong. Let's look at this 5 minutes here. I mean, like 5 minute structure is still really good. And when I first looked at this chart, I was bullish because we were trading above this pivot at 190, and it looked like every time it went below, it was a little bit like a beach ball underwater. In a 5 minute chart, I think that still is a fair assessment. Still putting bottom wicks in here every time it's under this blue zone. Still is holding the level, the bottom of the shelf. So this really isn't a short until it loses this 180, isn't it? I think it's pretty straightforward there, which probably means that any dips into this zone are accumulations. Oh, excuse me. Are accumulations for, yeah, let's see, 250 is your level. Let's find that on a higher time frame, see what's going on up there. You're saying FCUV wants up as well. All right, we'll take a look at that one after. PFSA wants that 255 according to Taquito. Okay, and that will be essentially the midpoint of this big hollow candle. Let me see what I see here. Both of them have massive volume. It's going to chop everyone till towards the end of the day. Okay. I'm here for that. I'm here for that type of action. Let's talk about a few things on this PFSA chart. First off, we transacted the equilibrium, pulling back just a little bit. Next level up is that, for me, the 6.2 fib at 262. Not too far off from your, 255? Yeah, close enough. Decent. Essentially looking to reach up, and if the equilibrium is right at the bottom of this big expansion candle, I think we get at least halfway between these zones and in the middle of that candle. 240. Somewhere in there. Reach up to this 250, 260, somewhere in there. Potentially even fill this whole imbalance up to 280. I could see any of that happening. I could also see this equilibrium holding, but like I said, this is really what matters to me, the 190 to 180. If that rejects, it can slide on down to 161 pretty quick and still recover. No harm, no foul. If it loses 161, I think it chops around 140 for a while and then eventually comes back to $1. But I don't think that's path of least resistance or most probable, just if we do lose those levels. So we'll keep our eyes peeled. Oil trying to catch. Q's just, nothing's really screaming to me. FCUV does look nice and constructive. Got that W bottom now on the 1 minute, kind of surging above that, reclaiming its purple little line there as well. I'm going to take this block out of the way. There you go. Nice little squeezy kind of look over through this 200 moving average. We'll see if this one sticks. It is, let's see, 9 minutes to the turn of the hour. We will be doing our lunchtime review with Josh. And you know what, guys? I am going to just duck out for that 8 minutes here and make sure I have all of my I's dotted, T's crossed, and we'll be back in just a few minutes there. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be talking these small caps, keeping an eye on this FCUV, the PFSA, the ones that have been moving today. See if we can get that continuation over the lunch hour, or if we need to wait till the close. Either way, we'll either be trading them or watching for the setup. Same thing on the indices here. It's just chop in the middle of the day of the range. No real great opportunities, but if we do see one, we will be trying to frame it and catch it pretty shortly. We'll be back shortly. Keep an eye on oil if you are long anything tech related, because that is going to be the canary in the coal mine. If it is strong, then your tech plays will have a little bit of trouble catching and holding, which is kind of what we're seeing. A push up here is being met with resistance because this oil is still resilient. So guys, that is what I'm seeing here. Keeping an eye on this, and we will be back in just a flash here, 8 minutes, with the lunchtime review, me and Josh live there. So don't go anywhere and watch that PFSA candle starting to try to cook and reclaim that 190 that we're watching like a hawk. All right, those are the setups. I will be back in just a flash. See you soon. Yo, we are back already. Um, let's see. I went up to get water. I turned back. Okay, oil is now ripping. I'm gonna check for a tweet in just a moment. We do have SPY and Q's head bonking themselves against these equilibriums here. SPY in particular looking like it is ready to flush out that 50. Oil, big move up. Something must have been said or done. Hey, Todd, good to see you. Trump is about to speak. Excellent. Okay, so that's what the news is. Let's find a stream for that. Let's find a stream for that, and we are going to tune on in. How you doing today, Tuck? What are you up to? We winning? Of course we are. Of course we are. Of course we are. What am I saying? So Trump speaking. Spooky. Okay. Let me. Looks like it's on AP. All right, I have it live on my other screen. I will let y'all know when he hops in, and we will pull this live. The market is spooked. Market is spooked. This is definitely going to be well, we're anticipating it being war related with how the oil is running up and SPY is dumping. Are we going to get the announcement of boots on the ground? It's a potentiality. It's a possibility, guys. Be aware of it being a possibility. I'm going to pull up AAL to see how. Yeah, this is a potential short on AAL. I do believe if this move plays out, this is an all-day bear flag that we are seeing starting to look weak here with the oil strength. Remember, if oil's strong, well, that's pretty darn bad for an airline that has to buy all that fuel. So Q is now flushing very, very, yeah, ramping up a little bit here, on the sell. I'm going to pull up VIX in the bottom left corner and still keeping an eye on T-Dog and when he goes live. This is going to be spicy, guys. If you do not like trading catalysts, news-based trading, great time to make sure your positions are accounted for. We do not know exactly what we will see here. We know what the market's expecting, something not so great, but if we do not get that, expect the volatility to crush. So either way, systems traders are going to have a hard time with all of this volatility. Okay to sit out. Okay to sit out. VXX spiking nicely there. Q's or SPY continuing to drop. Still seeing that oil pushing through high of day now. So I mean, what can you say about that other than that is war premium? All right, let me swing this around. All right. So many tabs to follow here, but I hear a little somebody in my ear. What's going on? Give me the thumbs up and I'll bring you on, brother. Sir.
How we feeling? How we doing?
There's my man with the plan. We're doing all right. I'm a little bit. I'm like, whoa, headline, whoa, Trump speaking, whoa, everything is moving a little fast for me this morning. And I think that's just because I'm in ham mode, Josh. I had a great 3-day weekend. How was your 3-day weekend?
Oh, it was marvelous, my friend. It was amazing. I wish I could do it all over again 3 more days in a row. You know, it was great for sure.
I love it. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I never want it to end. You never want to go back to school, but then you get there and you're like, hey, actually, these kids are all right. And that's how I feel about you guys. You know, it feels pretty good to be back. But I'm just trying to get back in the swing of things. And so is oil here, breaking high of day, now bonking its head just a little bit. So we're keeping an eye on that into, I guess we got a Trump impromptu speech, or is it impromptu? I can't even keep up. I didn't is he scheduled to ruin my day yet? I'm not sure.
I thought he was planning to speak today at 1 p.m. Yeah, Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern.
Okay. All right, yeah, this one dodged my radar. I honestly.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. I saw that this morning, so I've been waiting on this. I'm like, what a great time for us to do a lunch recap today.
Yeah.
So yeah, the small caps have taken a nice, good slowdown. Not a lot of crazy movement right now. So you get to really sit. I mean, SMX still gets some decent moves here and there, but other than that, small caps a little bit slower. Not a lot of crazy moves. So now we got to sit back and really take a look at what large caps are going to do here with the SPY. Of course, what Trump says. But yeah, I don't know if did you catch SMX today?
What was that? FMX?
SMX, the
SMX,
former,
yeah.
yeah, reverse split 100 times. Well, it just got done it again recently. It's been the best mover for small caps today.
Yeah, we were talking about it just a little bit earlier. I didn't catch it, but I saw that it gave you the quick double from the 9 to the 18. I love those measured moves, how it's like it always seems to peter out, or very often will peter out after one of these crazy squeezes on like a 1.6 extension or these two times extensions, and it just gives you a really good kind of signpost to aim for when you're smashing it out of the park on these crazy squeeze plays. We are seeing that air out in SMX might be happening right now. I'm watching it test the 200-minute moving average, and I'm wondering if we got T-Dog. He's still not up there.
T-Dog. Oh, T-Dog.
Yeah.
That's who Tiger Woods was talking to when he got into a wreck. He was that's a very important person, Mr. T-Dog. If you're talking to T-Dog, you're doing it right.
There's something to be said if you got T-Dog in the phone book, I will say. It's interesting to see. So, Josh, does the small cap liquidity kind of dry up in these times sometimes, where like the market is looking like, oh, is it time to trade oil? Is this the hot thing right now?
Well, that anymore, I think I would give it a little more leeway than in the past. So in the past, you didn't really have what you have now. There wasn't really a lot of strong headlines that really moved what small caps were doing. Now that can, I think, happen a little bit more so because of how volatile the large caps can get on the overall basis of when a PR is released or when Trump X's or tweets or whatever his thing is, says something. Generally small caps are still always in their own space. I would say it isn't a complete just everyone's watching. It isn't a complete standstill. I'll say that.
Gotcha. Yeah, because it can be wild how disconnected those spaces are to me. Like I understand it from a logical perspective, like they're very different cohorts of the market, but it's just crazy to me that like it's like the market is just like all in agreement that like, well, this doesn't need to move off macro stuff because you and I both know that we're just having fun here. This is not about what this company is so much valued at, so much as who's short and who's squeezing who, that kind of stuff. So just interesting to see what moves these different kind of cohorts of stocks here, and how small cap traders can be not so much phased by a headline, whereas it might scare the heck out of me.
The thing was we didn't get those though too. You got to think about 2017. I'm just thinking 2017, 2018, 2019, really even to 2020, 2021. Your FOMC meetings, your minute reports, your whatever core CPI and PP, that didn't mean nothing. It didn't do anything. And then you got to like 23 into 24, and all of a sudden you're moving 5, 6, 7 points off of just PPI and CPI, and I'm going, where was this back in the day? This never happened. And so I think it's just that is why there's more of that's more of a factor now, where small caps were always in their own clock own space. They didn't really care. But now you're having that happen a little bit more. So it's a little bit different versus back then that just didn't happen. So small cappers were never even worried about that or even thought about it. And again, I just go back to fads. What's hot? Wearing Jinko jeans or wearing Levi jeans or wearing, Converse, what you get my point. And so I think small caps were off that space. We've talked about the names, the different gurus from, the mid to early 2010s and the 15s, right? And that was the fad. Small cap, go long, breakouts or whatever it might be. But that's was a huge thing that people were pushing. And now I think it's more diverse now to where you have like, where you finally, I wish Trade the Pool was big back then because I would have loved to have that kind of a thing back then. But you get all the different, like the fivers with futures. You get people trading Forex, which I'm sure down the line, Trade the Pool, all the stuff we're going to be dabbling into and the things you can. But that's the thing. There's so many more all-day markets. I think that we've seen that talked about before with you guys.
I hate to cut you off. We got T-Dog live here.
T-Dubs. What's he got? What's he talking about?
We're going to find out. I'm also going to pull up some Bloomberg tweets. I'll be listening.
We can read it. We could read. I'll be his teleprompt reader for him. I got what he's talking about there.
Oh wait, I apologize. I got the wrong thing up there. There it goes.
the fun time during this. Can you hear it? Do you have yours pulled up? Or
I'm
can
sorry.
you
Is
hear
the
it?
audio not coming through for you guys?
No, I can't hear any. I can't hear it anyway. I don't know
Oh,
if anyone
I
live.
apologize there. Okay. Let me.
Yeah, just making sure. I was like, we're all just sitting here. I'm like, I just want to make sure I wasn't the only one.
No, I'm so sorry.
You're good, brother. Because I was reading his. I had the what you call it, the closed captions on.
Josh, so I'm experiencing some major computer lag trying to navigate these tabs. If you have the ability to take over and pull up the stream, I can send you the link while I'm trying to get my computer unfrozen here.
Yeah, no, you're good. Do you want me? You said you want me to pull up the Trump thing and play it.
If you can, just
Yeah,
take
I've got it
over.
up right now. Let's see here. Let me get rid of the comments real quickly. There we go, and I'll share my screen. Let's see if hopefully it says also share tab audio. Yes. So I'm just making sure I have that clicked on.
That should be the setting. I'm unable to do it on my side until I close Synapse, though.
All right, so I have mine there pulled up. So let's see if you can actually hear it.
What I can do is tape read spy while I'm killing some of these tabs here. So we have 656 is the next kind of level of interest. That's going to be our next fib down where they could run stops and still kind of sweep us back on up. So that's what I'm keeping an eye on for on this flush. There it goes testing right now.
Yeah, I've got mine pulled up too. If you want to transition it over.
Oh yes, absolutely. Sorry.
Just see if it actually we get the sound up for it. He's currently talking about the crash from the F-15.
You can pull him up as a talker like he's here with us. That's coming through for you, Josh?
Do what?
Is this coming through now? Okay, we are flushing now. We are actively flushing here, testing the lows of days, guys. So this is looking like it's going to be a trend down day unless it catches very fast. Be real careful in your longs. Oil is doing the thing. Clean breakout through the high day there. We're doing the thing, guys. Like, be very careful holding a long position here, I'd say. Apologies, guys. Trying to sort through this.
Is that audio coming through?
I got a slideshow here. I'm gonna have to terminate some programs, so we might lose my charts very briefly, but it'll be for the best, I promise, guys.
No audio, yeah. I have it pulled up on the editor side. I don't know if I can transition that over to the live preview side. It looks.
The thing is, I'm unable to transition the screens myself at the moment.
How about now?
Okay, we're rebooting here. Almost there, guys.
Let me know if it's any different, Joe Sterling, since I've shared the whole screen there. Otherwise, I haven't. But we've done this before where, for whatever reason, when I'm sharing the screen's audio, it doesn't want to play.
Them to look at
Fail me now, come on.
scattered all
Alright,
over,
we're-
like right on top of them. There's 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's amazing. And listening to these great people, these great generals. General Raisin Kane was amazing. Pete Hegseth was amazing.
Okay, I believe.
Really amazing. So they had all these different sites where everybody thought he was located. We think we have him over there because they have 9 planes circling a little area that's 25 miles down the coast. So in a breathtaking show of skill and precision, lethality.
Steve, you trying to come back into it?
Military descendant.
I'm doing my very best. I'm not sure what is coming through. This is a nightmare. I'm completely frozen here. I don't want to completely go offline. To me, it says I'm sharing the Trump thing, but it's not showing. Okay, I'm trying to reboot again here.
It's a long time. Yeah, he's still talking about the wreck for the most.
Okay, all right, guys. All right, guys. Here we are live here. Apologies there. We're going to be getting the live updates as well, and then charts coming back shortly. Let's bring Josh back. Oh. We are bringing Josh back in just a moment as well.
So we thought there may be a problem taking off because of the way men jumping back onto the planes, and they got pretty well bogged down.
All right, we're rebuilding. we're rebuilding better here. There we go. I think if I share the... I'm getting blocked out here, Josh. I'm real sorry. Are you able to put anything on the screen?
Yeah, well, I did, but I thought you just had yours up, so I thought everything was good to go. That's weird.
I apologize there. I'm not sure what is preventing.
Yeah, boom, mine's up right now.
There we go, guys. Thank you, Josh.
So yeah, I know Joe's too. Joe's got his up, so Joe's like Joe. I like how Joe's back there. Joe has his on too as well. So yeah, I just don't know why mine's not actually playing the audio because I can hear it just fine.
Interesting. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to pull up the Walter Bloomberg feed too, so we know what's going on here. Apologies, guys. We are still hanging out here, testing the low of day. This is looking really weak to me, and just kind of bouncing back into these moving averages short term. So far, he's basically saying we're doing incredibly well. Joe, the thing is, I can't add yours anything other than a little bubble, like a little pop-up head, talking head for Trump, which is funny, but I don't think that it's gonna cut it here. We can try that though. Is this audible for you guys now? I'm listening to him just yap here. You're not missing too much, guys.
Yeah, well, yeah. So far, he's still talking about the wreck.
I'm like, okay, is my computer frozen because Spy isn't moving? No, we're just all waiting to see what he's actually going to say here. We will try to get the charts back up in just a moment. I'm afraid to crash this again. There we go.
I was almost more impressed by the contingency that we had than the fact that, we would have had a runway or decent soil, but it was an amazing thing.
It's like, how far behind is one or the other? Because I see Trump doing one movement on one screen, and then so I don't know if anyone can pick up any of that audio. And I don't know. That's what I'm wondering, like how and when they are picking up the audio, like what steps we have to take. Because all there is when you go to share the screen, there's that little toggle essentially says, share the audio of the of your page you're sharing or not. I'm like, yes. honestly. That's the only thing I can think of. And so,
Yeah, I'm waiting to get the reboot on the actual charts here. That's what's crashing me each time. What I can say right now is SPY guys off of the 9 EMA, so 656.25. It does look to me like we are looking to push lower, and oil is looking to push higher. If it can clear over this 140, which it is consolidating over, I think we can get a more significant push. We're just waiting to kind of see what the resolution of this talk is going to be here. All right, we're going to try to switch it back to the charts.
yeah, nothing too crazy for, of course, the sell off there, but it's still trying to hold those lows there and pushing back on up actually right now. So he hasn't said really anything so far anyway.
Yeah, I heard God was watching, Easter miracle. We're trying to stabilize here. The market is just it's just kind of pinning. I'm not seeing too much until we get an actual move here. I'd love to check out what gold is doing and what VIX is doing as well when I have just a second to check my other screen. Oh, come on. Trying to get our charts back. Okay, there's a decent little pop going. So I think we're still just dancing and negotiating. Is this a retest? We did break the low of the day. For me, I'd like to kind of short this, to be completely honest, but definitely wait until I can see all my secondary indicators here. I'm seeing SMX a little bit weak too, and there's a nice follow through on SPY trying to kind of retest fully here. Now it's a clean retest of the level we broke off from pre-Trump speech. So an engulf could be good, but I'm still inclined to think that this could sell. You know why he's using his hands, Todd? Come on. It's the best way to communicate. We're going to go for the transition here. Bear with me.
What's up, by the way? Sterling, Joe, Tack, everybody in the chat. Taquito from earlier.
Okay, we are trying the transition here.
This mission at great risk. They put that man at great risk, and they put the hundreds of people that went in looking for him, because everyone now knows that we're going in. Over the past 37 days, America's armed forces have carried out.
Okay, so now we got the audio, but now I'm missing my Josh.
Flights over Iran, unheard of.
We're gonna get this going.
Striking more than 13,000 targets. The F-15 we lost last week was the first manned aircraft down by the enemy.
How you doing, Josh? Can you hear?
In this entire operation with thousands.
All right, awesome.
And
so
thousands
I think that we're back.
Lucky. It was a lucky hit.
You're a little smaller than me.
You know, eventually you get lucky.
All good, all good.
We got lucky too.
All right, so we have our charts. We have our Trump here. He is still just talking. It's not saying much, but at least we can see the reactions are. Market wants to try to bid this back to this equilibrium still. Until we get back over this key pin, I still can't trust it.
Late at night.
But it is worth.
And then we were waiting for those
worth noting that the market is trying to buck this off and just say, hey, come on,
let's go.
We're above the weekly open. We want to push this move higher on the weekly candle.
Without a runway.
I'm still seeing the middle of the range kind of chopping until we get a decisive
statement
out of this guy. No trades for me. No trades for me. Frustrating not seeing much movement.
We're waiting and we're saying, I hope that one can land.
Anything standing out for you here?
And they came in like magic.
Boom,
boom, boom, boom, one after another. It was like genius. I'm so impressed by that. Because we were a little concerned. We said, boy, if they don't get in and get up fast, we're sitting in them. And that's called Iran Prime, right, General? That's That's where the whole bet is. And here we
I
are
don't
sitting there
want
waiting
to cause
for
them echo, so I'm going
a plane.
to
But they came
take
in
you
so
out.
fast and so
hang
hard.
on,
And these
hang on,
guys
wait,
do
wait,
exactly what they let's go, come on, get in, let's go, pwah. They came one right after another. Not
All
at
right,
the same
so
time.
we're
They don't want to come at the same time. They
we're
had to
working
come
with
right
the
after
echo,
each other. They
or
didn't
trying
have any
to work
room.
through
There
the
was
echo here.
barely
If
any
it's still
room to
echoing
land.
without Josh here,
Tiny
then
little
we'll
patch
go
of
back
very
to the other
wet
screen. Otherwise, I will
earth and sand.
Soulcast here just till
So
Trump wraps
I'm
up.
so proud
and
of
we
the
can get back
people
to the
that I have
normalization, so you guys aren't
standing
echoing
up here
like
with me
crazy.
and many others that worked. I mean, so
we are
many.
just at a standstill
Steve
here. This
Witkoff's over
50-minute
here.
moving
He's doing
average
fantastically.
pinning us
Jared
like
Kushner.
crazy.
But the people
And I'm
that are
gonna zoom
here,
out-
the job they
zoom
did
out to a
is
5 minute to
amazing.
show
And I
you
think
what we're kind
I'm
of
going to
doing into the
introduce
lows of the
the
day.
head of the CIA, and he
We got the liquidity sweep,
is a man who
pushing
he's
a
central
little
casting.
bit out of the
Okay,
bottom,
if we cast a movie, he's going to play the head of the
but we
CIA.
can't get
He's
back
one of
over the
few.
moving average cluster on the
John
5 minute
Ratcliffe,
day.
he
Still
did
waiting
a
for him to say
phenomenal
something
job
important.
that night. He did something that I don't know if you want to talk about it. If you want, you can. I'm not sure he's supposed to. I'm not going to talk about it, but the CIA was very responsible for finding this little speck. It's like they used an expression on one of the shows. A general was talking about, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, finding this pilot. And the CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk. It might be classified, in which case I'd have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail. He doesn't deserve that. So, John, do you want to say a few words? Thank you.
How fun.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to be here with you today to share what we can about this exceptional mission and to recognize the ingenuity and bravery of those who executed it, as well as the leadership and resolve of the president who ordered it.
Yeah, talk about it.
One thing that has been clear to me in this role is that the flawless military operations that the Department of War is known for are hostage to flawless intelligence. We saw that in the skies over Iran in Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. We witnessed it in Venezuela during Operation Absolute Resolve. We've seen it against the cartels in the Western Hemisphere, and we're seeing it every day in Operation Epic Fury, including this mission to rescue an aviator buried deep behind enemy lines. Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the president put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down or our airmen down. As an agency, the CIA possesses unique capabilities that only the president can deploy. Some of these capabilities fall under covert action authorities. And because covert means exactly that, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything that you want to know. At the president's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected.
So far, spies
For
liking
that
this.
reason,
We are
in
negotiating with
addition
moving averages.
to the
This
human
is,
and technical assets
I mean, good
deployed
news in
by the
terms
president
of
to find
you
our
know,
airmen,
good optics, and we always love to see
CIA
American
executed a
troops
deception
rescued.
campaign to confuse the Iranians who
Let's
were
see if they can
desperately
follow
hunting
through, though.
for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hegseth to the president, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission. When the president asked me to lead the CIA, he made it clear, get back to basics, no politics, no agendas, tackle the hardest problems, and execute the toughest missions. This president is about results, and now that's what his CIA is about too. The professionals at the agency and at the Department of War deserve immense credit for their flawless execution during this daring mission. Their skill, creativity, and courage are unmatched on the battlefield wherever they step. But none of that matters, and all of that is wasted without a president with the political courage to put them into action.
Okay, all right,
Mr.
okay.
President,
So
I've had the privilege
this is yeah,
of seeing you
like
act
Talk is
with
saying, is this
political
an ad?
courage
This is
in
a
the
big
best
old
interest of the United
PR
States
campaign.
up close on a daily basis, and I'm grateful that this successful mission has
We
given
did it!
people
Rah rah USA!
window
I mean,
into that as
I
well.
love to see U.S. troops home
The
safe.
Secretary
Don't
and
get me wrong,
Chairman
that's
will
amazing.
tell you that our service
Does
members'
this open straight?
confidence
Does
is
this
boosted
change
by a
anything
commander-in-chief
materially?
who has their back the same way
No.
They're
that
holding
you
it back.
have.
They're holding it back.
And I
You
know
gotta
that
get
the confidence of CIA's officers
All right, yeah, we
is
got
boosted by
the
the
Hex
knowledge
F
that
nightcap coming
their
in here, I
work
think.
is informing a president who's not afraid to make the hardest decisions when the stakes are highest. And to the American people, your confidence should be boosted by knowing that the security of the nation is in the hands of a president who's willing to take on problems that have confounded both sides of the political aisle for nearly half a century. It is an honor to serve under a leader.
Okay, I think I'm going to pause it for just a second. The gist is that Trump is the God Emperor, right? That's what this guy's saying. As Talk's saying, still a lot of dead soldiers. So we're gonna see what they say next here. But in general, the market's still pinning at this equilibrium. Don't be too eager to believe this until we see the conclusion
an
of this talk.
ongoing partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, and especially the brave warriors in our armed forces, over this Easter weekend, the United States military has once again proved why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. In two extraordinary combat search and rescue operations deep inside enemy territory in Iran, our warriors executed missions of breathtaking skill, courage, and precision. When our warriors are unleashed, as this president has allowed them to be, they are unstoppable. When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in. Ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be. Now, these are not routine operations. They were high-risk, high-stakes missions conducted in the heart of enemy territory. This was not just barely into Iran. This was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this?
Real quick, just be aware. I am seeing sellers on the tape here on indices, just as it wicks back into the level where we kind of sold off from. We'll pop back to Pete here, but just be a little bit wary, guys. I'm not convinced. Oh,
It was simple, and it was powerful.
did I summon the
He
pump?
sent a
Let's
message,
see.
God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for.
Now we're at church.
A nation
Yeah,
rejoicing.
amen. We're getting the religious imagery.
God
I don't know if the market
is
is
good.
buying this. That's a top wick.
Despite
Let's see how it
incoming
plays
fire
out.
and unforgiving conditions, our troops brought every American home. No American lives were lost. We leave no man behind, and that is not luck. It's the result of unmatched training, superior technology, an unbreakable warrior ethos, and sheer American grit. Our special operators, pilots, and support crews performed with near perfection under fire, and they were lethal. Just ask any Iranian soldier who dared attempt to get anywhere near that pilot before or during that mission. Death from above.
I'm looking to short this. I'm not gonna lie,
Potential
guys.
tragedy into a resounding
If we lose the
American
bottom
resolve
of that
and
top wick
capability.
candle,
That's
I'll take
what
a small
excellence
short with
in
those stop
uniform
over that
looks like.
top wick.
But make no mistake about it, none of this would have been possible without the courageous leadership and ironclad determination of President Donald J. Trump. From the moment our airmen went down, President Trump made it clear we will leave no one behind. The first mission, the first of two, was an audacious daylight thunder run.
Joe is saying something very interesting. This might be prelude to troops on the ground. He's adding US so long, and I don't hate that. We're going to keep an eye on that.
And knows he's up in the middle of the night. Authorized immediately, without hesitation, audaciously. The second mission, as soon as we knew where that pilot was, and John was certainly helpful in that, also executed
just retested High Day. Joe's
I
on
looked
it.
up at my
Joe's
screen
on
when the
it.
final
Just
mission
retested
was
High Day and
complete
caught
inside
really
our
nicely. I
SCIF,
think it
our
goes
secure
higher.
facility. And we have a running VTC, a running coordination cell. And the top of it read 45 minutes,
spooky,
and
guys.
45 hours and 56 minutes. For 45 hours and 56 minutes, we held that call open for coordination. From the moment our pilots went down, our mission was unblinking. The call never dropped, the meeting never stopped, the planning never ceased. The president demanded rapid, decisive action. He backed our military with the full weight of his resolve.
Sorry, what was that, Josh? This looks like an oil long and a Q short to me. I took a little position.
And the support they needed to succeed. When the president says he has the backs of our warfighters, he means it. And it means a great deal, and it's a big difference on the battlefield. President Trump understands that peace through strength is not a slogan. It is a doctrine that saves American lives. His unwavering commitment to rebuilding our military and restoring the warrior spirit has paid dividends in missions just like this one. Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini. To those heroes who planned and executed these rescues, your nation stands in awe. I stand in awe. The chairman stands in awe. We all stand in awe of your professionalism and bravery.
All right, we get it.
We serve
lots
for you.
of awe, lots of awe.
You embody the very best of America. To the rescued airmen and their
You
families,
have the audacity to say this.
your courage and endurance,
All the words are keeping
the
me
quiet
remembered.
declaration of faith amid the storm.
It
inspires
reminds
us
me of in North Korea when they all give their honor to the God Emperor. It's just one after the other. Okay, we
The
get it,
United
guys.
States
You like the
military
dude.
will go
It's fine.
anywhere
You can like the dude.
at any time to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the skies. You see, we flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win. So God bless our troops, God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Is that it? Oh, we got more.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. A note before I start, I know many of you want specific details in these briefings. We will share what we can, but I will retain what I must in the event that we have to go do this again sometime. And I cannot stress the importance, as the President said, around operational security. The Secretary and I will do a more detailed briefing tomorrow morning, and we look forward to sharing the details that we can. Thursday, 2 April at 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:40 in the morning, local Iran time, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center, which handles the Central Command area of responsibility, declared an isolated personnel recovery event for a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle, call sign Dude 44, which was down in hostile Iranian territory. The pilot and weapons system officer had both safely ejected and were isolated behind enemy lines. Following confirmation of active rescue beacons and on the direction of the Secretary and by order of the President, a rescue operation was launched with the stated purpose
Oil about
of
to make
bringing
new
both
highs. Joe's
Americans
crushing it
home
here.
safely.
Nice job, Joe.
As
Boom.
the Secretary
New highs
said,
on oil.
several hours later on the morning after positively locating the front seater, call sign Dude 44 Alpha, and aware of an aggressive ongoing search by the enemy, a U.S. Central Command plan was approved by the Secretary and the President. Shortly thereafter, a U.S. Air Force Combat Search and Rescue Task Force comprised of A-10 Warthogs in their Sandy role, and I'll describe what that is in a minute, HC-130 Combat King 2s, HH-60 Jolly Green 2 helicopters, and Air Force Special Warfare Airmen, a package comprised of combat rescue officers and pararescueman operators, audaciously penetrated enemy territory in broad daylight to find, fix, and recover Dude 44 Alpha from behind enemy lines. This was an incredibly dangerous mission, an incredibly dangerous undertaking, but a filled promise made to every American warfighter that you will not be left behind. We will always come find you, and we will always bring you home. Over the next hours, the Search and Rescue Task Force crossed the beach, entered into Iranian airspace, protected by a fighter strike package, and moved into the objective area, all under fire. En route, as some of you have seen on social media, the helicopters took gas off the C-130s and pressed onward and forward up into the objective area. While this was ongoing and out in front of them, the Sandy flight of A-10s and other remotely piloted aircraft, drones, and other tactical aircraft were violently suppressing and engaging the enemy in a close-in gunfight to keep them away from the front seater and allow the pickup force to get into the objective area. During this engagement, one of the Sandy aircraft, the one primarily responsible for communicating with the downed pilot, was hit by enemy fire. This pilot continued to fight, continued the mission, and then upon exit, flew his aircraft into another country and determined that the airplane was not landable. This was one of our A-10 Sandy aircraft. The pilot then made the decision to eject over friendly territory and was quickly and safely recovered and is doing fine. After picking up Dude 44 Alpha, the HH-60 Jolly Green fight was engaged by every single person in Iran who had a small arms weapon. And one of the aircraft, the trailing aircraft, took several hits. The crew sustained minor injury, and they are going to be fine. A note for those of you that do not know what a Sandy does. Named after the flight call sign that did this very mission in Vietnam, flying A-1 Sky Raiders and A-7 Corsairs. A Sandy has one mission: get to the survivor, bring the rescue force forward, and put themselves between that survivor on the ground and the enemy. They are committed to this. This is what they live for, and this is what they've trained for over many, many years. The A-10 force and the rescue force did a fantastic job rescuing Dude 44 Alpha. He was recovered Friday afternoon. As I said, and the nation needs to know this, this was an incredibly brave and courageous mission, and a testament to the courage, skill, and tenacity of the joint force and our leaders. And especially a daylight option, having the guts to try, means so much to so many.
Joe is trimming his oil. I respect it.
Backseater,
I think we have room, but I understand
Secretary
there's a
have
red
said,
candle through the
had
new high day.
continued to work
Let's watch these moving
and
averages.
survive. Through the hours of daylight,
Go,
Dude
good
44 Bravo, the backseater,
Was that Josh?
evaded. using every means
Got some
available.
robot-
The efforts of the United States military, the Central Intelligence Agency, and others were attempting to find and locate with precision Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater. A note on the backseater and the front seater. The single most important contributor to a successful rescue operation is the spirit of attack inside the heart of that downed aviator.
Wow,
Their
Sky
will
Q.
to survive, their will
Nice job,
to
Josh.
evade, their will to recover.
I'm gonna pause the military fest there. Josh, did he? Oh, let's see. Looks like we lost Josh. Josh mentioning in chat though, Sky Q at 6.5 resistance next level there. We got the big surge through the 5.5. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So we'll give him his flowers
Refresh
when he
page.
hops back in here. There is my man. Nice call. On
Refresh the page.
There you go.
Yeah, still getting my feedback there.
I'm hearing. It sounded good to me. But
Yeah.
We'll see.
Good. I don't know why on my end I'm hearing like a echo feedback. It's so weird because earlier when we started it was all good to go.
Let me try. You know what I think?
Now
it
we're
is?
good.
Okay.
No, I'm seeing the echo now.
It might
I'm
be.
hearing
It might be. We either have to have. Okay. All right. I'm going to be switching my feeds here to get the double audio out of here.
Sterling, echo.
Excellent. All right. So
We went
I'm
from
gonna
Dude
be pulling
AA
this
or Dude
without
4
audio.
Alpha to.
Okay, gotcha. Getting the YouTube one for you right here. Apologies. No worries. Appreciate your help here. All right, so we got the YouTube here. That might not be shared with audio. Let me get that with audio. There it goes. All right, and yeah, Sky Q still very strong here, guys. Oil still still very strong. This Q short is working out here nicely. We're holding that one, looking for a bigger move down.
It's still not shared for audio.
And into the
let's see,
daylight,
we got that.
the force fought its way in and rescued Dude 44 Bravo. They were protected overhead by an air armada, including tactical drones, strike aircraft, and others. The force fought through multiple simultaneous contingencies, something no other nation, no other military can do, and safely returned Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, home, and all other Americans home as well. At midnight 12 local Eastern time, Easter Sunday, more than 50 hours after the start of this operation, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center declared Dude 44 Bravo, both the front and back seater, returned to friendly territory. The courage demonstrated by both the pilot and the weapons system officer while isolated.
All right, I'm muting
and
the
them
speech for
invading
1
the-
second here, guys. Just updating you. We're not seeing any break in the oil strength. The first test into the 9-minute moving average still very strong, guys. I'm still seeing weakness. Then yeah, there's a 1-minute green candle. I wouldn't be expecting too much off of this, and it seems to me like we are still in this drawdown mode. We're gonna keep an eye on what he says here. Also, Sky
we would be coming
Q,
to get
absolutely
them.
big
These
power
two
moves here, looking for
operations
650 there.
reflect our nation's most sacred obligation to our military service members. We leave no one behind. Bless you.
There it is.
It also perfectly captures
Boom, there it
the
is.
first truth
Top
of
look there
our
we're
special
watching.
operations
It's a battle on the
forces,
Sky Q.
that people are more important than hardware.
Speaking of
That
battles,
is the
I mean,
standard we
like
live
Talk
by.
saying, we are
And the rescue
front running
forces
some
that
announcement here. I do
executed
believe.
these
I
missions
don't like how I'm
operate
feeling
under
about that.
under a clear motto: these things we do that others may live. Their actions were a direct embodiment of that commitment to others, and I could not be more proud of each and every one of them today. As the Secretary said to our enemies, this operation serves as a clear reminder of the capability and will of America's joint force. The United States of America will recover our warfighters anywhere in the world, under any conditions when we want to. We will always bring overwhelming skill and firepower. To every member of the Joint Force, our interagency partners, the leadership at CENTCOM, and our leaders at the department and above, thank you. I'm proud of each and every one of you and thankful to our deployed forces and their families. And lastly, and most importantly, to Dude 44, welcome home. Job well done. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if this is the last speaker here. Trump's wrapping this up, it looks like.
Pretty amazing.
Let's see what we got.
And these two gentlemen have been, from day one, they've been perfecto. You know, I got to know General Kane in my first term because he was able to take out ISIS in 4 weeks instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me by other much lesser generals. I said, you know, if I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we worked it that way, didn't we? It's amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. They said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine, sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they're calling me up. What a choice. These two guys are fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us from, he was 40 miles away. And he said, you know, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night. And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. He wasn't
Sometimes I feel like
moving,
I'm sundowning.
you know,
I'm like,
probably wrong, but we're seeing
what are we
something
talking
moving.
about?
This is a vast mountain.
It's like a, it's like in a novel, and they just spent like a chapter describing the scenery.
40 miles away.
Okay. All right.
It was the head of a human being. I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. Stood up, and they said, we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not specifically. That's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA, too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this great opportunity. Country, it has super army. You make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership.
Thank you.
I have 2 quick questions, Mr. President. What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
Another question, what would be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told, if you protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. And he and his 2 friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed. But the number is up to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, you know, when somebody stays in a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that, you know, that was publicly issued. It's not a secret. That's why so many people say, oh, well, why are you doing this way? We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You know, we got regime change. We do. We're dealing with a much different regime than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper and far less radical. We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, "Oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is." You know, they want me to say, "Here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to." And if you don't
What's
do
the
this,
weather gonna be like,
I have
though?
a plan.
I know.
You
Come
people
on.
know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is. But
Is he convincing us or
it's very
himself?
unfair to say, you know, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news, but you can't.
SKYQ.
It's so bad for
pushing
the
advisor.
people
Press
that are
stuff.
so pro.
Yep.
You saw two
Yeah, be
great
careful
and John
shorting this
Ratcliffe,
one, I will
3
say, but
unbelievable
let's see
people.
this
They have a
resistance
plan.
that you guys are talking about.
Every single thing has been thought out by all of us, but I can't reveal the plan to the media. So, you know, but we're just thrilled by the success of this operation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power?
Sorry,
Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, they would be willing, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the
We keep
people
spinning bombs on us.
I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom.
You laugh at your
They have lived in a
Weird world
that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh my God, what's that? Oh, look over there, what's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh my God, who would do that? And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They've lived so horribly. You know, Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant, actually. And I know so many. I know coming from New York, originally, I know so many people from Iran. They're incredible people, incredible energy, and very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting, and you have a woman, in the case of a woman,
I know this is great. Yes, he's like,
oh, this is the end of the country. And then snipers
Spy doesn't like
selectively
this.
picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were. Where they coming from? This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot
SKYQ
in the
starting to
reverse
form this
direction,
range here.
and they never
mixtape
came
up
out
here.
again. And
Either your
a lot of the
resistance is
news
notable.
doesn't talk about
Let's
that.
keep
They
an eye on
talk
this
about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, you know, AOC plus 3, all that group. They talk about, oh,
All right, time to dunk on
freedom
AOC,
for
I guess.
Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent.
I'm brave, Josh. You brave?
If you have people shooting
brave.
at you, expert
all
shooters
brave.
with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, And you're looking here and you're seeing and you're
How
looking.
many times he said in between? I mean, God.
I don't care who it is.
So, somebody must have showed him, I don't know, a tweet right before this or something.
I know that. Oh, thank you. How would I not know that? Go ahead.
America's watching. No.
Good job.
Can we go back to the weekend? First off, was everyone on board with the operation, or were there people that were trying to talk you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on board.
Somebody else within?
No, there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. They weren't, it would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. You know, this is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit. This whole thing is militarized like nobody's ever seen before. Half the people are wearing uniforms. And we had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. You know, I was surprised. Somebody said it's the only time it's ever been done. I said, that's not possible. But it is possible. Because you're going into hundreds of thousands of soldiers along the path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters, how they got hit. So, yeah, there were people within the military that said it's a wise. And don't forget, how many men did you send altogether, approximately?
Oil is still very strong through this whole thing, and SPY just is anemic. So we're just going to keep watching this trend. Seems like it's getting stronger.
I'll keep it a secret, but it was hundreds and hundreds of these people. It's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment. A lot of equipment. Nobody cares. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were within the military that said this is not a wise, and I understood that.
Real quick update, Josh. If you got a jet, totally understand. We are past our hour. I'm gonna hang out and see what happens in this talk because this is prime TV right here for me. I gotta see you now. I don't know what's going on, but just letting people.
Yeah, I'll stick around a little bit longer here. I know you have next hour, don't you? Power hour.
Power hour is coming up, yeah, in an hour. But I'll have a little bit of time to
we're the best in the world
for the next
at
Trump
night.
talk.
We have
I guess.
goggles that nobody. We have goggles. I've tried them. They're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today. We have a beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night, whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of equipment
still
like we do.
holding strong and trying to test that higher level of the range again.
I was told flying and in daylight, I think we flew
seller
7
step in at
hours
650 to
over
670.
Iran, and that's a long time.
That's what I'd be
Over
looking at.
unbelievably hostile territory, where they have nothing but weapons. We took out their anti-aircraft, which is great. We took out their radar, which is great. We took out a lot, but they still have, what hit this one was a handheld shoulder missile, heat-seeking missile. So it's not like, they're totally whatever. And they have probably a little luck, because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of there. They were great. Their timing was great. But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people do this. This is, you have tankers that are flying over this area so that because the flight was so long, they had to refuel. It's a very dangerous mission. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that we would have been successful.
Oh, that's a rejection on SKYQ.
Essentially injured.
Sterling,
I would
think
have
you're
said
getting
that
paid,
would be
brother.
impossible. Yeah,
That looks like a rejection.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Given that you are now dealing, you say, with a more reasonable, less extreme leadership in Iran, what does that mean for the protesters, for the human rights movement in that country after this conflict?
Well,
What's your
positive.
expectation?
Yeah, if they assume control, if we do something and they assume control, I think it's very positive, a big step. I don't think you'd see the radical.
All right, real quick, SkyQ, we did crack that top range. It does look like it might be short-term distribution. We're wicking back up and retesting the bottom of that range. Not a bad area to look short with a stop over that high a day in my book. A little bit risky, of course, so we can look for the follow-through as well. We'll keep watching on that. Joe is trimming tops and adding dips on USO. Beautiful trade in there, Joe. Nice job, brother.
Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night.
Your
Eastern
6:45
time.
didn't reach.
But we are
That's
dealing with them. I
unfortunate.
think
So
it's going
close.
well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD's involved in the dealing.
Not the worst place to
Mr.
tag in
Witkoff
my
is
book, but it
sitting
is
right
a
here, and I
little
think it's
less
going
clean than
fine,
that
but
perfect level.
we'll have to see. You have to understand, we've been dealing with these people for 47 years. I'm standing here with a much more powerful Iran as of a month ago, not anymore. Right now, they are decapitated. But I'm standing here a month ago with a much more powerful Iran than it was at any point during 47 years. This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous, and we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal, they would have had a, don't forget, that was a path to a nuclear weapon. Remember this. He chose Iran over Israel, pure and simple. How Israel can vote for a Democrat is, if you're Jewish in New York City.
Feels like we're just listening to whatever he wants to talk about now. I thought this was war related.
Is unbelievable because he chose Iran, a very hostile Iran. Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent it over to them. Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel and really the Arab world, if you look, because, you know, the other, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, I mean, you take a look. I mean, I can add Kuwait and I can add Bahrain, and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have befriended.
Wait, we're talking about Iraq.
He went in the exact opposite direction.
I'm telling you, he's just going off the board.
And he made a terrible
I don't know if I just zoned out and we were talking about Iraq. I thought we were talking about Israel and Iran.
And when I terminated that, everyone said, oh, he terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did because he had a road to a nuclear weapon. And it was a very short term.
Someone asked a
question
about
countries don't do 10-year deals.
He'll bring up
You don't do a 10-year.
Josh, sorry, your audio is a little choppy there. What was that?
On a certain street, and you give somebody a 5-year.
Am I still choppy?
I heard that. I missed like one word.
To expire. I terminated it.
No, I was saying it seems like when they ask him, they can ask him about pizza.
Because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had
Oh shoot, it is garbled. I'm sorry, that's frustrating.
bombers not gone in 8 months ago.
You're good, bro. I was going to say I'm cutting out. I'm cutting out for done. Okay. Done. Listen to this guy mumble on.
I don't blame you, Josh. I'd be tapping out here too. Sorry about that, about the audio there, guys.
You're good. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you on
Sounds good, brother. Sounds good. Thanks for bearing with me there. Have a great week.
And they were able to do their job.
All right, guys, it's just you and me. We're going to be wrapping up this Trump speech, and then I'll give you a quick recap.
At a high level,
and
either one of those
we'll
two
be taking a little break. We
And
need to
if they
refuel after
did,
this.
in my opinion, I
got a
told this
yap
to
session
Bibi
on our hands.
Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out also. And they were powerful. If I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible, the Iran nuclear deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, a
We are
big
seeing
one,
a
unlimited,
small bid.
legally.
I'm going to shut him up for 1 second. We are seeing a small bit. I'm going to switch to my charts in a moment. I think that he's close to wrapping up, and that's why we're seeing this bid. I do want to hear him out and finish this. I'm still in the short. I'm holding that until I get stopped out over that previous swing high before he started talking, or we get a nice profit here. This is a hedge for me, but I do think that
had he lived, I
nothing
believe
good is
we
coming
would be
from this
fighting
stock so far, at
perhaps
least.
a different Iran right now because he's never been replaced, And I did one other, but this one was not picked up. Osama bin Laden. If you read my book, I said you got to take them out 1 year before the World Trade Center came down.
I cannot follow
So we
his
should
train
read
of
the
thought.
book. But you, as a president, to be a good president, I believe you have to have good instincts. And a lot of this is instinct. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for taking my question, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week you suggested that Europe should take the lead on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Has circumstances changed now that you're issuing a direct 48-hour ultimatum? And secondly, would a new ceasefire include Israel, or would it just be between Iran
I can't
and the
talk
US?
about ceasefire, but I can tell you that we have a active, willing participant on the other side. They would like to be able to make a deal. I can't say any more than that, but they would like to.
Okay, we're trying to pump off of that. Let's see.
You've listed the goals. Excuse me.
Please, go ahead.
Nothing concrete.
Who you with? Who you with?
My name is Dia Kurd. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and disarm it. Do you still want them to stay
It's like
away?
I'm getting stopped out. Okay, we are strong here. Almost
I'd rather
stopped
have
out
them
there.
stay away. I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death. I mean, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away.
Chaos in there.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international
Topic
law.
so far.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times.
Oh boy.
Are you
Here we go.
The failing.
Are you concerned?
Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are
What's
you
going on
concerned
with it?
that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No, not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody
let
that
this
takes
guy
my
in.
place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran. We're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from a standpoint, any which way you want to say, mentally, these are
So I still
disturbed
talk
people.
like
If
him.
you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
So he did not answer the question.
Quiet. You no longer have credibility at the New York Times because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times
What are
has
we
no
talking about here,
credibility.
guys? What are we doing?
It used to be all the news
Am I
that's been
taking
to
crazy
print.
pills?
The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news, and people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake. Go ahead, please.
Your messaging on the war has moved from the war is coming to an end to war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages,
Right.
and we've heard a range of those kind of messages. So so which is it? Are you winding this down?
Can't tell you.
Or are you escalating
I can't tell
it?
you. I don't know. I can't tell you. Depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, well, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve,
They did
give them
not,
10 days.
by the way.
10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess, indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person.
What a nice guy.
They have till tomorrow. Now, we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this. But we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. And after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages.
Oof, okay.
CNN fake news.
Are you
CNN
willing
fake
to
news,
make
okay.
a deal that does not
Guys, I'm trying to get here.
the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water, and now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy.
Seems good for
We've
my
knocked out
tankers
their Air Force
positioning.
completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats, and they could drop them. I'm
Yep,
not
statecraft
even sure they have any
talk,
mines yet,
like
by
you
the way. I'm
said.
not sure. I'm
The
personally,
movie Wag the Dog. I think it's a documentary. Seems more and more like it every year, doesn't it? So this is a massaging of narratives. This is optic spin, and this seems to be preempting something that I don't like. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. I want all Americans to stay safe. And, well, these guys can laugh about, you know, sending hundreds of Americans to die. Hope it's for a good reason if we do. So let's see what he says.
weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication.
One other thing here, SKYQ, it's trying again. It still is in this range. I think this is a short up, but I understand why. It's a little bit spooky. So we are going to keep an eye on that as it trades in that range from 650 to 590, call it.
The Middle East will be gone, and then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO, very. I think that NATO, I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning when I spoke to UK of all. I would have said they would have been the first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. You know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour aimed at the Abraham Lincoln.
He's been cooking for like an hour. This is wild. All right. It looks like I'm going to get stopped out now. Oh, they wore me out. I don't want to be in a trade anymore.
10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible. But 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable, yeah.
All right, some more questions.
Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my choice, yeah, because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over, many times over. You know, the old days, to the victim, okay? You know that. To the winner belong the spoils, go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, We didn't have it with the Second World. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right? But to the victor belong the spoils. So we haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we, just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled.
Venezuela president.
So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language.
We're going to switch back to charts. I will keep going until he stops talking.
But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now. The people that are running it.
Let's put it like that.
If you remember Bush with Iraq.
Going to charts. All right. Got to turn that guy down. Okay, so what we're seeing on SPY, it's trying to double bottom here off of the morning, or the Trump little pullback there that we saw into him talking. We didn't really get much follow through through that sweep through the high of day, or I'm sorry, low of day. Rated that liquidity, trying to push back through the equilibrium. I'm still not seeing much of a reason to be in a trade. I was short. I think I got stopped out right through there. We'll check. Yeah, got stopped out. They got me. So if it drops, so be it. Doesn't seem like something that I'm ready to short. Doesn't seem like something that I really want along, and that could be my own bias. Not willing to believe whatever the heck is going on. We do have this horizontal downtrend line, or I'm sorry, this downtrend line diagonally here intraday. We are testing the breakout here. So this will be where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. Oil retesting its high of day. And we will have to kind of see. I'm thinking that maybe these trades might need to cool just a little bit into the close, and the real trade happens overnight as the deadline does or does not play out, and we get our what does he call it? Power plant day, tank or bridge day, something like that. So we will keep an eye on how this develops. He's still yapping, guys. Meanwhile, gold. I'm gonna check an hourly chart on that. I want to see what gold's doing through all this as well. Airlines we mentioned on the break of this downtrend line looked like a good short. Got a little bit of a move back to the pre-market, back to the open, trying to bounce a little bit. I'm still short this one. I'm a little red on that one, but it's a hedge like we said. I think that into earnings, into all of this uncertainty, there's worse things to be short than AAL. SKYQ, been the darling of the day. Nice push that we got on stream. Shout outs Josh. AK47 calling this one out. Big push up through the $6 handle. Finding a few sellers here at $6.50. I think it could be tired, but we aren't seeing follow through after that kind of breakdown, potential breakdown candle we saw about half an hour ago. Still digesting that range. We'll keep an eye on that. Oh man, every time I look over, Trump's still talking. I don't know. He's using his hands a lot. We'll bounce back to that and see what's good there.
Who never went to the border.
Okay, now I think it's
border patrol agents, right? Not once.
Trash talking.
Kamala. She never called the border patrol.
Right.
She never said, "How we doing?" I used to call the border patrol guys every day. You can ask them, Paul. Ask any one of them.
Market likes this
Brandon,
for some reason.
Ask them all the time. How
I guess,
we doing?
the
How we
longer
doing?
he talks and nothing
we
bad
now,
happens,
proud
the
to
better.
say, have a totally
The less
sealed
likely
border.
he's announced
9 months.
he's
Nobody
going
is
to
coming
announce
through our
something
border,
bad
and nobody
today.
even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. So maybe one or two more, and we'll be done.
All right, one or two more.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Important question.
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
What about us charging tolls? We're not charging
I'd rather
tolls.
do that than let them have them run. Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls. Okay?
All right.
I thought you meant...
You guys, a minute ago, 5 minutes ago, he said, all it takes is one guy and one mind to shut it down. Now he's saying, who cares? We won. Who cares what they say? What can they do?
In order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be, we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Probably the last
Thank
question.
you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this war?
I do, because
And have you
God
sought
is
his direction?
good. Because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says I enjoy it. I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These two guys don't enjoy it. You know, people say, oh,
SKYQ
boy,
looks like it's
they're
failing
so
to me.
tough.
SKYQ looks like it's cracking down to me.
Seeing people killed.
Look for a
I've
close
ended
under
8
6.
wars.
That should be.
Nobody's ever done it.
Should be a short
The
back to
person
5
who won the
to
Nobel
520, I
Prize
think it
came
is.
to me and said, you deserve the Nobel Prize. She announced that. When they announced, they said, goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person. She said, no, no, no. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan, where the Prime Minister of Pakistan said, President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now. That makes me much happier. We have one more to end, by the way.
One more. Let's see if the market starts to sell off.
President, you called yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
I shouldn't.
What is your response to critics
bizarre.
who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined
Oh,
as this war
spicy.
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything, for many years until I came along. So if that's the
Oil's
case, you're going to
still
have
bidding,
more
guys.
people. Dasha, go ahead.
This might not
You
hold.
said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting,
Yeah.
including power plants, bridges. You've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want
or
to tell you that.
hospitals that you
I don't want to
say
tell you
is
that.
off-
We have a plan
Yeah,
because of
talk.
the
I'm not
power
a
of our
fan of the
military.
guy talk either in
When
this
every
context.
bridge
Feels
in Iran
in poor taste.
will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant
Okay,
in
now
Iran
there's a
will be
sell-off on oil.
out of business, burning,
Not hard yet, but
exploding,
it's cracking
and
the
never to be
139.
used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge one. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner,
Volatility
and
in oil.
JD.
Spicy
saying,
candles, trying to hold,
I think
but
they're breaking the deal.
gotta wait and see how this
I
plays
said,
out.
tell
Could
them
definitely
that's
flush a
okay.
little
Don't
bit
worry
more.
about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order, knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No.
SKYT
Do
looks
I
like it's
wanna
cracking a
destroy
little
their
bit lower here. There are
infrastructure?
still some
No.
buyers.
It will take
but
them 100 years to
looks weak to me.
rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
You voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, 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 we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO
Okay,
is
now
a
we're
paper
trash
tiger.
talking NATO.
Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's
Still a
the
strong
paper
hourly
tiger.
chart, to be
NATO
honest,
is
on
us.
SPY.
And when we needed
Worth
them, but we
noting,
didn't
it
need
could
them,
push
by the
higher.
way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips.
Further oil
Think
heaviness
of
here.
it.
Looks
It's
like it
not
wants to
just
lose
NATO.
the previous high
You know
day.
who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan.
All right, Australia catching
We got
strays was not on my
50,000
bingo card.
soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000
Oil
soldiers
breaking
in
down a
South
little bit
Korea
further here. This should give SPY room to
to
push up.
protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally
SKY
retarded
keeps continuing
person.
to look weaker to me.
So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden.
What,
It was terrible.
what are we
But to me,
doing,
he
guys?
likes Trump.
What are we
And
doing?
Do you
All
notice how
right.
nice things are? It's very nice.
I
But we
can't
have
stream that
45,000
word. What's
people,
going on?
soldiers, in
Mr.
harm's
President,
way,
please,
and
chill.
right next to Kim Jong-un
Please,
with a lot of
chill.
nuclear weapons.
Oh,
45,
no.
which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un
Oh,
would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they were all afraid to do their job properly.
This is financial
But just to
analysis.
conclude and
Okay.
just to finish,
All right.
Japan didn't
Let's
help
be
us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO, NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also
All
say
right,
they're
financial
got to
analysis.
be a little bit more
3
involved
topics
because
on
they're in the
5-minute.
territory.
Maybe
But
the
Saudi
mar-
Arabia has been excellent.
Maybe the
Qatar has
market
been excellent.
questions this
UAE has been
line
excellent.
of reasoning
Bahrain,
and commentary
Kuwait.
here.
I mean,
and
Kuwait
we,
did shoot down
at
3
the
of our
very
planes.
least, you pull back to
The
these
only
moving
planes
averages
really
to
that we lost
test
with
this downtrend line
friendly
breakout.
fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly
Talk
fire.
speechless too. He's not.
They unfortunately
you don't
didn't
have,
know how
you don't
to
have something
use
to make
our-
this. I don't know what to say.
Our
about
great
this.
patriots.
This is a
The pilot
doozy.
said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom. They got out. Because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were
I
our
missed
planes.
the
So,
tan suit debacle. That was my speed
NATO
of
is a paper
political
tiger.
controversy.
Now, he's coming to see me on
Can we do
Wednesday,
that
as
one
you know.
again?
He's a wonderful guy.
Let's go back to that.
Secretary General is great. And
3
Mark
topics on
Rutte.
SPY. We have 2 minutes
He's a
left on this
great
5-minute
person, but
candle watching that.
He's good. And you know, it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland.
Greenland,
They
all
don't wanna
right,
give it
time
us,
to
and I
pull up.
said, Bye-bye.
Time to pull up REMX. What are the rare earths doing?
He's a great person, but
Greenland's
he's
back
good.
on the menu,
and you know,
boys.
it all began with,
I kind of like
if you wanna know the
REMX.
truth,
It's
Greenland.
forming a nice base here.
We want
Watch
Greenland.
that 90 handle.
They don't want to give it to us, and I said,
rips.
bye-bye.
Probably do 100.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. We did it. We survived. We're going to do a quick market
We were
recap,
just
and then
hearing
I'm
from
going to take a
President
quick break
Trump
before
as
power
he
hour.
was talking about the very latest.
I lost some brain cells. Let's get this recap underway. What did we see? We saw the market doing a whole lot of nothing. We were essentially flat from the open here. That was surreal. I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, I don't know what you want from me there. Yeah, I'm supposed to analyze that. Okay. It was a whole lot of military bluster. It was a whole lot of optics and massaging narratives, framing us as the winner, framing Iran as crippled beyond compare, beyond repair, I should say. This is, talk hitting the nail on the head. This is about the petrodollar and its control on it. If you were watching Dixie, the dollar index for the past year, or especially the past couple months, you could see it was on life support and it needed help. Say what you will, this war was very good for the stabilization of the dollar and the U.S. interests, especially regarding, the petrodollar there. So the world was moving in a geopolitically multipolar direction. You were seeing a lot of cooperation, a lot of communication, a lot of willingness to work together between China, the EU, basically everywhere but us, and our closest allies here. What you can kind of glean from that is, well, hey, from that we got this conflict where we really, really stabilize and maintain our dollar hegemony in this multipolar economy, which I think is trying to
go against the motion of the long-term ocean. I don't see a world where China and the EU further separate from each other and align closer with us. I see it much more likely that they continue to align, not necessarily against us, but when business dealings with a superpower become a lot less stable, a lot more volatile, you look for alternate networks, alternate economies to resources. You know what I'm saying. We're talking like BRICS stuff, like Belt and Road Initiative. We're basically building out everything that isn't reliant on the U.S. What did we actually see today? To me, it seems like we are starting to get try to get the American public on board with boots on the ground and a prolonged conflict. We are there's so much narrative spin specifically around the opening or closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and I still see so much confusion regarding it. My understanding is that it is opened, which means about 10% of prior shipping traffic is going through. It has to get the AOK with the Iranian Royal Navy or whatever. It's so hard to keep track of all the factions and their names. You know what I'm talking about. Whoever's in charge of the ships over there. So guys, this was not mission accomplished on the war carrier with Bush. This was not. I'm very, very glad that we brought those pilots home. Does that change the trajectory of the war? Does that make the Strait of Hormuz any more open? One thing that stood out in my mind when he was talking was, well, he said, one bad hombre with, you could carry it on a truck, one of these mines that could disrupt a shipping lane, a major shipping lane. Then he turns around and goes, well, what are we talking about them charging us for ship passage? We might start charging other people. It's like, we are not in control of this region. You just admitted that it's very hard to control. So a lot of narrative spin and a lot of optics massaging going on for sure. As Talk saying, wagging that dog, the tail wagging the dog. Great movie there. Says a lot about our current times. Feels like prophetic in a lot of ways, but hey, probably just how it always was, right? So we're gonna keep trying to watch and decipher these. It's like Plato, on the wall of the cave, trying to figure out what's going on, what's casting these shadows geopolitically. So we're gonna keep trying to parse that together. As of now, I remain hesitant. I remain with hedges on. In terms of my long-term positions, the stuff that I like isn't changing. I do like tech that is not contingent on that can survive in a disruptive environment with these agentic workflows starting to take so much of the spotlight when we're talking about the AI trade. So I'm looking at names like AKAM, at FSLY, stuff like that. AEHR having an amazing day. I did not get in. I wish I did. So we're going to be looking for that one to continue to develop, tighten up, and give another entry there. But these names, I don't think they're going to be done. I don't think they really care that much about what happens in terms of the war. Either way, they're undervalued. That doesn't mean they can't get cheaper. And I want to be able to build positions there. So still sitting over 50% cash, but looking to build positions in those types of baskets as well as the same old, usual suspects. I think that if things are going to get better in the midterm, after this war, what I'm looking to invest in, well, it still is stuff for grid growth, power grid, growth. So I think we're going to need a lot of copper. I think the photovoltaic, the fiber optic type trade is not done. We're seeing that incredible strength in names like AAOI, in GLW, in CIEN, LITE, all of these names. To me, the charts don't look done, and I don't see why they would be. They can definitely counterbid these mega caps like Amazon, Meta, Google, etc. that just don't have that appeal, and they are not benefiting from this recent disruption trend. So we like the disruptive the tech that benefits from the disruption of the agentic workflow space. We like copper miners, aluminum miners, AA, Alcoa Aluminum. I still like a little bit of gold. I think gold's going higher. I think silver's going higher. That's a little tougher. I don't have a big position there. But just, kind of planting my flag in a few things that I think are going to be good investments in the next year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, stuff like that. REMX as well. I think that there's a lot of room for growth in these sectors. So that's where I'm at, guys. I was hoping that if I kept yapping a few more minutes, we'd get a definitive break away from this middle point, this 650, 750 on SPY. Not seeing it yet. I personally would like to see this fade. I think that would be better to see this flag fail. It could break out, and then we can fade overnight or tomorrow. Either way, we'll trade what we see. I'll be back in 20 minutes. I'm going to grab a snack. So take it easy, guys. Thank you for bearing with the audio issues earlier, too. I got some homework to figure out how to smooth that out for the next time Trump decides to talk for that long. So let's see. Talks mentioning what will cost more in the next 6 months: oil, natty, copper, aluminum, helium, potash. Absolutely. So yeah, we're still fishing in the same pools here. I think more or less same ponds. I still like the DBA trade, the wheat trade, the Tyson trade. I like a lot of these names. ADM you mentioned, BG, that chart looks phenomenal. That you mentioned being in that one. I think that's probably my standout chart in the sector. Just beautiful look. But a lot of these charts look really good, and that's telling us something, right? When you have wheat and soft commodities and all of these things looking really good, you have gold catching very strongly, you have, I don't know, it's just something's brewing. These potash names, for example, these fertilizer names, they're not done. I do not believe this disruption can last for a considerable amount of time. Considerable, that's hard to say. All right, guys, I need a snack. I will be back in 20 minutes for Power Hour. Don't turn that dial. We're going to go back to some scanners for just a few minutes here. I'll see you soon. All right, folks, we are back once again. It is Power Hour. I am Steve, and we are going to be taking a look around the market here. We've got a tale of dueling narratives. Who's going to win between the indices trying their best to consolidate over the downtrend line on this hourly chart? We're going to zoom out. This is our first narrative. The bulls want us up and out of this consolidation that we've been in. See this downtrend line all the way down? Zooming on in, see us consolidating into the neckline here. See us trying to digest and hold above it. All right, so we've got two areas of interest. We have our pre-market highs. This is this zone right here, small rectangle to the top of our screen at 658 to 658.60 or so. We also have the opening, the yesterday's closing range here, which we tested at the open. We swept into when Trump spoke before recovering here. This is 655.50 to 656. So this is the area that I think it's very defined range at this point, and we have clear targets to the upside and downside if we can break beyond this. Until we can, we gotta just trade this sideways and play mean reversion until it's ready to make its move. Should be pretty soon. We can see if it's ready on this next push. We want to watch for a surge through the high of day here into the power hour. Not so sure we get it. I'm kind of ambivalent on this price action until it shows us something. So the other narrative is oil. Is oil continuing on its major breakout here and just flagging for the next move up, or is it going to have a little trouble? There's two ways you could look at this chart. What's really clear is that there is a seller here, right? I'd probably draw it like that, something like that. There's a seller right there. But buyers have so far maintained a steady uptrend in support in this upward consolidation, in this triangle pattern. So held previous highs. Let's zoom out a little bit. There it is. Held the previous highs yesterday in cash session. Friday cash session. Overnight we bid. Over the weekend we bid. Came down a little bit. Basically confirmed price action from Friday, and now we are trying to push up higher. So personally, I think this one looks stronger than SPY. But you know what? I honestly don't have a strong read, and I think it's so based on what headlines we may or may not get that all I can really do is stay hedged for downside and, not let go of any longs that I'm still holding on to at this point, right? So seeing a decent bid attempt on USO. And I would assume that means that SPY is going to look a little bit heavy here into power hour, or into the first 5-minute flip of power hour. So we're going to keep an eye. We're trading up into this resistance band that we had mentioned, and it would make sense if we fade a little bit, regardless of our direction, the direction that we end up breaking. We can still see some interplay in this range for the rest of the day. Definitely seller on USO. He's tough, says Joe. Yeah, that seller at 140, above 140. No joke. But I'm still seeing, it's always the interplay, right? So you have the big seller, right? So this 140 is passive. He's sitting there with orders to sell at 140 because, hey, he's an oil bull who's taking profit at a really good level, right? So that's the passive, the drag on the price action there. We still have the new buyers, these young bulls. They're stepping in earlier and earlier each time, in each consolidation even, higher low there. Double bottom, roughly higher low there. Higher low here. So each low, catching. So it's a battle between these young new bulls and these guys aren't even necessarily bears. They're just passive sell orders, So to me, this isn't active selling too much. No, I mean, maybe this a little bit here. So we'll have to digest it. But to me, looking pretty darn good still. And if we zoom out to a daily, this is not something that I would expect to just keep going straight vertical unless, let me put it like this. Clear uptrend, it just broke out. It's overextended. But all I would really expect is a day or two down into this moving average, day or two down into this rising moving average before continuation. We are breaking out of this megaphone, this flat top structure, however you'd want to kind of say it. And I mean, hey, there is no reason that this has to stop and no reason it should until we get definitive resolution in terms of Strait of Hormuz traffic. That being said, SPY and Q is just eating dips here pretty strong. I wonder if it's a little fake breakout, though. How it makes a nice little base here, gets everybody involved, and then says, nope, actually, oil's going to catch on moving averages and we can push. We'll see. It's just a hunch. Just a hunch. Joe thinks it's going to be hard to get past 140. Yeah, for sure, for sure. You've got an uptrend line from pre-market at 135.40 that keeps bouncing off. Oh, interesting. Let me look at that. Pre-market 135.40. Look at that top wick. It's digesting this 50 moving average. See how clean that 50 moving average algo is? So caught it. We're still in trend. And then the second it lost it with force. Back tested. Seller's still there with force. But now the buyers starting to kind of absorb those sellers, I think. And now this is the level of interplay here still. Try to pop above it. Now digesting. So we're in wait and see mode here on USO in my book. To me, personally, biased to USO catching here and SPY coming down just a little bit. Also on SkyQ here, trying to hold structure, but for me personally, myself personally, I still think that this looks kind of bearish and like there's still meat on the bone short, and this is a short the pops type setup. That being said, this thing could just be in a larger flag and still catch quite nicely. So I'm respecting this. And if you're shorting, I would definitely be getting out as it comes into this high volume node. And honestly, the long might be really nice off of that kind of area, because this is potential to really, really still keep going, to be completely honest. So this 50% retest at 550, that would be such a nice place for them to retest. I would be getting out a lot at 572. But I think the 50, that'd be my big target. The 550, and I'd leave a little bit of runner on for this 530, the high point of control. And that'd be the kind of area where I'd look for accumulation to catch for potential long. So what I kind of think it does is down here, one last push. Then it can break the flag. Come on, let me draw. Something like that, and then it could really expand. You could get big breakout. Not just a direct move, but something like that up to the $7 handle. Because that would be like, essentially, see this cup and handle playing out? That would be a really nice look there. A cup and handle. You have the downtrend line here. You're still seeing buyers on these bottom wicks. You see that? So there is still buyer, and I don't want to just be bearish overall, but to me, this looks like a bad structure up here, improper structure that needs to come back down into and retest this base to some degree or another. So that's why I'd like to see it chop down, wash out under the 50%. Then it says, hey, wait, we're at a discount. This thing's still strong. Then it gets bid up, high or low. You have an inverted head and shoulders while you break the flag, downtrend flag. That's how these often kind of play out, and then you can get expansion. So really like looking for that kind of construction. Not saying it happens, but hey, you know, it definitely can. Okay, we're getting that roll on SPY like we were talking about, and oil starting to catch and cook on those moving averages. So SPY starting to act a little bit more normal to me. I was not reading things very well a little bit earlier. Too much chop, too much Trump talk. Let me catch up on comments here. Talk is talking crack spreads. They will increase as the cost to refine byproducts needs additional liquids. Okay, let's see. Talking about light sweet still trading into backwardation since there is a premium on the product. Okay, natural gas trading in contango as the future price is more than present spot price. Let's look at that trade real quick. My nat gas holdings, I believe, are up today, so I did want to check in on that. So first off, let's check in on VG. I think VG's bottoming, guys. I think this is a bottoming double bottom on the hourly here. We'll know for sure if it can break and hold over 16, then I'll feel a lot better about it. But 14 was the long-term buy zone. I missed it because I thought we were breaking out the top, so I took a position like above 16 somewhere. Continuation play, but that is where I planted my most recent flag on this ticker, so I am red on those still, but feeling good about those coming back. NEXT is my other play in the space. Next Decade Corporation. Let's look at this one. This is the hourly. Really nice day today. Pushing up on and out. And this is how I like to see an overextended play kind of rebase. Like after this, it's really overextended. We can look and see that it went from 5-ish to 7-ish or whatever really fast, 8-ish. So when you get too overextended, you start looking like this kind of, I call it a 3-push exhaustion, where you kind of see, this is what I wanted to talk about. This section right here, where look at the trajectory of this. See that? See what I'm talking about? How it curves like that? And hold on. We can do even better. There we go. So this is the point I'm trying to make. You start seeing the top trend line curve, and when you see a big wick like this and then coming down, you start to get a little bit suspicious that you're seeing this. You want to see this, the kind of down tick where the big push up, it tries, big try, this big push up. See how it's getting weaker and weaker and weaker each time? And this usually means that a stock is ran over, too much. And if you're bullish this is a sign of strength, but it's also a sign that it needs to cool off. So what you can do is you can start taking profits and things and looking for where you're going to buy the dip. Usually where you buy the dip is you pull the fib out like this and you see the 50% like this. That's where you buy the dip. Bada bing, bada boom. So you're getting out. Like when this kind of fails to push a new high, you're going, all right, now we're starting to see red candles. Pretty sus, pretty sus. If you don't do it fast, then you just get the big wipeout. But then you can see that this is still holding really nicely. So now, essentially, after that overbought kind of move, you get the kind of exhaustion push, it resets. Now it can start the rebase process. You can see this thing's really, it can move really fast, So boom, boom, big explosive move, but it got kind of ahead of itself. So now it needs to come back and retest this base. But what you see overall in this whole structure is a low and a higher low. So after making a big, like 30-40% major move, it repriced, swept out, squeezed up, and now formed a new base in this whole price action range from $6.50 up to $8-9. So this is giving it room to potentially break the range completely to the upside. So pulling up to the daily, you can see that, yeah, this thing, it can really rip. Let's see if we get more price action if we go to a weekly. There we go. There we go. A few things to note here. First off, big downtrend line on the weekly here. We are breaking, consolidating above. Big bottom wick when we push below makes me think that we want to transact higher in this range. Since I think that, we can pull up our fib to this range, and we can see, yeah, look at that fib, the 50% right there at $8. As long as it is finding strong buyers under $8, it makes me think it wants to reach up to the next fib up here, 878, and I think it really wants to go up to this 988 and ultimately make a new high. But that might take some time. Where I'll be trimming is the $8.80 to $9 handle, because I think that is a decent spot. Next spot will be a measured move of the previous week's candle. More fibs. Lots you can do with fibs. So $9.50 and $10 lines up perfectly. Measured move is $10. Great target there. That's where I would like to transact. All right, SPY I think is giving us a short entry here, but it is a little bit spicy. I think this pop-up into the moving averages here will get rejected and fade. To me, this looks like an unhealthy structure, but I do just have to respect the potential for, hey, we did break a range or have a change of character considering we are trading sideways over this downtrend line. What I would say, though, while this could be high or low, like we talked about on the previous chart, rebasing after breaking the range, to me, this looks a little bit weaker overall. And there's so much macro risk heading overnight, and we only have an hour left to trade. So I'm biased to this not playing out. Totally open to being wrong, though. Let's see if I can get some more evidence to support or reject my case that I'm trying to build. So USO still holding, and you start to see these moving averages curling on up underneath. See that white one there, yellow, and the blue, all curling up and starting to provide support. As long as that keeps holding, then we can assume that this, whoops, let me doodle. This, come on now. There we go. This double bottom here can hold. See that? So as long as this finds acceptance, these moving averages hold, we can trust this structure. If we can trust that structure, we can expect it to try to transact the top side of the range because higher time frame structure is up. So when you're in an upwards time frame, higher time frame, high, like structurally bullish move like oil is in still, can't deny it. All you have to do is find support in these intermediary levels and these smaller pullbacks on a low time frame, like a 1 minute chart here. So all it really needed to do on this 1 minute chart all day long was find buyers under this 200-minute moving average, which roughly represents the trend intraday. So see, intraday, there were a few times where it could have gone negative, but there were buyers who stepped in. So they couldn't keep pumping it up here, even though it wanted to go higher eventually, just because, it's running out of gas, so to speak. So it needs to come down a little bit, and then it gives it room and juice to come up when people try to short it. So yeah, do not short it in my book. And see the same kind of thing here in this swing low in the morning session. We're kind of seeing here, I think, where you have wipe out because you're overbought, comes up, comes down again, comes to this neckline, see the higher low, and then see it consolidate right there. So now we have the higher low, and we're consolidating right here. I think we push higher. If that is the case, then SPY would stall out pretty soon here. So still got to see it. Oh, look, nice 1 minute candle on USO pushing up very strongly. Who'd have thunk? Oh, look at that, a big red candle on SPY. Who'd have thunk? I don't know. All right, let's check comments here. Sorry, I got into that tape reading. It's nice when a thesis kind of comes together on you there. All right, so what do we got? We got Larry Boyd in the house. We got Talk, as always, making pancakes, making bacon pancakes. I'm about it, dude. I'm hungry. I might waffle it up, actually, get some breakfast going. You know what? French toast sounds really good, Talk. I might get some French toast going after this. Treat myself, because hey, why not? Because there's never a bad day for breakfast. Talk in Bloom Energy went from 23 last April to 135. Went a lot higher than that. Went to like 160, didn't it? What's it doing now? Let's take a look at that. That was one of those setups that looked really promising and then just didn't act right. And now it's like, to me, I don't know what to make of this because it's not giving me enough definition. To me, this like looks like I don't have enough information yet in what it wants to tell me. It might be that it wants to do something like this and then die. Thing is, I think they're a really good company. From what I have heard, they seem high quality, so maybe not high quality, but yeah, don't go backwards in time. See what I'm saying? How this, if it was a continuation flag, it would have acted differently. These big top wicks aren't right. This action isn't right. This is like kind of expected that it would find a buyer before going all the way down here off this moving average, off of what this previous high here looks like. Yeah. But like, if I look at this chart here, do I like this? Not really. Like, I just don't think it looks very good. And I think it wants to transact this, this breakout imbalance, this 50 moving average on the week. That'd be the 200 day, I think. Let's go to a daily. I'm sus. I'm sus of BE. Like, what do I do with this? I don't know what to do with this. My brain's telling me different things. First thing it's telling me is it looks gross. Second thing it's telling me is like it looks like one of those things that might look gross but failed to break down, so maybe it squeezes. But why? I don't know. No, it lost moving averages. I don't know why. I think it's just because it's such an explosive name that in the back of my mind I'm like, you got to treat it with respect. It could just be squeezing, about to squeeze. Bull case is, what did it reach into? Did it reach into this gap? Oh. So I don't know, because I've seen this play out both ways, and I'm not sure if my interpretation is correct. Let me talk you through what I'm saying there. This gap here, we had this gap, price dropped into it but could not break into the gap. So what that tells me first off is that this gap is being protected. There's a buyer from this breakout that is still holding that line. What it also kind of tells me or makes me think though is, okay, well that may be a sign of strength down here, but this was a significant sign of weakness. The fact that it's basically a head and shoulders up here. You have this gnarly kind of just distribution type look. See that? That's kind of rough. It's not like it's a really well-developed cup. Like this is way too developed of a handle for this to be the cup and then this to be the handle for it to break out. Like that doesn't make sense. This looks like distribution to me. So we lost moving averages. It's top wicks above. It is high or low. So basically in the past week here, we have consolidation like that and that. Oops. Give me my line. There we go. Like that and that. To me, this looks unhealthy, and I think we need to come down here. But it's just tough because, like, well, clearly somebody stepped in there. I think it's just mean reversion, like, hey, it's got to step in somewhere and come back a little before it pushes in deeper. I think what this is doing is it's setting up a nice set of targets here because you can sweep the stops from here, you can sweep the stops from here, you can also fill the gap, and then you can kind of run it on down back into this lower volume area too. And I think that with that kind of momentum, you can get this kind of leg down that we have here, and then we can reload off of that and get a nice bounce back into where we broke down from, potentially, before the pattern really plays out. That being said, I don't know. Maybe this thing just finds a way. Speaking of finding a way, SPY is trying to carve out a bottom here, even though USO is bidding just up. It's just holding its 9-minute moving average, which makes me think that this will fail again. It beat me to it with a red candle before I could even say the words, but look at this playing out. This looks like a short, guys. This looks like a really, really nice short that's just starting to confirm. When you recognize it early, like we seem to have maybe done in this session, sometimes you can psych yourself out when you get a green candle going against you because you're like, well, maybe I was just wrong. Maybe you were just early and they need to shake some people out first. So trust the setup. Trust the setup. See this downtrend line, or yeah, downtrend line here is still holding strong. So these moving averages should digest for a minute or two, and then eventually we should lose these lows. Then that should lead to losing these lows from an hour or so ago. Then that should lead to a push on down to transact somewhere in this fair value gap where we gapped up into. There we go. Great bearish candle. So yeah, let's frame this trade short. We talked about it from this level multiple times, and you know me, just always the same thing. If you get the power candle down, the valid short is when it pushes back up into these moving averages and finds a seller. So we saw this candle push back up, but found a seller. You could short it anywhere in here, really, anywhere in here. Your stop would be above this previous swing high. It can run this stop. It can run this previous little one, so you don't put your stop right over there. That's too tight. And right here, I think, is a valid short entry. Right here on a big candle down, and then the wick back up into the moving averages, and see how it just plays out like a mamma mia, perfect. See, that's how you catch these trades very, very easily. You know, where it's not a stress. You're not like, oh, I missed that one candle. It's over. Like, look, it might give you another entry here. But the whole point is that if I'm entering off these moving averages, I don't really care if it oscillates around, comes back and forth, because I know that I am not fighting the trend, right? Because I'm part of the seller that is making this look ugly because it keeps rejecting off that ribbon of moving averages, right? See, so wick back up there, was I worried? No, I would just be saying, hey, possibly another chance to add a little bit more. And now we are pushing lower. We should start sweeping these and expanding down. I think we test this big downtrend line. So we'll look for maybe the 657. That seems like a fair target. 650, 650 to 657. And there's potential for this to go much lower too, especially overnight. All right, let me get back into these comments and recheck. Yeah, USO strong. So like we said, guys, dueling narratives here. Who's going to win? I don't think it's SPY. Also looks like my AAL short starting to look a little bit better, starting to look a little droopy here. Pretty low liquidity, so we'll change to a 5-minute chart to get a better picture. Yeah, look at that. I like this as a short too, guys. You see this big volume shelf here at 1093? It is getting bonked here. You could say, Steve, this looks like a flag. This is not breaking down yet. Yeah, well, so did SPY until it posted an ugly candle. So I'll call my shot a little bit here. I think that this is about to fade pretty nicely. If you're day trading this, you could look to... I mean, this thing has no range. This thing is a swing trade for sure. This thing is a swing trade short because, man, this thing is tight today. And this thing has a lot of room to cook down once it breaks that range. Delta reports Wednesday. Yeah, they are the best of the airlines, so hopefully they don't kind of... Maybe I get one more entry if Delta does well. If Delta does bad, then AAL's cooked. Either way, it's a defined risk trade for me where I don't know. It's like, okay, if war in Iran keeps going, they get bodied. If airlines have a really hard time regardless of that, and there might be a path to resolution, they could still get bodied before that. I don't know. I'm just kind of bearish. I think the charts look kind of meh, but I could understand if they just outperform and they're too shorted and it's kind of a stretch trade. That's fair. Speaking of stretch trades, okay, look, SPY giving you another entry short, and at some point you got to say, hey, come on now, get back down there. So we'll see where this candle closes. The more times it tries to reclaim, the more you got to say, hey, maybe this is stronger than I thought. I thought it'd break down by now, but let's see. At the end of the day, these moving averages are still selling us. We just want to see where the candle closes now. 5 seconds left on this 1 minute. Bears fighting for a nice, decent red close under the open. That's all you can really expect. They got that. Now the candle is able to push down lower. It got the tick lower. Now it's going to try to retest these moving averages. If the seller's still here, it can open the door lower. But bears need that close. 45 seconds for bulls to try and bears to kind of let them run it up a little and then say, nope, now we're ready to push down. That's what you'd want to see if you're bearish. That's what we are seeing so far in this candle. You saw them try to push up into the moving averages. Now that candle's coming back down and testing the waters to push lower. Still fighting here for it, but I think that they might get it in the next 20 seconds here. Candle close is what matters, remember. Larry Boyd talking about taking a ride on Delta. If you're talking about shorting them, that is like my least favorite to short by far. So maybe if you're biased long, play Delta, but if you're biased short, I would use, I think American Airlines is a good proxy short. Yeah, Delta has their own refinery. They're kind of, there's a reason why their chart looks significantly different from the others, the worst ones. So now there we go. See how that candle played out? The bears waited till it almost closed, and then they sent the ammunition there. Beautiful. So now this candle should be small mean reversion up. We already saw that. Bulls might try it once more to push up into the 9 minute, but then the second half of the candle, starting in 5 seconds here, should be bear party pushing down and expanding, or at least attempting to. If not this minute, then the next minute or two. See, bulls are trying once more here. We can see if they can get up to the 9. If they do, that's just another chance to add short. What we are seeing here is all attempts to hold this kind of flat bottom 1 minute pattern are very, very weak. See that? See that candle flip there? And now we expand down. Let's watch it play out. Come on. 2 seconds for the candle close. Bulls trying. Bulls trying. I don't think they can, though. Test the 9, and then let's run it down. I think this is just one more wick back into one of these expansions. So it posts a big red candle, and then when price comes back up into it, it should find sellers at that zone that it opened up right there. See the wick down? We'll see if it plays out. And remember, if this stops working, well, that's a sign too. But so far, this looks like it's getting ready to puke and roll. Puke and roll. Got to stay wide. I'm feeling a little wide. I ate a lot of ham this weekend. I have some tactical bets in both directions, and I'm just like, I'm a little tired, guys. Keeping up with the news, very, very tiring. So there we go. There's the See how they waited again till the very end of the candle. They negotiated in that zone we talked about. That was another entry like we talked about. Now the big expansion down is probably starting. We will see in 40 seconds when this candle closes. They can fight for it a little bit, but I would hope that the candle close would be below that neckline that we talked about. The other thing is, if we do start getting significant buyers and our idea stops acting how it should, like I don't particularly think that this, okay, we'll watch the candle close. If it were to close up above these moving averages, for example, I'd start thinking about, hey, is there potentially a time frame that's higher that I kind of missed the bullishness on? And am I maybe fighting the tape in that regard? Because I can be right that a pattern looks wrong or like bad on a 1 minute, but it can start to play out, and then that pattern on a low time frame can kind of fail to really follow through because it's just trading back into support for a higher time frame level. So that is just something to consider. I still think this looks heavy. We're still green on this metaphorical short, hypothetical short. Like I said, I'm too sleepy to take these trades, really, to be honest. All I can do is call what I see. And some days all I can do is either trade or or commentate. Either walk or chew gum, you know? Still looking heavy to me. Still looking heavy to me. So let's go back and check out, okay, a little bit of pullback on oil, which is why we saw even a little bit of a bounce there. I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried. I think it still is going to play out just like we were talking. Speaking about that, look at this. All right, we are starting to get this path playing out on SKYQ. SKYQ. So yeah, still looking heavy to me. I'd like to see what it does at the 200-minute moving average, currently residing at 555. Call it 550 to 555. I think this one's still weak. Any pops up to moving averages, maybe this 580-ish type handle, 585 type handle. You could probably short that with a stop over $6, over 602, 602. Should not get back up over there. If it does, the short is incorrect. Let's see if this is another opportunity to get back short on SPY with these wicking moving averages holding us back for now. That has been the trend, but you know, we do have only half an hour left on the day, so we could start to see a little bit of a change of character if we want to start looking for these moves into the mock candle, start predicting what the market's going to do tomorrow, and we can see some front running going into that. I'm still biased down, so I still think these moving averages are going to end up projecting, but hey, always could see a little bit of a squeeze. And that's that thing about probabilities, right? Often if a setup looks really bearish and it doesn't play out, well, you get squeezed just like this. So we'll see how the squeeze plays out and if it can actually stick the move. My stop would be over this high if it's not clear. Strong candle though. All right, so let's talk about a few other daily charts. We can look over some swings potentially going into tomorrow. AA, all right, decent candle putting in today. So it is giving buy opportunities and showing support under 70. So 70 is the pivot. As long as support continues under 70, I think this thing is going higher. There's your 70. Got the breakout. This is a major breakout on the daily and weekly chart. We'll pull up the weekly here. Look at that beauty. Look at that beauty. Absolute beauty. This one took people for a ride, failed to break out, wiped all the way back out, and then got a big catalyst. Smashed through. So still love the AA. Oops, on a weekly chart. We'll pull it to a daily just to show how nice that's developing. So I think that this is a buy. If it comes back here once more tomorrow, and I think in a week or two's time, this thing is going to be $75 to $80 stock. I do believe. Okay, SPY big candle and head bonk into the trend line. We trust the plan until the plan stops working. That being said, what we are now on red alert for if we are a bear is we don't want to see a back test hold and then resolve at the top of that candle. So we'll watch this closely. We have This candle printing pretty ambiguously. A strong early start to this candle is fine. You don't want to see it break above this if you're a bull. You especially don't want to see it break above this. But really, your stop is going to be over these big ones here in my book. Oops. And what bears want to see is, yeah, wick up like this and a close below the previous candle. Just talking like one candle to one candle. So far, bulls still definitely here. 30 seconds left to prove themselves or not. And we look for clues on USO, trying to maintain its 200 minutes. So you have those two algorithms kind of dueling, and we'll see which one wins. So if we pull up the daily candles on AAL here, what do we see? Pretty ambiguous. Not a big sign of strength, I will say, so I'm feeling all right about that short. Meanwhile, we have 15 minutes, 14 minutes till the mock candle. Start thinking about how you're going to wrap up your trades. Oh, and we got a shake and bake candle on SPY. First, the push down into moving averages, transacting, confirming that there is still a buyer there. Buyers are now trying to run this and get a little squeeze going into the close. Will it break this flag? Was that a valid bottom? Let's find out. Let's find out. Maybe Steve is a little too bearish. Maybe Steve's a little too bearish, and they need to take it higher to that 662. What is it? The 200-day moving average proper before they really sell this thing. That would be the cleaner short. That would be the cleaner short. I just don't trust those speeches that were going on today. It makes me a little bit antsy. Talking about Nokia finally pulling back after a great 9-month run. Yeah, that was a crazy, crazy chart. Let's pull up Nokia. The knock. This is one where it's kind of similar to where it's like, man, something's really strong, but it can't go on forever. So this to me looks like a potential kind of 3 push up and fail. So that trajectory looking a little heavy to me. Oops. What I would kind of like to see is a rebase, maybe a pullback. 50% is usually what I look for on these, of this little leg. There's the equilibrium. So 850-ish. 850-ish would be a good area to look. Otherwise, perhaps these moving averages a little bit deeper, around 825-ish. So somewhere in that kind of range is where you could start to see a bottoming process and then rebasing for a move up and higher, because this is definitely showing a lot of strength, just probably got a little bit ahead of itself. Okay. Oil for now found a bid off the 200, still having a little trouble over the moving averages though. So we wait and see. We wait and see. SPY back testing theirs to the downside as support, and USO the opposite, to the upside as resistance. And this is why just having these counter indicators on your screen, whether it's oil or VIX, we can pull VIX up too, really does help, because it gives you just 2 ways that your brain can kind of catch a pattern and identify it, and it gives you confirmation as well. All right. Let's check out some small cap movers and shakers. So top of the day, oh wow, this one still is cooking. So we're going to pull up AIXI. This one's up over 300% on the day now. Absolutely explosive. Yeah, that one's actively squeezing. This one is too small for me to touch. $100 a no-go for me, but you gotta just admire the strength here. You gotta admire that strength. Where could this one go? Well, it might be screaming for that dollar handle. We can pull it up on the daily and see if we see anything standing out. It's like, what the heck do you do? If you were to tell me that the AIXI is going to move between 100 and 500% tomorrow, you told me that yesterday, and you made me guess where it would stop, I would say, well, there's a big consolidation here. There's a consolidation here. I'd say either it stops here or it stops here. Or it stops here. See those kind of breakpoints? So it's hard for me to believe that this has much more juice just based on that daily chart. So let's go to a 1 minute. This is one where you could start looking for weakness. I definitely wouldn't short it just off one red candle, but if you get like a rejection of this big spike up here, it was like a 20% move or something, then you could start looking for it. You know, if it closes below this 21 that's been holding really nicely so far intraday here, you can start looking for that. Just be a little bit careful. Just be a little bit careful. And also, this is one more example of that same kind of pattern we were just talking about. The 3 pushes up. It's like over strong. It's too strong short term. It still wants to go higher, but it needs to cool off. So it tries to push once, twice, 3 times, and you get that same curling top pattern here. Really, it's more clear without the wicks. See that kind of thing? Just getting kind of compressed here. So overshot, tries to push up, and then what does it really do? Well, it might break down bigly. All we really know is that it needs to retest this moving average. This one held like a charm, and that's how you know. This one's still legit, and it just got ahead of itself there. So don't short this yet, but yeah, still buying off of this, but just getting kind of extended. Getting kind of extended for my book, at least. VXX, oh, mamma mia. What did we say? Stick to the plan. Trust the plan. Trust your lines. And let them try to shake you out. So this downtrend line still acted just as a complete wall. So we failed to push higher off these moving averages. We got the flush candle. In my book, this is an entry short again. This is an entry short again. A wick back into this big expansion candle down. You could take it just right here. In 1 minute, it would probably be an even better entry. Probably around the same price, but the moving averages will catch up down lower, so it'll be a safer entry despite it being probably at the same price. But I don't hate it here in general. The big expansion down, the wick back up. So now we have set our next fair value gap. We will expand on that. Sets in there, just set. And it's giving us the entry right now, I believe, a wick back up into this, as long as it doesn't power through. So I believe this should reject. If not, then... well, then I am just watching a tight consolidation pattern and reading too much into it into close, which might be what's happening. I'm biased short. I think that we find sellers. I think it's taken its darn time, but then again, we do have the red candle on USO and the spike up on VXX. So let's see. Invalidated on a sweep higher of the previous swing high, but to me, it's having trouble. Gonna check in on AAL again, see if that is having relative strength or weakness compared to oil. Nice. Yeah, this was the flag that we thought would break down. At least it's trying to break down. We'll see if it actually falls through, but definitely a little weakness despite the strength in USO. All right, back to some more small caps. And also 6 minutes till the mock candle. Oh my goodness, they're trying to squeeze. So it failed to break down twice. That is a sign, isn't it, guys? So I think this might have some juice to the upside just based off of that, and oil now losing its 200-minute moving average that we were hoping would hold. That being said, got to close the candle. It's a lot of shake and bake. I want to see what the news is going on here. See if there's any catalyst. Because that was not the mock candle. That was just a big candle. it did get a very strong close too. Not a good sign for the bears and my thesis here into the bell. That'd be my stop. Womp womp. Let's see. So I'm not seeing anything that could have caused that, to be honest. Let me check again. Nothing on my Bloomberg. Checking the most recent post, because that's strong. That's strong. Definitely don't fade that intraday. Oof. Gotta be something, right, guys? Boom, pushing. Is that high day already? Let me zoom out. Nope, not high day. But starting to look quite constructive, They can sweep this previous high, go for the one at 659, and then push for that 660. We might see that 200-day test as soon as overnight, tomorrow morning, something like that. That might be the chance to really, really short. I'm not going to be doing a whole lot of anything today, that's for sure. Haven't done a whole lot of anything today. It's been an interesting day to watch, though. So tiny little bit of a pullback here. We will see how the mock candle kind of settles the tape here. Still searching for what caused that. Thanks for your patience here. Nope, yeah, I can't find a darn thing. All right, we'll just assume somebody said something spicy. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what was said. We have a kind of nice fractal pattern here that I do have to acknowledge. Kind of pretty, right? Look at this downtrend line, break, flag, downtrend line, break, flag. Volatility contraction pattern, one might say. Definitely constructive. So in the same way down here, I thought that, hey, we might just reject. We got the sweep low. Oh, did we actually not? I thought we got the low of the day. No, we did, yeah. Yeah, so it did transact low, and now there's these relative equal lows that are so nice and even that I would really love to see swept. Makes me think that they want to be swept, but it's not playing out quite yet, is it? We broke that structure, and I think that they might be saving this for later. I think we gotta transact the 200 first to the upside before we get the downside. Kind of how I think this is playing out. So guys, 2 minutes for the mock stick. Let's go around the horn just real quick, see what else is shaking. I know we had some other small caps I wanted to talk about. PFSA, yeah, we wanted to check back in on that guy. PFSA, there it is. So going to a 5-minute chart here. Oh man, this one's boring. This was what it was the last time I looked at it. So tried to break down, held the bottom of the range. Tried to break out. Held the top of this little range. Nothing for me to do here other than kind of watch this progress. I think that probably it is going to try to make a move higher. I think it would have dropped by now if it was going to. So you could look to get involved. Maybe it wicks once more down into this 9 moving average in the next couple minutes. That would be pretty good. 185 with a stop under, I think probably safely you got to do 175. So risking 10 cents for the chance to break out through the high day. I would be trimming into $2 just because big round number, slightly over this previous target. And yeah, that's how I would frame it. Trim the 2. Hold runners for taking more off over high day, and then leaving runners for bigger move, continuation, multi-day play type thing. We also have FCUV that we want to check in on. This one we were watching earlier. Forget which one we were biased short on. Was it this one or the other one? I think my read has been not great today, honestly, guys. I think I've been wrong more than I've been right. So grain of salt here. Grain of salt. Boom. There's more follow through on SPY and Q. Impressive. Meanwhile, though, interesting to note, the AAL is still very weak, so still liking that short. USO having trouble off of that one there, and it looks like it is going to need to rebase significantly from today's move. So if we put this on a daily chart, this is going to be an inside day with a not an amazing close, but not a terrible close. Let's see. Yeah, it's just flat from the open. So indecision going into pretty important Tuesday in terms of the ceasefire and the potential for us to see escalation there. So 51, this was the mock candle that we got that explosive move on. FCUV selling off pretty hard here in the past 10. Looks like they got the breakdown. Now trying to digest and see whether it is going to hold this internal liquidity from the pre-market or whether this is the start of a further move. Looking kind of weak to me. A few other big movers here. We have SMX that we were talking about earlier. We should check in on that guy there. After making a crazy move from 9 to 18, 9 to 19.50. Just looking kind of weak here, isn't it? You could see how it was failing this uptrend line. And this is one thing you can note. So imagine this move just happened and we just start to come down and you're trying to decide whether it is weak or strong and whether this move is done or it's going to keep going throughout the day. There's a few things that you can look for. So first off, like how does price react after the first red candles? So this red candle leads to a bigger top wick than a bottom wick. Then we see further flushing out. Then it tries to consolidate a little bit more. And what we can see is, this is like the angles are widening out and expanding. So that's not tight. You want to see like price tightening up if it's going to start acting right. That's the first thing that you can kind of think of. Oh, well, probably volatility is still expanding. It still might go lower. The next thing you can look for is, okay, so the next big flush out, and then it finds some buyers. Just because you see some green doesn't mean, okay, now it's time to buy because we're going up higher. Now we start thinking about like how this is kind of compressing here from the previous attempts. And what we can kind of start to see is that this is, it's not really respecting where it should if it was going to be doing a nice higher low and then moving a lot higher faster. And I'm specifically talking about how it's interacting here with this uptrend line. So this is the line that was set when it forms this and the higher low. Then it comes up and it tries to break this neckline and it can't. So now we're playing the game of, is this ascending triangle base or is this going to be a rising wedge that gets rejected? And we can see whether the violation of this uptrend line right here, that's not acting right. And when it tries to reclaim, it has so much trouble reclaiming. So right here is where I would be definitely saying that this looks like it's going to fail. Your first target would be to take some off at the low of the structure here, just in case it bounces. We're going to see a bounce attempt here, and you could try to look for that short again off of these moving averages as it kind of tries to push up, and ideally wicks down. You wait for a little bit of selling pressure off of these in my book. Then you can get a cool entry there. To me, this looks like a H shape, like a failed flag that now is going to digest around this lower pivot before eventually coming on back down, probably to $10, maybe to the pre-market open. This thing is it loves pumping and then dying, so I definitely wouldn't expect it to hold the move and would be biased short. What else were we looking at? There was a few more. MLEC, I believe, was a big mover today. And this one, this one's actually looking pretty interesting. So this has potential to keep going, I'd say. A little top wick action in the middle of the base, and you can see how it's just trying to eat and push higher and higher. And I think this is one of these ascending triangles that is trying to break out to the upside. So we can also look at our fibs here from the pre-market range. Quite a range. Okay, yeah, so it's surging, basically loading and making higher lows every time it's under the equilibrium, this red line. Now it's surged up higher. I'm going to pull this the other direction now. Oh, same direction, whoops. There it goes. So there's the 782, the stop run fib. If it can consolidate here, then I think that there's a good chance that it can push up here. Basically, it just needs to find price acceptance. So what bears want to see, or bulls want to see, is 11 be the floor here over the next 10-15 minutes, and then it can try to squeeze on up. If bears kind of dig their heels in, then they can start losing moving averages. If they lose this 1050 kind of level, I think that they could be in trouble, and this could be a failed pattern, which would fill the gap down to $7. Decent look there. And oh no, SPY, you're hitting your head. Just retesting the structure. So we'll see if it holds or not. But something ain't right. Something ain't right. I'm holding my hedges. All right, guys, 4 minutes left. SkyQ dropped. Oh, let's check that out. We were talking about it looking weak. Boom. Oh, very nice. Very nice. And where did it drop to? Hey, pretty close. Pretty close to our level. Not too shabby. All right, so I was expecting a little bit of a more pull down on the first one and less of a pop after. But we did get the pull down, pretty close. Did get a pop, and then we get the initial, or the big flush down here. I would expect this to be a place where it could try to bounce. I don't know if it will do this. This is the bull path. The bear path, I mean, this is a lot stronger of a down move than I was kind of expecting, you know, but to the right level. So we can see if the halt resolves up, but I would think that this might just be death blows here. Quite a failure there on SkyQ. That one's fun. Okay. What else is going on? This is one of the strongest charts in the market. Look at that. AEHR. This is a definitive breakout in my book. This thing's just squeezing. Squeezing. Looks better on a monthly where you can see the price history. Oh my gosh. I think this one gets quite a move if it can find traction through here. The alternative is that it finds a big seller over 54 to 55, and you could see some significant pullback just because it's such a crazy run. That being said, this looks like pretty good structure. If it comes back to 40, I would be a massive buyer. Tell you what. I tell you what. Green 5-minute candle on SPY and USO. Who's lying to me? We will find out. But tomorrow, we got 2 minutes left here. 2 minutes left, folks. Let's take a quick look over our indices in the column here. In terms of percentage changes, we have Bitcoin and IBIT, Bitcoin with IBIT and Ethereum with Ethereum A, ETHA leading the day, up 4% and 3.5% respectively on the sector maps here. SPY strong push here into the bell as well. Interesting. The opposite of a de-risk. We will see if this gets reversed overnight and into tomorrow. But guys, lock those trades up. You got 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left. Going down the horn, XLP strong, USO strong. We have energy up there too, all green on the day. So very few red sectors, most small green. Interesting to note the strength lying in Bitcoin there. Strength lying in Bitcoin. And not too much else is that impressive. Like Talk said, protect your neck. He's buying a bit of VX. I'm holding my hedge from a little bit earlier. Slightly red on that. Getting cooked there into the bell, but we'll see how it goes. That's it. Pencils down, folks. We will be back tomorrow. We're going to have a good time. We're going to have a good stream. It's going to be spicy. I do not know what's going to happen, but we're going to have some headlines to parse. So definitely tune into Trade the Pool. We will do our best to guide you the best we can through these tumultuous times. Like they say, may you live in interesting times. Well, these are interesting times, all right. So be back here tomorrow for the news and for us to trade it together. Hope you have a good day. See you later, Larry. See you later, Talk. See you later, everybody else. We will see you tomorrow. Take care now.